Good morning from the Ageas Bowl. We are minutes away from getting underway. Day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Northamptonshire. A full 96 overs of play yesterday, in which Hampshire batted all day, and they will resume this morning on 331 for 6. Liam Dawson 56 not out, and Keith Barker is 16 not out. Your commentary team today, well, it's pretty much as it was yesterday. A little later, you'll hear from Southern Vipers batter and TMS commentator Emily Windsor. And to take you up to the start of play and a little bit beyond is myself, Kevin James, and our very bestest friend from BBC Radio Northampton is Andrew Radd. Andrew, good morning.
Good morning, Kevin. Morning, Em. And yeah, great to be here again. Nice morning. Raining in London, but not raining here.
That's good news. That is very, very good news indeed. Of course, two aims for these two teams this morning. Hampshire to bat on and get as many as they can, and well, it's pretty obvious really. Northamptonshire to get amongst those last 4 wickets, and then when it's their turn to bat, have a pretty decent innings themselves.
Yeah, I think it was interesting last night. I had a chat with Alex Russell, obviously the young leg spinner making his debut, first-class debut in this match, but also caught up with one or two of the other players and coaches, and just having a general chat as we walk back round the ground. And Chris Little, the bowling coach, made an interesting observation. He said, what Northamptonshire can't do today is do what they did yesterday and basically go missing for half an hour, and have that that poor start to the day. We talked yesterday about the last game of last season with Northamptonshire against Essex at home, when they just had a really bad first hour with the ball that effectively cost them the match in what was quite a low-scoring game. I'm not suggesting that'll be the case here, but it is important that Northamptonshire really hit the straps early on. Obviously try and knock over these last 4 wickets as quickly as possible. Easier said than done, because you've still got some quality batting out there and indeed to come. But if Northamptonshire could keep Hampshire, I don't know, certainly under 400, then they'll feel that they'll feel they're in the game. I think the danger for Northamptonshire is just that lack of confidence that we've seen in the top and particularly in the middle order in the last couple of matches, indeed going back probably the last 3 matches, going back to the game against Hampshire at Monteith Road. There's a bit of a collective lack of confidence. Some key players who are just having a little bit of a lean time, which happens in the course of a season, but today would be and indeed this surface, I think, would be a very good opportunity to try and put some runs on the board and as I mentioned with Alex Russell last night, boost what is a fairly disappointing tally of 1 batting bonus point in 5 games.
Of course, a little harder this year because the 50 over brands have been upped by 1, so generally harder for everybody. Hampshire starting this round of fixtures in 3rd place in Division 1. Nottinghamshire, who are they? Well, we know who they are, but they're not here. Northamptonshire starting the game bottom of Division 1, so they've got an awful lot to play for here. It is a slightly different pitch in nature here at the Ageas. We've been so used to games starting where the wicket is quite moist and the ball moves around a little bit for the seamers, and certainly in the morning session and then a bit into the afternoon. But this pitch started much drier, and if anything, the pitch is getting quite low in bounce. It was quite noticeable as the day wore on. 1 or 2 batters were getting quite low down in their knees, almost exaggerating defensive shots, as if to say, look how low this ball is keeping at times. Be interested to see if that keeps going as we move through the days. And a little bit of turn as well from time to time. You mentioned Alex Russell there, the leg spinner. Andrew got 1. I think he got 1 to turn quite a bit.
It beat batter, keeper and slip, didn't it? And went for buys. Yeah, I mean, he said himself that the odd one had turned a little bit. Rob Keogh got the odd one to go. So there is a little bit in it in this pitch, I think, for all of the bowlers. It's a very good surface. I mean, you look at over the day's play we had yesterday, and we saw a bit of everything, and it was a really enjoyable day's cricket. But from to try and sort of bring it down from a slightly partisan point of view, from Northampton's point of view, they really do need to not let Hampshire really get away, as they did at Northampton, of course, when from 70 for 2 and 4 drop catches, they finished up pushing 500 and winning comfortably by an innings.
Yeah. Must be sick of the sight of James Vince as well. Big 100
yes.
at Northampton, 95 yesterday. Real surprise when he was out. A little thin outside edge to Rob Keogh, caught behind. And, well, I think...
in the early stages. But Northamptonshire, particularly in that sort of last hour and a quarter before lunch, I thought were excellent. It's as well as the bowling unit have bowled this year, and just after lunch as well. And pretty, they generally plugged away pretty well all day. And James Sales was excellent again. Jack White was impressive. Tom Taylor was impressive without getting a wicket. So, Jordan Buckingham showed a bit of pace and aggression, so generally it wasn't a bad day for Northamptonshire, but they still find themselves in a position where they just need to strike early this morning, I think, to keep themselves in contention.
Good ball that got Joe Weatherly in the morning session, Jordan Buckingham. He must find county cricket quite hard. Was it 1 for 48 against Notts, 1 for 126 against Somerset, and here at the Ageas Bowl he has 1 for 82. So it's not the county cricket is probably not the easy game that some people think. No,
I think he bowls that sort of slightly attacking line, and you can't see him. He's not going to get the sort of Ben Sanderson figures, is he? 20 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 30 or something. That's not the way Jordan Buckingham operates.
So everybody is out in the middle. The two umpires, Peter Hartley and James Middlebrook. Peter Hartley, formerly of Hampshire, Middlebrook, formerly of Northampton. So that balance things out a little bit. The two batters out there, the Northamptonshire players in their maroon caps, quite standout colours from around the circuit. The sunshine is a little hazy. This morning, I think there's some showers around about lunchtime.
That's what I was seeing. There's certainly there's been some rain in London this morning, and I think Chelmsford as well is quite wet. But there are some showers around. That was what the forecast was saying this morning. But I don't think it's going to be anything too dreadful. And forecast for the next couple of days is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, we were supposed to get a shower later on in the afternoon. That never materialised. So you can't always believe the weather, but day 2 just about to get underway, and Liam Dawson, with a second half century in as many innings, will face the first delivery. He's 56 not out, and Tom Taylor, who I think was probably the bowler that started to settle things down for Northamptonshire when he came on, and got the ball through quite nicely, actually kissing the deck. And then things from Northamptonshire just came a little bit more manageable. Here he's then right arm over from this commentary, and that keeps low on Liam Dawson, and he jags the bat down on that one as it works towards fine leg. So there's that low bounce that we were talking about, Liam Dawson was talking about in his interview last night as well. And very first ball of the morning, there's the evidence.
Yeah, Ben Brown yesterday had a couple that he almost finished. Well, he definitely did finish up on his knees, didn't he? It was not bouncing, and I'm sure the Northamptonshire batters will have viewed that with just an element of trepidation with what might be to come.
Definitely a wicket to bowl straight on, and probably the more that we see this pronounced lack of bounce, then the straighter you need to bowl, because any mistake from the batters playing slightly across the line and they will have a massive problem. He's going to switch around the wicket then, Tom Taylor. He is just about to start his 20th over of this Hampshire innings. The Hampshire innings into its 97th, so bonus points still available, and Barker works that neatly down to third where there's nobody. Quite deliberate shot there, Barker. It's a shot that he plays a lot, just waits for it, opens the face of the bat, and with no third man down there, it's never in doubt. He moves on to 20. 336 for 6. Yeah,
clever bit of batting, and again I can hear listeners all around the country, why haven't they got a third man in? And well, they haven't. As our friend Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent says, the pitchforks and the blazing torches will be out, and the third man Liberation Front will be marching and saying, why haven't Northamptonshire got a third man? I'd have one to Keith Barker. Of course, we see him. He plays that shot. He does, and he'll do it again if he gets the opportunity. Here comes Taylor, bowls, and that's left alone. Just a fraction fuller from Taylor. It's probably the better length. Nice to see a few people drifting in around the ground as well, getting to their seats. I must admit, it's an absolute delight to see spectators able to sit out in something approaching sunshine. It's fairly sort of hazy at the moment, but the first 5 rounds, it's been largely a case of keeping out of the wind, isn't it, or the rain or whatever. Players do well to keep going in that sort of weather. Here's Taylor again round the wicket to Barker, and just outside off stump. That looks like it just shaped away or straightened a fraction on Barker as it went through to Vasconcelos. I'm trying to think, it was, I can't remember if it was the Middlesex game or the Hampshire game at Northampton, but the West Stand, because the way that the wind was coming in from the east, blowing straight into the West Stand, which is usually quite a cosy little spot in the ground. I think it was empty. There was nobody in there because it was so darn cold.
Yeah, I think anybody that would have been sitting in there would have frozen to the seat.
Yes, absolutely.
I think I remember interviewing Nick Gubbins, I think on day 2 or whatever it was when he got his 100, and I was only out in it for 5 minutes waiting for him. And as I was interviewing him, he said, Jamie, you look like you're crying. I'm thinking, yeah, because my eyes are watering because it's so cold. God, freezing. Here's Taylor, bowls, and again, it's good shape on the ball, angling into Barker, and then it just straightens, Barker leaving alone. But that's the sort of ball that Taylor just needs to bowl and bowl and bowl, and do not deviate from that.
Well, supporters are always very canny when it comes to finding the bits of the ground that are just give you a little bit of shelter. And at Northampton, it tends to be that area in front of the new indoor school at the far end of the of the ground that tends to be out of the breeze a little bit, and you get the reflected back from the white panelling.
Oh, lovely. Taylor bowls a little straighter this time, and Barker works that behind square where there are 2 fielders on that boundary edge. 337 for 6 at the end of that over.
But you can tell me if this is right, Kevin. The sense I get coming here to the Ageas Bowl, and it's a bit like the Oval, is that if you're here for a big game, for a test or an ODI or whatever, or a big T20 game, I wouldn't think there's any such thing as a bad seat on this ground. It seems to be a very generally good viewing ground. I think more or less wherever you are, you're going to get a decent view of the action.
I think you're right, actually. Yeah, I mean, I can't say that I've probably sat in every single area, but you're right. I mean, especially when you walk around the barn, which of course is what, how many rows back from the initial seats? 8, 9, 10 rows back. It's a very good view just walking around, and a lot of people do walk around the ground and just watch the cricket because it's quite a lovely area. But you're right, there is probably not an area that has an obstructed view or anything like that.
I think the Oval's extremely good now anyway, since it's been upgraded. I think the Oval's very good for that. Certainly if friends of mine ask me about which ground to go to for a test match or whatever, then you tend to go for somewhere like that. Jack White it is from the far end, from the pavilion end, with 2 slips in place. Going to be bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Keith Barker, and Barker's forward, pushing it out into the offside. Safe as Abe comes in from the covers. We have the 2 slips in place, then a backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off. Mid-wicket fairly tight in there, looking to save the single. Deep square just behind Alex Russell down there at long leg. And in front of our commentary position. He's keeping himself loose. Imagine he'll be into the attack at some point. Here's White in down the leg side, and Barker shaping to play it. Doesn't make contact, goes through to Vasconcelos. Just felt last night, and talking to Chris Little about this as well, Kevin, that having said that Northamptonshire bowled generally pretty well yesterday and stuck at it, with that second new ball, it just, and bowlers get tired, don't they? They're not automata, they're human, and back end of a long day, I just felt that we just had a few little scruffy patches, didn't we, in that last hour last night? A few down the leg side, flicking off the pad, 4 leg buys. Here's White in again, and that's edged by Barker. That is a proper edge, and it's gone wide of the slip cordon all along the floor, and races away to third man. And we say again, there is no third man, and it's 4 to Keith Barker. He's 25 rather in Hampshire, 341 for 6. And I think at that stage of the day, if you do get one of those that just clips off the pad, goes down for 4, it almost counts double. It almost feels from a bowling and fielding point of view as though it's just cost you that little bit more.
Yeah, the second new ball, it can actually, first and foremost, you're never as bouncy and full of energy as you are with the first.
Is White in again, and Barker having a little flirt at that outside off stump, doesn't make contact, goes through to Vasconcelos.
And quite often the sun's been out, and obviously the pitch is drier, which, whether it starts dry or wet, whatever, it's drier by the time the second new ball comes out along anyway. So it's never quite the same conditions, and usually by then there's a batter in playing nicely, which kind of puts you off your rhythm as well. So it's a totally different scenario.
Well, third slip is going in, and we are going to have a third man. So Sam Whiteman and Jack White have obviously had a little bit of a think about this. Now, is he going in at third slip or gully? He's going in at gully. So Taylor has come across from short mid-wicket into gully, and Jordan Buckingham down at third man as White is in, bowls to Barker, who forces off the back foot up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, I think it was the first over with the second new ball last night. Liam Dawson got one away through mid-wicket, and the sound it made was from a batting point of view, absolutely lovely. It just pinged off the bat, and you could just hear that hardness of the ball. It raced away for 4. And it set the tone a little bit, didn't it, for that last little session of the day. Here's White in again. Bowls to Barker. Hit on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. White just on the edge of the pitch, jumping up and down, pleading for the decision to be given in his favour, which it isn't. And that's the end of the over. 341 for 6. Dawson is 57. Barker is 25. And Jack White's bowled 21 overs, 2 for 69. Have you had a chance to have a look at that one?
Yeah,
Kevin?
I think it hit him higher than I thought. But it may just have been outside the line. But again, maybe the ball's just doing a little too much there. Maybe even if it's just a bounce. Richard Dawson has tweeted this morning at Sonar Sport, also to Emily Windsor, at Ems Windsor as well, if you want to do, or at Old Man Red. A.D. Birrell, that's the Hampshire head coach, says Richard, all but conceded Hampshire's title aspirations are over after just 4 games. Is it not a bit too soon to be saying that? Apparently the source was the Cricketer magazine back in June this month. That's pushed out into the covers by Liam Dawson, start of a new over from Tom Taylor. I haven't read that article, so it's a little bit difficult for me to say or put that into context. But I suppose 2 wins and 2 defeats in 2. I'm just trying to think what sort of Ageas sort of said to me, I guess, over the last few weeks and what have you. As I say, I don't know the context of that article, so it's very difficult. But I think he's probably saying, here's Dawson. Oh, that's bounced. Good ball that from Taylor. Is that I think for a side to have lost 2 games so early in the season is not helpful. 2 wins out of 4, I suppose you take, but I suppose if there's 2 draws to go along that, then that's not so bad. But I think it's more the defeats. I think that you'll find that he's probably referring to more than anything. That's not ideal. If you're looking to win the championship and you've lost your first 2 out of 4, that's not ideal. Here we go. Here's Taylor bowls. Dawson gets one that just bounces normally that time. It's just played late down to 3rd. Dawson moves on to 58, 342 for 6.
I did pose a question on social media this morning, Kevin, about looking over the far side of the ground, the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, and did wonder whether Northamptonshire supporters of a certain vintage have yet forgiven Colin Ingleby Mackenzie for his declaration in 1965 when Worcestershire were tussling with for the county championship title with Northamptonshire. Ingleby Mackenzie decided to roll the dice at Bournemouth, Dean Park, against Worcestershire. Here's Taylor running in again, and that's outside the off stump, left alone. And actually Worcestershire then set Hampshire a target. Hampshire bowled out cheaply. Worcestershire went on to win the title by 4 points from Northamptonshire, and there are still, as I say, supporters of a certain age who do not look kindly upon Colin Ingleby Mackenzie still. And I just posed this question this morning: has he been forgiven? And I had a lovely one-word reply from Richard Lum: no. Here's Taylor in again, bowling outside the off stump, left alone by Keith Barker. So, and then he proceeded to elaborate and said he was only 6 at the time. But I do remember talking to Brian Reynolds and Keith Andrew, who they said they were on the golf course and listening to the scores on transistor radio and couldn't believe that the declaration had come, and they sort of opened up a game that looked to be drifting. And but that was what I think that was why Ingleby Mackenzie captain, wasn't it? Didn't like games that drifted away. Here's Taylor. And again, bowls to Barker, who drives up to Whiteman at mid-off. That's the end of the over. 342 for 6. Dawson is 58. Barker 25. Did I nick part of your over there, Kevin? I do apologise.
No, that's fine.
Sorry, I was warming to my task.
The less I do, the better.
But yeah, Ingleby Mackenzie was his name was mud around Wantage Road for some years thereafter. But as I say, it does conveniently overlook the fact that Northamptonshire did actually lose to Worcestershire not long before that in that season, and also benefited from a bit of a contrived finish against Essex with Trevor Bailey and Keith Andrew coming up with a formula to get a game in. So, you know, it evens out over time, doesn't it? But
yes, it does.
But nearly 60 years on.
Still not forgiven.
No.
Well, of course, yeah. it's 50 years this year since Hampshire won the title. All yours.
Oh, thank you. Here's Jack White running in then from the pavilion end. Bowls to Dawson outside the off stump. He pushes at that one, doesn't make contact, and it only just carries to Vasconcelos, moving across in front of Hassan Adnan at first slip. Stays at 342 for 6.
I must mention this tweet, please, if that's all right. From Pete. Hello, Pete. How are you? At Solent Sport. He says, was driving during the exciting news yesterday. Kevin being a granddad. Thank you. As for championship aspirations, it's just never going to happen with Hampshire, so unable to gain significant batting points. We still feel so flaky at the top.
White bowls to Dawson, who nudges that off his pads. It just goes down behind the square for 1. Takes Dawson to 59 and Hampshire to 343 for 6.
The other reason I mentioned that tweet is because Pete very kindly gave me a copy of his book, The Pressure Drop. And I don't read books. I've mentioned that many times. I just don't read them. You can count on less than one hand the number of books I've read in my whole life. But Pete, I am happy to say during the winter I did read it. And it was all right, actually. I quite enjoyed it. I read it in about 3 days whilst I was on holiday in Portugal. So, yeah, and I quite enjoyed it. So thank you very much. And I've still not read more books than less than one hand, but I can add that to a very small list.
2 slips and a gully in place. White round the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Barker, who plays that away through mid-wicket. Runs for him here, certainly 1. I think they're going to come back for 2, and they are. Long chase for James Sales. Sends in a good return to Ricardo Vasconcelos, but 2 more to Keith Barker, takes him to 27. And Hampshire to 346 for 6. So you haven't read Cricket Grounds of Northamptonshire yet, the latest international bestseller.
Andrew, do you know what? It sounds too exciting to have not read it so far, and it does sound to me as though it's one of those books that once you put it down, you find it hard to pick up.
It's a page turner. It's a serious page turner. White in again, bowls to Barker, who's playing forward up to mid-on. There's no run.
So very quickly. So what was the name of it again?
There you go.
Because it was the one you showed me. Yes.
Yeah, Cricket Grounds of Northamptonshire.
Right. Now,
a slim volume.
Well, okay. Very quickly then. What's the most unusual in there?
The most unusual of the grounds, well, it probably has to be where Northamptonshire played before they went to the county ground, which was the Northampton Racecourse,
right? Which
has been just about everything in its time, including a venue for public executions, and all sorts. Here's White round the wicket, forced off the back foot by Barker without any great timing, goes up to save Zabe in the covers. And there's no run. Yeah, it was the place of execution in Northampton for centuries, as well as being, as the name would suggest, a racecourse.
Wow.
It staged horse racing until 1904, when they had a nasty accident in a race there, and they didn't race again. But it's have all sorts. It's been a camp for soldiers in 2 world wars. It was used for grazing sheep. White in again, bowls to Barker, who's covering up, pushing it out into the offside again. Zabe coming in from the covers, and there's no run, and that's the end of the over. 344 for 6. Dawson is 60. Barker is 25. And it was also used for, do you remember the old, the European Je Sans Frontières, the old It's a Knockout?
Yes.
It was used for a GB heat of that as well.
With Eddie Waring?
Eddie Waring and others, yes. So it was used. It was in the 1970s.
Wow, what a claim to fame.
And it was the spiritual home of locals like Town League cricket for many, many years. Don't use it now because the Town League sadly is no more. But you used to have 6, 8, 10 matches being played on it on the same time. Complicated local rules about what constituted a boundary.
Oh, one of those. Where the boundaries overlapped each other.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you'd be fielding an extra cover in one match, and you'd be having a chat with Deep Square in another.
Very common abroad, that.
Yeah, but Northampton Racecourse, fantastic venue.
Okay.
Alfred Min played there. WG played there, and had a punch up with a spectator.
Oh, as you do. Here comes Taylor. Not me personally, but Taylor starts a new over. Length ball, Dawson forward.
I used to go and bore my son because there used to be say cricket pitches that I played on there in the Town League, but I used to bore my son with you're thinking you walk across the racecourse and you're treading on the turf that Min and Grace and Spofford played on there when the Australians played there in 1882. But
fantastic.
By that stage, he would glaze over, of course. Just a bit like you are at the moment.
No, certainly not. Keep going. Here's Taylor outside the stump, just as I want Liam Dawson to keep going out there as well. I know you don't. No, we'll come back to that in a moment. I just want Pete to come back on the tweets at Solent Sport. It says, "You're so kind, Kev, for the grateful and positive, unexpected feedback." Well, no, I'm genuinely saying I did actually enjoy it. I like the little mess. I like the. I won't sort of bore everybody with the plot, because obviously if you haven't read something, I find when people tell me, not what you're saying about Northamptonshire, Andrew, but generally, if people are telling you about a book and you think, well, I've never read it, but I like the little references to Portsmouth cricket there, Hampshire. That's pushed up towards mid-on as well. I like the bit about Barbados and England playing out there as well. So that was all part of that story. So absolutely brilliant. So yeah, thank you. And he's just sent me a picture of the cover of the. I suppose the cover picture was nothing what I expected, although I should have known. Anyway, back to your Northamptonshire pitches. So, how many times did the county play there?
Well, that was their home ground before they moved to the county ground. But it was because it was a public open space, and you had people driving horses and carts over the square.
Oh, what? Taylor in again. Dawson gets one. It just bounces a bit on him. It just bounces in front of him, and that's all. Right, I see. So no stands up or anything like that?
Well, they were allowed to put stands up like for big games. So they would enclose an area of the racecourse if they had big matches against MCC or say in 1882 the Australians. But it became more and more difficult. That the local authorities, the freemen of the borough, were not really terribly cooperative, and in the end, the club just said, we've got to get a private ground, and that was the impetus for what is now the county ground.
Taylor, sunshine's getting a little stronger as we go through this first period of play, and that's pushed strongly up to mid-off by Liam Dawson. So was it anything like the Derbyshire County Ground? Because that was an old racecourse. Yeah,
I mean it was used. They set up a sort of a ground over by the old grandstand, racecourse grandstand, which the building is still there. It's used for various things now, but. It was sort of 1834 was when the old Northampton club started playing there.
Yep. Taylor to Dawson, and Dawson's forward again. That's a good over from Taylor, and that is a maiden. Score remains on 3:45 for 6 before Andrew goes through every ground in Northamptonshire. Just let me.
I'll spare you that.
No. I'm genuinely interested, honestly. If I sound as though I'm not, that's not true. Ian Lim at Solent Sport says, "Yesterday was my first day as a Hampshire Cricket member. Big shout out to Emily." She's just pricked her ears up, but it's not you, Emily. And someone else who I didn't get her name on the help desk. Emily certainly wouldn't be on the help desk. Not our Emily, anyway. For explaining where to go and sorting out my membership for my 11-year-old. Always good to speak with people who want to help.
Isn't that great?
That's lovely, isn't it? Can't believe I said that. I'm only saying that because Emily Windsor is in earshot here. So there you go.
I'm sure Emily would be terribly helpful.
She is, really. She knows I'm only joking.
Here's Jack White,
I think.
running into bowl to the left-handed Keith Barker. Barker in behind it, plays it up to Whiteman at mid-on, and there's no run. So solid start for Hampshire this morning. 14 runs scored in the first 5 overs of the morning, 20 minutes or so we've been playing. Yes, there was a story of Alf Stockwin, who was the groundsman on the racecourse, and Brewer's dray went straight across the middle of his square. So he dragged the driver of said dray off his cart and gave him a good hiding. Here's White, and again bowls to Barker, who's trying to clip that away through mid-wicket. Goes off, I think, a mixture of bat and pad. We'll see if there's any bat involved. Goes out to square leg. There was indeed. So it goes out to square leg for a single. 3:46 for 6. Barker to 28. And he said to the committee that if this was going to be part of the groundsman's responsibility, he might be asking for another tanner a week or something, because he thought, the danger money or whatever. But no, Grace was involved in a punch-up with a spectator in 1873 and never played in Northampton again, ever.
Through choice?
Through choice, I think. Here's White in again, puts that one past the outside edge. Well bowled, Jack White. That's what he does. And it beat the outside edge. Went through to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Yeah, he played at other parts of the county. He played in Wellingborough and played quite a bit at Oundle School because his son taught at Oundle School. And in fact, WG scored his 200th 100 in all cricket in a match against the Schoolboys in 1901, but never played in Northampton again.
Okay.
He took against the place. Very hard to believe why. Here's Whiting again, bowls to Dawson, who's playing defensively out on the offside. Just drops Rowley down in the crease next to him. Taylor comes in from mid-wicket to retrieve. And there's no run.
So what other interesting grounds are in that book then, Andrew?
Well,
with stories?
Well, I mean, Wellingborough School is always a fascinating one. I don't, you might
never
have
played that.
No,
never
it was
missed that one.
Northamptonshire played there until '91, but a lot of the stories at Wellingborough School revolve around one man. Here's White in, bowling to Dawson, defensively out in the offside, fielded by Sales at extra cover, and there's no run. A guy called Murray Witham, who was a master at Wellingborough School, and absolute cricket fanatic and rather eccentric schoolmaster, and amongst other things, he used to bury bottles, whiskey bottles, with the autographs of the teams that visited the ground. That was one of the many Withamisms. Here's Taylor running in again, bowls to Dawson, defensively forward, back down the pitch, fielded by White off his own bowling, just a single off the over, 346 for 6. Dawson 59, Barker 28, but probably the best known bit of Murray Witham eccentricity was when he heard that WG's house in Bristol, one of his homes, was being demolished. He drove down at dead of night and retrieved the front doorstep from the house in Bristol, put it in the boot of his car, drove it back to Wellingborough School, and it is still there, the grey stone. It is when you come down the pavilion steps, you have to step on this. There's an inscription there, not of an age, but of all time, I think it is. And the tradition is that if you don't step on the grey stone when you go out to bat or bowl, you don't do well.
Here's Taylor round the wicket to Barker. Barker's trying to work that on the leg side. It's too straight to do so. Goes up to mid-on. So, right, okay. So anybody playing at Wellingborough School, you step on the grey stone. Yeah,
but I've played there quite a bit, and I used to tread on it, and it made absolutely no difference to me. I was still rubbish. So, no, but again, it was a lovely, characterful ground. Still is. Still obviously used by the school, and Ian Botham was made his 175 not out in a Sunday League game there, 13 sixes.
Okay, Taylor bowls. Barker's working up to mid-on.
But I think Northamptonshire haven't used any outgrounds now for a while, which is part of the sort of go into that in a certain amount of detail in the book. But the fact is that a ground like Northamptonshire, they've spent obviously a lot of money on upgrading facilities at Wantage Road. It's got to be really worth their while to take matches away from there. It's got to be like strong local business support or whatever, and in recent years that hasn't really been the case.
Taylor runs away from us to Barker. Barker flicks that away, square on the leg side. There's a gap there, moves on to 29, 347 for 6.
Whether that will change with the Steelbacks academies in Luton and in Peterborough, which are very recent innovations, whether Northamptonshire might look to build on that relationship by taking maybe a one-day cup match there. Go back to Luton. They haven't played at Luton since, they played a one-off T20 game in 2004, but they haven't played there on any regular basis since the 90s.
Okay. Ralph Brooker's just saying to me that he can't find the BBC link to the game as Dawson drives handsomely, but only as far as mid-off. It's there. I'm on the BBC cricket page. If you go to the live action box to the right and just click on it, there's several games, of course, of other games going on around the country, and ours is there. So, Ralph, you might have to look a little harder, mate. Put the glasses on. Score remains on 347 for 6. Liam Williamson has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm certainly hoping the rain doesn't impact too much today. I just saw a message there as Dawson works that away down to third. There is a one there, but he's a bit too square, so let's go for 4 more. Crowd enjoyed that one, and that takes Hampshire up to the 350. That's why they're enjoying it, because there's another point. They love a point in these parts. Another batting bonus point. 103rd over that has come up on. Yeah, I saw something about the Oval. It said it was a sweater day there at the Oval in the game between Kent and Surrey. Certainly hoping, says Liam, the rain doesn't impact too much today. I'm hoping to get over after work, after I chose to do all my household chores yesterday evening instead of today. Thanks as always for the
commendable. They've had some rain. Certainly had some rain in London this morning. But,
yeah, they have, you said, yeah.
But I don't think it's heading this way.
We're okay. Well, I think there's a shower or so forecast, isn't there? Sort of lunchtime just after. Dawson's forward goes out on the onside. Dawson's moved on to 63 from his overnight total of 56. Barker is on 29 from his overnight 16. And Hampshire have moved from 331 for 6 to 351 for 6.
Give us more time to eat our Indian burgers if
looking forward to
if
that.
They do get we do get a little bit of rain later. Sorted out our menu choices, the important part of the day.
That's the most important job. Well, everything else comes a poor second.
So Hampshire now with 7 more overs in which to potentially get another 49 runs for a 4th batting bonus point. I'm not sure whether. Well, Keith Barker plays positively anyway, but it's a question. It's one of those risk and reward things. Is it worth risking losing quick wickets to try and get a 4th point when I would imagine Hampshire are going to be looking at the bigger picture and thinking, right, we need to get a total of some substance, even if it goes way past the 110 overs, get 400 plus and put ourselves in prime position to win the match. Here's White starting a fresh over to Barker, plays it up towards mid-on. And there's no run, fielded there by Northamptonshire's acting captain Sam Whiteman. Alex Russell still limbering up down below us. Young leg spinner making his first-class debut. Got a chat with him last night. Very excited, obviously, after his first day in first-class cricket. What was nice, he paid tribute to those that have helped him along the way, friends and family, and those in the game. Here's White in outside the off stump, and good carry. Vasconcelos having to take that up by his shoulder blades, but Barker lets it go through. I see there's some nice tweets last night. I think Herefordshire and the national counties tweeted their congratulations. Stroud Cricket Club, I think, also had connections with Alex in the past, so that's really good to see, and a great day for the Russell family. 351 for 6. Nice morning here. Plenty of sunshine, fluffy clouds, and White is in. Bowls to Barker, drops it down on the onside. Maybe thought for a split second of a single, but Jack White was having none of that. He came charging down the pitch, beat his captain to the ball coming in from mid-on to make sure there was no question of a single. I think if you're looking for the definition of wholehearted cricketer, I think Jack White probably would be just about the best definition. He absolutely loves it, and maybe the fact that I say he had to wait until 28 to play first-class cricket, determined to make up for lost time perhaps. Here's White in again, bowls to Barker, who looks to whip that away, I think looking for mid-wicket really, but it goes a little bit straighter up to Whiteman at mid-on, and there's no run. I shall take a well-earned break at the end of the over.
You've worked hard already,
Tell
Andrew.
you, I'm lathered in sweat now, so I'll make way for Emily at the end of this over. Come back a little bit later. White turning at the end of his run. Main pavilion behind him as he comes in and bowls to Barker, drives up to mid-off, and there's no run, fielded out there by Rob Keogh. Keogh, well, is one of the Northamptonshire batters who could do with a score. Made a really good start to the season. Terrific 100 down at Canterbury, and a very important unbeaten 75 against Middlesex to set up the victory in quite a low-scoring game. But just runs have dried up a little bit since then, and unfortunately for him, backed a pair in the last game against Nottinghamshire. Here's White again to Barker, who tries to give himself a little bit of room, force it away through the covers. It just goes behind square to backward point. Zabe comes round to field, and that's the end.
And after half an hour's play, 352 for 6. Hampshire are in their first innings, having started the morning at 331 for 6. So no wickets as yet, and Hampshire looking to get as many runs as they can in the first innings. Liam Dawson, who was overnight on 56, well, he's moved on to 63. Keith Barker is 30 from his 16 overnight as well. The pitch still playing pretty well. It's keeping low at times. Hampshire will be hoping as this pitch dries out, the ball keeps even lower, and will give them a chance to bowl out to Northamptonshire twice. 352 for 6. Thank you, Andrew.
They crept up on us.
That's quick.
So I'll make way for Emily Windsor.
So the field changes because we've got a left and right-handed combination out there. 355 for 6. We're in the 105th over now of this innings, so are they going to get another bonus point before the 110 overs are up? I fear that Hampshire might just be looking to get as big a total as they can rather than chase 400. Emily Windsor.
Good morning everyone. A lovely day for some cricket again, which is nice. Hopefully that rain shower that's on the radar stays away. But yeah, as you said, I think these two are just going to look to build. Hampshire are going to try their very best, aren't they, to only bat once on this pitch. Spoke to Liam Dawson yesterday and he talked about how it's dry and he wants it to get drier.
Yes, it means he'll be doing more work if that's the case, as he's well forward there. It's a good stride as the ball makes its way up to mid-off. Fielding in that position is Rob Keogh.
Obviously the spinners in the attack. Liam Dawson, Mason Crane into the side for the first time this year. And obviously Joe Weatherly, I saw him warming up to bowl this morning. He bowled some overs at Kent.
He did, yeah.
I'm sure he'll be the third choice spinner.
Bit of off spin, gives a different sort of angle, doesn't it really? Keith Barker over the wicket into that rough. Here's Taylor, it's full, it's driven up to Keogh again by Dawson. Yeah, I think all three spinners will probably get a go because they'll all be hitting different areas of the pitch in a way, won't they?
Yeah, all bowling at different paces, and that's a challenge that we talked about on air yesterday. And actually Joe Weatherly has a bit of a unique action, doesn't he? It's not sort of the textbook off spin. But Mason Crane's one I'm looking forward to seeing, Kev.
Yeah, I am as well. He's been playing in the second team. By all accounts, he's bowling okay, actually, from what I heard. I don't know who exactly. Oh, he's bowled! What a ball that was! That's nipped back, and Dawson goes, and that's through the defences. And I have to say, even on our angle, that looked a terrific delivery. Love to see that on the replay. If you're watching the live picture feed, have a look at this. That's come right back at Liam Dawson. Real big reverse swing, and Taylor finally, for me, has picked up some sort of reward for his perseverance. Dawson goes for 63, 107 balls.
Yeah, good delivery that. Liam Dawson will be disappointed, but he's played beautifully for his 63. Yesterday, really battled hard and played some lovely shots through the cover area. The crowd applauses. And he's looking down on the ground. He's always disappointed, is Dawson. He always wants that extra run. Interesting who comes in next for Hampshire.
So used to seeing Fuller at this stage.
Looks like it is Mason Crane.
So Liam Dawson added just 7 to his overnight total. That looks a terrific delivery. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, the replay again, just nipped back. Long, long way. Dawson almost stunned. Well bowled though, Taylor. As you said, he's toiled hard here for Northampton, deserved to pick up a breakthrough, but that's exactly what Northants need, and then they'll be hoping at this stage now they can get Mason Crane, John Turner and Mo Abbas, who we saw play a lovely innings here in the last game against Warwickshire. Him and James Vince.
Is his top Hampshire score, wasn't it, that day? And he did speak to me afterwards, because I said to him, oh, well played. He got 9, it was his highest Hampshire score. And he said, mark my words, he said, I'll get him plenty more than that. I'll be handy today. 355 for 7, so Hampshire have added 24 runs this morning for that, before that wicket fell. Luke Wood has been on the email, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, did we sign Benny Howell from Gloucestershire this season? If so, any news if he's going to get a run in soon? He was only signed for the T20s.
So we should be seeing him very soon.
There'd be something wrong if we didn't see him next week. Here's Taylor to bowl his first delivery to Crane, who drives square on the offside. That's going for 4. Quite sure what Taylor was doing there. That's full outside off stump. I don't know if he was expecting to recreate that same ball and hoping it would do the same. But it was very wide, and Crane actually played that very nicely for his first delivery.
He's actually got a few runs as well, Crane, in the second team. He obviously bats slightly higher. He's captain in the side as well, which is good to see. So, yeah, I think he certainly knows how to bat, does Mason Crane. He might be playing the T20 style innings, Kev, after that, striking at 400.
Well, he averages 11 in his career, so we're not expecting too much. That's bounced, and he kept that down well. Mason Crane, as he plays that to backward a point, end of the over. So 359 for 7. We've had 105 overs. There are 5 overs left in which to gain bonus points. Now, of course, Northamptonshire need 2 more wickets in that time to pick up another bowling bonus point. Well, Hampshire need 41. Don't think that's going to happen.
Be going some if they do. It would be T20 style if that started to happen, but I feel like these two are just going to try and rebuild a bit of a partnership. Keith Barker's playing nicely, 31 off 75 so far. White's bowled nicely again for Northampton. Just charges in from that pavilion end.
Good competitor, isn't he?
Comes round the wicket to Keith Barker. Just 2 slips in, and then fielder's out, deep square, deep fine leg, and third man. As he's in, bowls, and that's driven past mid-wicket. The fielder's going to have to chase after this. Maybe a couple. Certainly will be a couple. Mason Crane quick between the wickets. Barker moves to 33. 361 for 7.
So no training today? No practice?
No practice today, just travelling up to Birmingham later. We got some 2 friendlies, or 2 warm-up games against Central Sparks, 2 T20s tomorrow.
At?
The Edgbaston Foundation
Oh, the Foundation
ground.
ground, yeah. Used to be the old Mitchell and Butlers. That's their second ground, isn't it?
There's White in again from the pavilion, bowls to Barker, left alone outside the off stump. And Sunrisers got beat yesterday. We played the Central Sparks. It was the first game of the CEC, Charlotte Edwards Cup, that is. Obviously, Northampton's side. Central Sparks batted first, got 137. It was I watched it a bit of it. It was a bit topsy-turvy kind of game.
In what way?
Just, it looked like the team was about to get on top, and then all of a sudden, few wickets, and then it was just both teams were in it for a while. As that's in again, bowls left alone by Keith Barker, spilled by the keeper, but will be no run. Amy Jones for Central Sparks, obviously the England wicket-keeper. She top scored in the game, 51 off 34. She looked different class, which is good signs for England women going into the Ashes. The pick of the bowlers, Maddie Villiers got 3 wickets, and Kelly Castle, the Sunrisers captain, also got 3 wickets. But the Sunrisers were 114 all out. As White into Barker on the leg stump line, worked down to fine leg for a single. Score will move to 362 for 7. And Cordelia Griffiths was the only one really to score. She got 53 off 46 deliveries, but they fell well short in the end against the Central Sparks.
We were talking about the Charlotte Edwards Cup, weren't we, just before we came on air. It's a very quick tournament. Obviously, it started last night, but it ends in 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, it's going to be over in a flash. I think it's going to be hard. It's going to be interesting how people go, because if you don't start well, I think it's one of those that the games are going to be coming so quickly that it's going to be hard to make those final stages. As White's in, and that's left alone by Crane outside the off stump. We were talking about leaves yesterday, and that was an expansive one. Bat goes really high, like a windmill.
Yeah.
What was your leave like, Kev?
I'm just trying to think. Gosh, a long time ago. What did I do? I think I was quite high, actually.
Did you do the full windmill? Or
No,
just
well,
lift
like
your
a Steve
hands?
Smith.
Yeah. Did you shout no run as well?
Well, bold.
As your off stump's gone. Tumbling back. I don't think I have a leave anymore.
Do you not?
White into Crane and in defence, back down the pitch.
I don't think I've seen you leave it too many times, actually, if I'm honest. But then that's your shot out there, isn't it? So that's one of your areas, so you're not going to.
And it's how I get out as well. Sometimes there's some that I should leave and just get caught behind, but hey-ho. Speaking of Steve Smith, he was batting for Sussex, and he still is batting. He's on 72 off 154. Will he get his first 100 on English soil prior to the Ashes for Sussex?
I think he was 60 overnight, was he? Something like that. So he's obviously, it looks like, well, we've had, what, 40-odd minutes this morning? Looks like he's determined to get 100. Because this is his last game, isn't it, for Sussex? His only home game out of the 3 games he's playing. Taylor round the wicket, right arm over, bowls to Barker. Oh, Barker's playing a missing. He's trying to nibble that one. I think there was daylight between bat and ball, even from up here, but they're appealing for a caught behind. Taylor's still looking a bit quizzically at the umpire and back to the batter. I don't know, maybe it was just an optical illusion from where I am, but it looked like clear daylight.
Very low carry again, wasn't it? Barker just rehearsing the shot of getting forward.
He loves that little sort of tickle down to third, doesn't he? Now, there's a gully in there, but that's the only protection in that area. If he can find the gap again, that's 4 runs. He's done that once or twice this morning, especially early on. 362 for 7 in the 107th over here, as Taylor comes in again. And bowls, that's well wide of off stump, and Barker's not trying to do anything with that one.
I reckon down to third man is one of Keith Barker's most fruition scoring shots. He seems to, every game that I watch, get a fair chunk of his runs down there. So I'd like this gully position.
Do you?
I think whether it'll carry or not on this pitch to that position, but it will just put a bit of doubt in Barker's mind to not just try and guide it down there as he does.
So he wanted to be in control of the shot, wouldn't he? As Taylor comes in again and bowls, it's very wide of off stump again. You know, in this day and age where there's so much analysis done on players, I mean, clearly, and we've talked about it once or twice, where, and even yesterday, Northampton were bowling a little short with Buckingham at Keith Barker, and Surrey did it at him, bowled very short, which caused him to miss a couple of games with some fractures on his hands. I would have thought, you know, part of that analysis would be, do you know what, he scores a lot of runs down to third. But quite often, there's no fielder in that area.
We saw Ben Brown, though, didn't we, chop on trying to run it to third man on this pitch.
Yeah. That's worked from a fullish length wide of mid-on. Throw comes in at the keeper's end. Just misses Mason Crane as he makes his ground.
Sometimes when the pitch is slower, it's actually quite a hard or high risk shot to play.
It is. Yeah, slow and low bounce. That's when you tend to get a lot more plays on, don't you? Played on from bottom edges where the bat's coming down, because his bat was coming down at an angle, wasn't it? So if it's not quite bouncing, it tends to hit the bottom edge. That's why you get the plays on in those situations. 363 for 7. Crane is on 4, playing his first match of the season, his first class match since last May, when he actually played for Sussex against Middlesex at Hove when he was on loan. Played one match for Hampshire just before that in the Championship at Canterbury. He's played very few first-class matches. Mason Crane recently, that's a good short delivery. Mason Crane played that well, actually, just ducked as the ball went over his shoulder. Good bouncer. I think that's, sorry.
I was just saying, I'm looking over to the nursery ground and I feel like that's Lauren Bell having a bowl. She wasn't training yesterday, she was on a rest, but that gives me Lauren Bell vibes over.
Yeah. She going up to?
She's not actually.
No, she's not in the Vipers.
She's not. She's obviously got to build up with some red ball overs as well, hasn't she? With hoping to get into that Ashes Test match side.
So when does the Ashes start? Because this, we were saying about this Charlotte Edwards being all over in literally 3 weeks, and the competition started last night. You guys are starting next Tuesday up at Falkland Cricket Club near Newbury. Full delivery. Mason Crane's driving but not moving his feet. Ball goes past the outside edge through to the keeper. 363 for 7. When does that? So the Charlotte Edwards is over by what, mid-June?
Yeah. So the Charlotte Edwards is over, I think, the 7th, 8th, 9th of June, something like that.
Right.
That weekend, and then I think the Test matches mid-June, so it's either the following week or the week after, but obviously 16th of June. But obviously the red ball's a format that bowlers have got to build up their workloads to, because they're not used to running in and bowling 20 overs in a day like we see Championship cricket, because at domestic level we play no red ball. But also it's a different skill, isn't it, bowling with a red ball to a white ball. So
Definitely.
It's going to be a tough balance. There's white into Barker, and that's driven up to mid-off, will be no run. I'm hoping for the Vipers though, we'll see a lot of Lauren Bell at Charlotte Edwards Cup. She's a real asset to our side. A with the new ball, and B at the deaf. You saw her here for the Southern Brave being so successful. .363 for 7 then, Hampshire. Slow, steady start to the morning.
Quite deliberate, isn't it?
In again and bowls, driven up to mid-on this time. Will be no run. Added 35 this morning. No, good maths, 32.
You obviously didn't pass a maths exam along with your physics exam.
Did that a long time ago. It's one of those things that we were actually talking about this the other day, that some of our academy players are doing like their GCSEs, their A-levels at the moment, and obviously we're wishing them well, supporting them as White into Barker, outside edge down to third man. There is a fielder, so it will just be a single to Barker. He moves to 36 and the score 364 for 7. But I can't remember a single thing from back at school. Like if I had to do a GCSE paper now, like some of the maths, don't get me wrong, I'll be able to do, but do you remember like all those algebra equations and stuff?
Yeah.
You get taught science. I don't think I'd pass. Is that worrying?
Well,
or have I just only retained useful information?
Well, I suppose it depends on you now being a pro cricketer, just how much algebra you need during the game.
Start putting them into the scoreboard. White in again to Crane. That's racked him on the pad and given. Crane just tried to work it onto the onside. Let's hit his front pad. And he has to go for just that one scoring shot of 4. But that did look in front of the stumps. So White picks up another wicket. And Mason Crane gone 364 for 8, Hampshire.
Yeah, it's nipped back on him as well, didn't it, really? And he stuck right on the crease there. That looked pretty much out, didn't it? And Jack Wright's perseverance shining through once more. Just keeps running in, doesn't he? I do like watching this guy bowl, I have to say. He's just a wholehearted bowler. Good action.
And his hair.
Oh, I've not seen him that close up.
His hair, you can see it from here in the wind. Streamlined.
I'll take a little bit more notice next time.
Next
I tend
delivery.
to watch his wrist position and the ball bowling rather than what his hair's doing as he lets the ball go.
Let's be the debutant, John Turner.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen him bat too much. Obviously, has done well for Hampshire in the Royal London One Day Cup, especially last year. Top wicket taker with 20. Looking forward to seeing him bowl. He can bowl a bit as well. But in terms of batting, there's not too much there to worry about, but he doesn't really get a lot of a chance, does he, really? So, be interesting. Got to try and eke out a few more runs here, because I've got an email here from Neil, who's Managing Director at Explorer Coffees, other coffee companies available, of course, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, what's the target here for Hampshire? What do you think they're aiming for? Well, I'll be honest with you, I think they're just going to try and get as many as they can, aren't they? As you hinted earlier, and I think it's pretty obvious that you know there's no point in batting a second time here. It's a decent total, there's no doubt about it. Quite how good it is, we don't know, because you know the nature of this wicket is slightly different to what we normally have. But it's still a formidable total.
Yeah, it definitely is, and Northampton's under pressure as well with runs. They need some of their top order to step up. And I'm sure the Hampshire fielding and bowling unit will make them well aware of that when Hampshire get a chance. John Turner then, number 6 on his back. Arm guard just looking round at the field. 2 slips. A gully. There's White in bowls, and that is an outside edge and taken. Great diving catch to the right. There was a gap between second and fourth slip. And that's a fantastic take. But John Turner goes for a first ball duck.
Whoa, it's on a hat-trick, Jack White.
364 for 9 now.
That went quickly. That is a really good catch, isn't it? And I tell you what, was it? Emilio Gay. He enjoyed that as well. You could tell he really enjoyed that. Both hands wrapped around the ball. Never looked like dropping it, but it went quickly. And that's one of those that you really do enjoy.
Tell you what, I feel like obviously James Fuller missing out due to illness in this side, but the side just looks slightly more balanced, doesn't it, when he's in the lineup? Obviously he would have come in the place of Mason Crane, and he's a genuine all-rounder. He's played beautifully and he gets runs quite often for Hampshire towards the back end of an innings, but obviously now you've got Crane, Turner and Ageas.
It's a bit of a tale.
Kyle Abbott as well this season hasn't scored a lot of runs, but sometimes he's done a job for Hampshire. But Mo Ageas, he's in the form of his life and he's told Kevin James he's going to score way more than 9. Today will be the day for Hampshire, that's for sure.
I think he'll do well at the moment, the way Jack White's going. He's just got to survive the hat-trick ball first and foremost. Popular man around these parts, Mr. Ageas. Was leading the wicket table up until this round of matches. Chris Rushworth has gone past him. Only picked up 1 wicket at Kent. He was really unlucky. I saw him in the lift actually last night. And I just said, how lucky. I don't think he thinks he's going to be bowling loads here, actually. I think he's expecting the spinners to be doing loads.
That's to put his feet up. Here we go then. Hat-trick ball. 3 slips. A 4th slip. More gully position. And 2 fielders in front of the bat as well. Here we go. White charging in from the pavilion end into Ageas, and that's full. But he plays it to mid-wicket. And applause from this Hampshire crowd for an impressive over from White. Picked up 2 wickets, Mason Crane and John Turner. And he's deserved that for me. He's picked up 4 wickets so far. In 26 overs, 78 runs, 6 maidens. Decent spell, that.
Yeah, that's for sure. Hampshire lost 3 wickets for 9 runs since the fall of Liam Dawson's wicket. 331 for 6 at the start, 364 for 9 now. And what are we? We had into the 109th over, so I think we safely say that Hampshire aren't going to get another bonus point. But Northampton have just picked up another bonus point with that 9th wicket, so it's 3 apiece in the game so far.
Celebrated there.
By Mr. Andrew Radd. He loves a bonus point. They're always bonus points for the bowling, Andrew, aren't they?
Every little helps. What's that's a slogan? What's that's a slogan for?
Every little helps. That is an advert, isn't there? There's an advert in there somewhere. Here's Taylor then round the wicket to Barker. Well, how's Barker going to play this? Well, that one he's left alone. The field a little bit more scattered, mainly square and behind square on both the off and leg sides, because, as we were saying, Keith loves to sort of flick the ball around behind square and move the wrists around and the face of the bat.
Third man.
They've got those. Yeah, there is a third in there now. If it's up there, I think Barker will go for it. He tends to do that as well if it's pitched up. It just depends on how much he trusts Mo Ageas out there at the moment, because there is a few more runs to be had for Hampshire if they can just work this nicely. As Baylor bowls, and again it's a good line. The ball just straightens up on Barker. That's a good leave as well. He's going to have to get it right, Barker, otherwise if he goes for the drive there's a good chance he could get an edge through to the slips. And the Northamptonshire slip catching has been much better than it was in the first game between these two. Mind you, Gareth Berg was guilty of a few drop catches. He's not in the side. It's very disappointing, isn't it? The 2 former Hampshire players in the Northamptonshire side, neither are actually taking part in this game for different reasons. McManus injured, Berg left out. Barker drives and they'll pick up a single as it goes just wide of mid-off. That's who's that fielded there? Is there a substitute fielder on there? Oh no, so Rob Keogh, sorry. 365 for 9, it brings Ageas on strike.
That's what we're here for.
We love this.
The Hampshire fans love it as well. They didn't actually applaud his forward defence, did they?
I don't know. I don't know. There was maybe more of the applause was for Jack White. Because he gave himself a chance with that, didn't he? It was straight, it was a length ball. It's up to the batter to play it properly, which Abbas did. Here's Taylor bowls, and Abbas takes the bat away. Outside of off stump again, it's good carry.
Lifted a little, didn't it?
It did, yeah. Taylor's found that. Did yesterday. He's done that a few times today. Sort of he just kisses the surface, finds that a bit of extra kiss off the surface, bit of extra pace seemingly. Good carry, as you say, off a length. 365 for 9, Hampshire. It is still a good score. And Northamptonshire's batting is a little bit patchy, to say the least. He's gone for the Yorker there, and he's playing a missing outside the off stump. Abbas again, there's not too much foot movement. That ball just went the other way a fraction.
Just looking at some other scores in Division 1. Sorry, I've lost another wicket. Ollie Pope, the New England vice-captain, gone for 34. So they're now 109 for 2. So trailing by 169 runs to Kent.
Yeah. Kent did well down the order this, didn't they? They were going to get rolled over, and last wicket stand again there. Taylor bowls full. He's gone for the swinging Yorker there. Abbas has played that nicely up to mid-on. Hampshire still have a chance of adding to that 365 for 9.
Somerset against Middlesex down at, it's actually at Lords. They're 398 for 9. Lewis Gregory's still there on 39.
So they've lost 3 wickets this morning.
Middlesex yet to bat. Essex versus Notts. They're batting this morning, so not Essex 298 all out, and Notts at 58 for 1 in reply.
Oh, they've lost 1 wicket this morning then.
Hasib Hamid was the wicket. Caught Alistair Cook. He's in the game again.
He's in the game. He got some runs, didn't he, yesterday?
Let me tell you exactly. He got 72 off 124 balls. Racing along for him. As White continues from the pavilion end to Barker bowls. That's racked him on the pad, appealing for LBW, but on the angle, going down leg side. He's one away from that fifer. What's the feeling as a seamer in that position? Are you aware you got that extra bit of motivation?
Yeah, definitely. Go for it. 100%. Most people remember fifers, not so much forfers. Makes a difference, just that 1 extra wicket.
White very slow, walking back to the top of his mark at the pavilion end. Skips in to Barker bowls, and that's straight again, but played up to mid-on. Mid-on's very deep, so they consider a single, but Barker says nah.
Only 3 times has he taken 5 wickets, but then he hasn't played that much first-class cricket for his age. He's 31 years of age. He's only playing his 23rd first-class match.
365 for 9 then. White again skipping the hair in the wind to Barker bowls, and that's guided to a vacant backward point. The fielder comes in quickly. Mo Abbas wants 2. Keith Barker says nope. Settle for a single. He moves to 38. The score 366 for 9.
You do love that hair of his, don't you?
I do.
Yeah,
It's unique.
Is it?
In the men's game, that's got to be unique.
In what way?
It's long. Like as he's running in, imagine like a streamline when you ride a bike really quick and your hair's behind you in the wind.
You know, like that advert where that sort of Highland coo is on a bike? Is it like that?
Like that. Take a little notice. This delivery. There's 3 slips, a gully. Mo Abbas is just looking at where his deep square leg fielder is. There's White in, pumping his arms to Abbas bowls, and that's worked down to fine leg. Will be a single, and there you are. Mo Abbas off the mark, and a lovely applause from this Hampshire crowd. 367 for 9.
There's 1 or 2 players in this game with very, very low averages. Mo Abbas averages 6 with the bat.
White in bowls, and that's outside the off stump. Nick back a little bit. Barker missed it. That's just gone to Vasconcelos' feet. It's a horrible area to take the ball at your ankles there.
Not good. He's nearly completed 27 overs in this innings, Jack White. That is a long stint, isn't it? It's a long fielding stint, was it? Probably now into the 110th over, but to have bowled 27 overs of seam bowling in that time.
Round the wicket in, bowls driven back to him, will be no run. Not going to get the ball out of his hand now though. He's got 4 wickets. He's got 2 this morning. The most impressive thing about him is he does bowl long spells. We saw him bowl a long spell after lunch yesterday, and he still puts the ball in the right area. He's been impressive. 367 for 9 then. That is 110 overs gone.
Bonus points, that's it. Hampshire didn't even get close to 400 in the end. Those 3 wickets all falling in quick succession hasn't helped. But I don't think they were ever going to get to 400 in that time. Hampshire might have hoped to have done a fraction better this morning. I think Northamptonshire again have come back well. What are you laughing at?
Oh, explain off his delivery.
Taylor bowls, edge, caught first slip, and that is the end of the Hampshire innings. Abbas goes for 1, and Taylor picks up his second wicket, 2 for 58. He finishes on, and Hampshire all out for 367, having been 331 for 6 overnight. So 4 wickets taken by Northamptonshire in a little over an hour's play this morning. Shortly they will begin their reply. So what's your overall take this morning then, Emily?
I think, again, it's probably been relatively balanced. I think Northampton would be the happier of the 2 sides with the position they were in to relatively quickly picked up these wickets. But also I think this is a good total for Hampshire. I think 367 on a pitch that's probably going to dry out a little more. They're in the game, aren't they? And potentially will only have to bat the once if Hampshire do bowl well. So, yeah, I'd say Northampton this morning, the happier of the sides, but overall first innings, I think Hampshire will be very happy with where they're at.
So Jack White finishing with 4 for 80 from 27 overs. Hassan Azad was the catcher at first slip to get rid of Mo Abbas. That left Keith Barker 38 not out. A couple of wickets apiece for Tom Taylor, who picked up both these wickets this morning. James Sales picked up his 2 wickets last night, and a wicket apiece for Jordan Buckingham, who we didn't see this morning. And Rob Keogh also picked up his wicket last night. 367 all out. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with you in less than 10 minutes.
Ball with Hassan Azad at the other end. An awful lot of left-handers as well in this Northamptonshire top order, potentially 5 of the top 6 left-handers, which with Liam Dawson and Mason Crane in the side, I'm sure they'll be pleased about. But it is going to be Gay to face the first ball. Came back into the Northamptonshire side for the previous match against Nottinghamshire after a knee operation. Came back a little earlier, I think, than most of us imagined would be the case. Came back without having played a game for the seconds, which is quite unusual. And looked okay in the first innings, played some decent shots, then chased a wide one. And lost his wicket, and then was out in the flurry of wickets at the start of the Northamptonshire second innings. Keith Barker it is, who's going to start from the far end, the pavilion end, with 3 slips in place. And he's going to be bowling to Emilio Gay with 2 men in there at short mid-wicket. Barker in, bowls to Gay outside the off-stump. Gay playing at it, goes past the outside edge. And a good start for Keith Barker.
Very good start, and the Hampshire slip cordon just taking a bit of a different angle to probably the Northants one. They're quite close because of the carry on the pitch. If anything's going to get to them, they've got to be close to the wicket. Joe Weatherly at third slip there. It's really quite tight.
He is very close. Here's Barker. Left arm over, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. Yeah, the two men in there catching at short mid-wicket is interesting, and it suggests, as you would expect, that Hampshire and coaching staff and James Vince have done their homework, because Emilio Gay does tend to clip in the air a little bit through there. One or two sides were starting to put catches in there last year, and Hampshire straight away.
2 as well.
Yeah, 2 in there, so they've got a plan. A cunning plan, no doubt. Here's Barker. In bowling to Gay, who pushes forward, feels bat on ball, runs out into the covers, and there's no run. Hassan Azad also returning to the Northamptonshire side, having not played in the previous match against Nottinghamshire. Cut his finger batting in the second innings against Somerset down at Taunton and retired, came back next morning and was out more or less straight away, then missed the game against Nottinghamshire, but back in the side now, the top of the order. Here's Barker in again, bowls to Gay, who's steering that to backward point. They go through for a quick single, it's hit direct, and Azad is run out without facing. What a fantastic bit of fielding from backward point. It looked a tight single, a very tight single, and Azad is, well, he doesn't look very happy, but Emilio Gay set off for the single. Azad went as well. It would have taken a direct hit. It got the direct hit. Mason Crane, the fielder, fantastic bit of fielding from backward point. Azad goes, run out without facing, and Northamptonshire are 0 for 1.
Yeah, fantastic bit of work from Mason Crane, but that's exactly what Hampshire would need and wanted to start their innings. And it's not what Northants need when you've got a team that's struggling to score runs. I feel like that's a dismissal that it's almost like he wants to get off the mark. They're searching for it.
Yep.
And in doing that, he's run out his partner without facing a ball.
There was just an element of anxiety about the whole thing, wasn't it? I mean, it was, well, you can argue, and I'm sure we can discuss for as long as you like, and those watching on the stream will discuss about whether there was a single there. I'm not convinced there was. I'm particularly not convinced there was in the first over, given everything that you've rightly highlighted, the fact that Northamptonshire have had, a poor run with the bat collectively. They need a good solid start, and they've got anything but, and you have to feel a bit for Hassan Azad. I mean, he answered the call, but he's been run out without facing, which at school we used to call a plastic chicken, because we were trying to think of like as ducks and golden ducks, and somebody I remember saying that if you were run out without facing, it was a plastic chicken. Well, maybe that's...
Tell you what though, Emilio Gay, if he's ever got more motivation to stay in the middle, he wouldn't. He doesn't want to go back up the stairs in that dressing room anytime soon.
Yes, he does. He does owe, I think, the side, and possibly Hassan Azad in particular, a few. And well, Kevin and I were on commentary when Northampton's batting fell apart on that Saturday morning at Wantage Road, and Josh Cobb was involved in a fairly horrendous run out going for a second that was never really there, especially not at 16 for 4, which became 17 for 5. Here's Barker, first ball to Sam Whiteman, the acting captain, full length, driven back to the bowler by Sam Whiteman. Whiteman, who batted 6 3/4 hours for 130 not out against Somerset at Taunton to save the match on the last day. But the big task here, and we just need to settle things down a bit after that sensational start. Here's Barker in again, bowls to Whiteman, who lets that go outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper Ben Brown. Applause around the ground, but well, really applause is warranted for Mason Crane, because if we can talk about the batting misjudgment and whether there was a single there or not, it was a fantastic bit of fielding. It needed a direct hit, it got the direct hit. And what do you say, Mason Crane hasn't played first-class match for Hampshire for a while. Well, he's got in the act early on. Northamptonshire at the end of the first over, 0 for 1.
Yeah, Mason Crane's a very good fielder. You see him all over the place, mainly in obviously white ball cricket. He really does make an impact, but what a way to start. I know AD Birrell really prides his 11 on their fielding and hitting the stumps, and that's exactly what Mason Crane did at the first time of being asked.
Well, it's going to be inevitably Mohammed Abbas to begin proceedings from this hotel end. I see he's only taken the 26 wickets so far this season, hasn't he? 15 apiece.
That's all.
That's all.
What more could Hampshire fans want?
Yeah, class act, as we know.
Certainly is. And 3 slips in play then. And still that short mid-wicket. There's a bat in and in defence by Gay. Back down the pitch will be no run. I can't get over how close those slips are.
No, very close. Very tight in there. And as you say, third and now fourth. I mean, it's almost within the... you just sometimes see when the slip in the gully is very close to a spinner, they actually put the helmet on. It's not far out of that range, is it? It's very, very tight.
Fletcher Middleton at 4th slip. There's a bat into Gay, bowls. That's worked off his pads through that mid-wicket, timed nicely by Gay. That will trickle over the boundary for 4, but he's off the mark now. 4 for 1, not Northamptonshire.
Well, that'll make him feel a little better, certainly. Just working that one away through the onside. And as you say, Emilio Gay will... I don't know where Hassan Azad's seat is in the dressing room, but if he does get back in there at lunchtime, which Northamptonshire will hope is the case, then he may just have a little detour around wherever that seat is.
Abbas then with his little scurry into the wicket bowls and the thick inside edge. The fielder that was at 4th slip, Fletcher Middleton, is now at the 2nd mid-wicket. Not as tight as they are for Keith Barker, but one is sort of sat where there would be a one-day ring circle. 4 for 1.
At Lord's, Somerset have been bowled out 404 by Middlesex, who've just started their reply.
Abbas again from his favoured hotel end, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. This time a big loud call of no to Mason Crane. Won't make the mistake twice.
Where is his presidential suite here then at the hotel, or that far end? Okay.
If you look at it from the pavilion, it's the top left.
Very smart.
It's where he stays, and I imagine after today's game he might be going back to Pakistan for a period when obviously the T20 blast is happening. There's a Bass into Gay, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Will be no run.
It is one of the joys, of course, of having this hotel on the ground. I'm fortunate enough to be staying here at the moment. It does mean on a lot of grounds, and you have a drive back at the end of the day's play to wherever you're staying. It's not a problem here. You just walk down the corridor.
Big commute to work.
Big commute to work for me. It's about.
I hope you had a 3rd floor room as well.
I have.
Just, there you go. Just up the stairs. Mo Abbas into Gabe, pushed down to 3rd man. There's fielders chasing after it, but they won't get there. That's timed nicely by Gay. That's 2 this over. He'll move to 8. 8 for 1, Northampton.
Yes, it is very, very handy. I think my commute for this game, Emily, is about a dozen steps, something like that, to get to the bottom of the steps that then brings us up to our commentary position. I think I did hear a story that may be apocryphal of one of our colleagues turning up in the morning still in his dressing gown, just having walked up the stairs. But
I can only imagine Kevin James' reaction to that.
Yes, it wasn't Kevin James, I hasten to add, but whose sartorial standards are high at all times. 8 for 1, Keith Barker running into bowl to Sam Whiteman. 3 slips and a gully outside the off stump. Whiteman leaves well alone, goes through to Ben Brown. So this morning, Hampshire resuming on 331 for 6, took it to 355 for 6, and then Taylor produced a beauty to bowl Liam Dawson for 63. That was 355 for 7. Crane and Turner going in successive balls to Jack White, and then Abbas caught at first slip by Azad off Taylor for a single. 367 all out. Here's Barker in, bowls to Whiteman, comes right across his stumps. Barker thought for a split second he might be in business, but Whiteman gets a bat on it, drives it up to mid-on, and there's no run. White finishing with 4 for 80 from 27 overs, so 19 wickets for Jack White in the championship this season. Northampton just leading wicket taker. And like Kevin James, I was really pleased to see Tom Taylor get a couple of wickets because he bowled well enough yesterday to warrant it. Didn't have a lot of luck, picked up 2 this morning. Barker in again, bowls to Whiteman again, playing forward, pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run. So 4 wickets for Jack White, 2 for Taylor, 2 for James Sales yesterday, 1 apiece for Jordan Buckingham and Rob Keogh. Got the wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos, of James Vince yesterday, caught by Ricardo Vasconcelos behind the stumps. Barker in again, bowls to Sam Whiteman, who drives, a bit more intent this time, but again it goes same place as the previous 2 deliveries, up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Back on to White. Kev was commenting on my love for his hair as he runs in. We've had an email on this from Luke Wood asking if I enjoyed watching Ryan Sidebottom's hair as he was running into bowl. He certainly had the curly locks as well. White's a little straighter.
That's right, yeah.
Sidebottom with the curly locks, but yeah, I feel like it's a new thing.
Barker in, bowling to Whiteman, pushes up to mid-off by way of variety this time, and again there's no run. Yeah, Jack's he's very much his own man, very much has his own style of doing most things, I think, but as you say, you can certainly see those locks streaming in the gale force winds of Cumbria as he tramps over the fells. I'm surprised actually he's managed to get down here without a certain amount of nervousness. He usually gets a bit nervous coming this far south. Here's Barker in again, bowling to Whiteman, who's pushing forward into the gully, and there's no run. End of the over. 8 for 1 Northamptonshire. All those runs coming to Emilio Gay. Maiden for Keith Barker, his 2nd in a row, and Sam Whiteman yet to get off the mark. The man out, Hassan Azad, run out by Mason Crane without facing for naught. Yes, I think it stemmed from, I was talking to him last year when he'd taken some wickets and was against Warwickshire at Northampton and was then going to be going down to Canterbury for the next match, and I said he must be looking forward to that, Jack. And he's looked at me and he says, it's a long way south, isn't it? Well, yes it is, but you'll be fine, honestly. Time difference.
Be a little bit warmer.
Well, yeah,
hopefully he's got some more sun cream on.
He's not a big fan of the heat, I don't think.
As a cricketer, that's unique. A bass into Gay, that's worked off his pads, a half appeal for an LBW. Hampshire won't mind him playing that shot. They've got a really tight mid-on. Ian Holland at mid-wicket and a catch in position, and Fletcher Middleton just in front of square.
I told him that time difference isn't a problem really. There's not much of one. Don't have to alter your watches when you come over the Thames, but anyway, he's done well today.
Mo Abbas skipping in to Gay, and that's played back down the pitch in defence this time. Ben Brown Big clap from behind the stumps. A lot of noise out there from the Hampshire fielders at the moment.
I mean, as you say, with runs on the board, they're in a strong position anyway. And that wicket in the first over, and the way it came, with just a moment of brilliance from Mason Crane. Let's leave aside the judgment of the runners, the batters at this stage, and then running between the wickets. It just must have given Hampshire a huge little lift in this short session before lunch.
Abbas right arm round to Gay. That's worked to mid wicket. Fletcher Middleton, the one just in front of square. Will be no run. Again, every time it hits the bat, whether it's the middle of the bat or not, there's a few oohs and ahs from the Hampshire slip cordon. James Vince, Liam Dawson, Joe Weatherly in there. Joe Weatherly came back into the side last week against Kent. The opening batter. It's bowled some overs as well, overs of off spin, which if this pitch gets dry we will be seeing more of. There's a bass round the wicket. Bowls left alone outside the off stump, this time by Gay.
Yeah, I wonder, obviously it depends what happens in the next 20 minutes or so, but wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see a speculative over or two of spin maybe before lunch, just to see if it is going to do anything, get the leggy on, especially if perhaps the seamers have managed to nip another one out, and with that plethora of left-handers at the top of the order as well.
Abbas then, number 38, runs in to Gay, and that's in defence. Nice strong position from him, front pad forward to the pitch of the ball. Again, no run, 8 for 1. Just a 2 scoring shot so far. We've seen 2 fours. The beauty of these two in the attack, Barker and Abbas, so much experience. They just so rarely give that loose delivery.
Yeah. Well, it's got to build pressure, haven't they?
Final ball of the 4th over. Abbas into Gay, and that's left alone outside the off stump. 8 for 1 the score. Gay on 8. He has all 8 of them. Whiteman yet to trouble the scorers. I'll leave you with Andrew Rudd, and Kevin James will join.
Thanks, Emily. We're back with us a little bit later on, just to go through the scores from elsewhere. Mentioned Somerset bowled out for 404 at Lords. Middlesex just started their reply, 5 for no wicket. At Trent Bridge, Essex 298 all out. Nottinghamshire 85 for 1 in reply. And at the Oval, Kent bowled out for 278. Terrific recovery from them yesterday. Surrey 131 for 3. As Keith Barker at the end of his mark, running in towards us from the pavilion end to bowl to Sam Whiteman, who drives up to mid-off, but there's no run. Whiteman still looking for his first runs. In Division 2 at Bristol, Durham 445 all out. Gloucestershire 34 for 1 in reply. At Hove, after Glamorgan were turned over quickly yesterday for 123, Sussex now 278 for 5 in reply. Steve Smith out for 89. Here's Barker in again, bowls to Whiteman, very full, and Whiteman drives back down the pitch, fielded by Barker off his own bowling. James Harris has got rid of Steve Smith this morning, 278 for 5, so Sussex in a strong position there. And New Road, where we had that clatter of wickets yesterday, Leicestershire 123 for 5 in their second innings. They're 213 ahead of Worcestershire, and you need to update Solent.
There we go. Well, Northamptonshire are batting now. They are 8 for 1, replying to the Hampshire all-out total this morning of 367. So Hampshire added just 36 runs for their last 4 wickets. In fact, those 4 wickets came in a spell where they lost 4 for 12 in just 33 balls. But they have taken the Northamptonshire wicket already. In fact, it came in the first over where Emilio Gay pushed into the covers, called Hassan Azad for a single. Mason Crane threw the stumps down, and Azad was out without even facing a ball. Northamptonshire then 8 for 1.
Barker in again to bowl to Whiteman, who's pushing forward again, out into the offside, runs up to mid-off, is fairly wide, and there's no run. Still cannot quite believe that moment in the first over, the dismissal of Hassan Azad. Really was a sort of dismissal that tells you all you need to know about the respective confidence in the two camps, if you like. Northamptonshire just so short of it with the bat. Here's Barker in again, bowls, and that nips that one back, and he's bowled him. Oh, he's at LBW. I thought it had actually run onto the stumps. It hasn't, but he's been given out LBW. It looked to be absolutely dead in front. I thought it had just rolled back and maybe dislodged a bail, because they seem to be celebrating early, but Whiteman has gone LBW. He was given out eventually by the umpire. Whiteman goes without scoring, and Northamptonshire's trials and tribulations, we were just talking about the lack of confidence with the bat, and that is continuing. And Sam Whiteman, I think it's fair to say, doesn't look terribly happy there, but nevertheless he's got to go. He's out without scoring, as was Hassan Azad. LBW to Keith Barker, and Northamptonshire 8 for 2. And I'm just quite keen to have another look at this one on the replay, because I thought it had actually just nipped back, and I think he thought he got a bit of bat on that. I don't know how your view of that was, Kevin, but he pushed forward, it just shaped back into him, so I thought it had just rolled back onto the stumps. It hadn't, but I think Whiteman felt he may have got an inside edge on that, but he's been given out. That's all that matters. And Northamptonshire 8 for 2, and Rob Keogh bagged a pair in the previous match. Comes out in a not particularly promising situation.
Yeah, that's a big wicket for Hampshire to get. He was stuck on the crease. If it was an inside edge, very difficult to tell, of course, from this
absolutely
from this distance. But he did nip back on him, and he didn't move. So if there wasn't an inside edge, then
well, certainly there was. They were very, very confident, which is what made me think at first that it might just have rolled back and dislodged a bail, because they seemed to be celebrating. Certainly well before the finger went up, but the finger did go up, and the official verdict has come up from the scorers is LBW. So it may just explain, as I say, why Sam Whiteman didn't look particularly chuffed. He may just have been disappointed, but just got the impression he may think he was a little unlucky. Anyway, it's Rob Keogh coming to the crease, and well, we said it was going to be a testing little session for Northamptonshire, and they desperately now need not to lose another wicket before lunch. If they, after being about 11 for 4 against Nottinghamshire last time out, there's just all those thing going through the minds of the top order. And here's Barker, tail up, 4 slips in place, bowling to Rob Keogh, and Keogh's hit on the pad. That one I think did too much and was probably a little bit too high. They started to appeal, decided not to, and that's the end of a successful over for Keith Barker, who is yet to concede a run. 3 overs, 3 maidens, 1 wicket, no runs, and Northamptonshire are 8 for 2.
That's a good shout. I'll tell you what, that's coming back in at Keogh. He probably did get an inside edge on that one, but that is a really good shout. And Barker's got it, ball just swinging back into the right-hander there. Yeah, it doesn't help, is it, when you've been bowled at for 72 in your last innings, and then both batters out for no score. That does put a few doubts amongst the team back in the dressing room and sitting around and just wondering what's going to happen this time around. Amelia Gay, who I have to say looked a good player here last year when he made 74 in the second innings in the championship game, as pushes at Bass, who throws the ball at the stumps, because Amelia Gay was on the walk after hitting that one back to the bowler. Good thinking from Abbas, just got Gay there thinking a little bit, had to turn quite quickly.
Yeah, you look at Northamptonshire's top order, looking at that game, obviously the Hampshire match, they were 48 for 4, 76 for 5 in the first innings, 17 for 5, 46 for 6 in the follow-on. Had a better start against Somerset at Taunton. Go back to that in a second.
Bass round the wicket to Gay. Comes in and bowls. Gay edges! Oh, Dawson's put it down. Oh, the oohs from the crowd there. Now, Dawson doesn't normally drop those. 2 hands, diving to his right, just in front of Vince. Maybe just to Vince's left-hand side. But that was catchable. Dawson gives Gay a life.
It was heart in the mouth time. Again, just going back to that point about the top order, so Taunton had a better start, 116 for 1, but then 181 for 6, so the middle order rather fell apart, and they managed to save that match in the second innings thanks to Sam Whiteman, and then of course Nottinghamshire, another batting horror show. Bowled out for 158 in the first innings, losing 7 wickets for 17, and then 11 for 4 in the second, and rolled out for 72.
A pass over the wicket to Keogh, and outside the off stump. Some interesting batting going on there.
I feel almost guilty keeping all these sort of stats and notes, but it just needs, you know, to explain, I think, to our listeners, especially those probably the Hampshire supporters, that Northamptonshire's batting at the moment is just not a thing of great strength in terms of resilience, whatever you want to put it down to, but it's not going well.
Should be 9 for 3, but they're 9 for 2. Mohamed Abbas, who worked hard last week, only picked up 1 wicket suddenly, having gone from Division 1's leading wicket taker, suddenly finding wickets hard to come by, and that hasn't helped. Here he is to Keogh. Bowls, and Keogh's forward into the gap in the covers will pick up a single off the mark. 10 for 2 now, Northamptonshire.
Well, that'll make you feel a little bit better after he bagged a pair at County Ground against Nottinghamshire. They say you're not a proper cricketer unless you've bagged them. Well, he certainly managed to bag them in that game. And after, as I say, I mentioned earlier, after a very strong start with a century at Canterbury and 75 not out against Middlesex, since then 11 and 0, 19 and 14, 0 and 0.
Here's Abbas into Gay, short, and Gay pulls that away. It's in the air. This could be caught at deep square leg, and he's gone. Crowd enjoyed that one as well, as much as Mo Abbas. And Emilio Gay, that is a huge mistake there. Got right underneath that one and just presented a simple catch out there in the deep. Just trying to work out, I think that's Fletcher Middleton out there. Didn't have to move. Gay goes for 9, and it is 10 for 3.
It's a little hard to know what to say about that, to be honest. Apart from that is, as you say, a big mistake. It was a short ball. I don't know whether Emilio Gay's head was just not quite there. He'd obviously been involved in that run out in the first over, and that always just puts a few bad thoughts in the batter's mind. And then he was dropped. And obviously coming back to the side as well, just needing to try and, if you like, re-establish himself. And it was the sucker punch, wasn't it? It was the short ball. They got a man back in front of the tunnel, and he didn't have to move. Hit it straight down his throat. Northamptonshire really now are in disarray, and, well, as they say, I don't know if they sell tickets for last day here, but if those who have tickets for Sunday will probably be already wondering whether they might have to find alternative entertainment.
Well, to be honest, the only one that's really been got out was Sam Whiteman.
Yeah.
You know, Hassan Azad, well, that's just unfortunate. He has to trust Emilio Gay on the run there, and it's not a good run. But there, Gay's made a mistake. So, I mean, 2 out of the 3 wickets to fall have actually been mistakes. Yeah,
well, as I say, that just feeds into the narrative that we were discussing earlier, isn't it? And I mean, you I'm sure would have played inside, whether to quite this degree, Kevin, but you just get into a sort of collective mindset when things that you think you know, and you think you know your own game, and suddenly all the sort of doubts creep in, and you don't know that. I just talked to John Sadler about it, the head coach, and he said, we would be worried if we weren't putting the hours in, if they weren't preparing, but they are. But sometimes there's only so much, as I've said before, only so much the coaches can do, and when the batters are actually out there in the middle, they have to make the decisions. And so far, the decision making, as I say, leaving Sam Whiteman aside, the decision making has not been great.
So Ricardo Vasconcelos, who normally opens the batting for Northamptonshire, finds himself coming in at number 5 and probably feeling like an opener, because he's coming in the 6th over. Wouldn't really have expected to be batting before lunch, but here he is, the left-hander. Abbas is round the wicket and it's pushed forward. Good length ball, that. Testing delivery first up for Mo Abbas. We'll get a good round of applause. Here it comes. Northamptonshire 10 for 3, replying to the Hampshire All-Out total of 367.
Well, there's been a touch of the sort of Keystone Cops cricket this morning. If you take the end of the Hampshire innings, last 4 wickets for 12 runs in 33 balls. And so in the space of just over 10 overs, we've had 7 wickets fall for 22 runs between the two sides. So As I think you mentioned when you were on with Emily earlier, the game is moving forward.
It is.
One way or another. Applause for Mohammed Abbas, and rightly so, as he goes down to his fielding position down at long leg. It's going to be Barker to continue bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Keogh, the first right-hander in the Northamptonshire batting lineup. 4 slips waiting for an edge as Barker is in, bowls to Keogh. Good carry, good bounce from Barker, and Keogh manages to get everything out of the way. Bat and gloves, goes through to Ben Brown. Well, Northamptonshire, as we say, haven't won on this ground for 20 years in the county championship. It's going to take something fairly remarkable if they're going to win this one. Here's Keogh facing the next ball from Barker, and it's down the leg side, and Keogh getting inside it, looking to try and glance it down to fine leg. They're going to come back for 2. Was there any bat involved? We'll see. No, there wasn't. It's a leg by, signalled by the umpire, so 2 more onto the total. Northamptonshire are 12 for 3. Follow on seems a long way off as well.
I haven't even worked it out yet. What is
where are we?
3, 6, 7.
Yeah, so
18, 218.
Here's Barker in again, hangs that outside the off stump, left alone by Keogh. Yes, it is 218. That is correct.
I've surprised myself there, working
Very
out.
good.
No, honestly, I seriously have surprised myself.
Yeah, 218 Northamptonshire needs, so another 206 to avoid the follow on, which at the moment does seem a long way away.
It'll change.
Well,
things always
Northamptonshire
change.
will hope so, but here's Barker round the wicket to Keogh, who drives on the half volley, intercepted, gets a couple of hands to it, Barker, but just deflects it out towards mid-on, and there's no run. Fielded there by Joe Weatherly.
I always think Keogh's a good player, wasn't he? I mean, actually, it's a slightly disappointing career batting average of 30. He's a better player than that. He's averaging just under 40 this year.
Yeah, certainly is a better player than that. But as I say, he started really strongly, and it's just runs have just dried up a little bit in the last few weeks. Here's Barker in again, bowls to Keogh, drives, an extravagant drive outside the off stump. Doesn't get anything on it. Goes through to Ben Brown. My apologies to John Turner, by the way. I think I described as Joe Weatherly is in there at mid-on. Weatherly's at 3rd slip. John Turner on championship debut. Looking forward to his first bowl if he gets on.
It's a very different looking Hampshire attack for this game. No Fuller, no Aber.
Similar result as far as Northamptonshire are concerned though. Only the names have been changed, the score hasn't. Here's Barker in again, bowls to Keogh outside the off stump. Left alone, goes through to Ben Brown, end of the over. Keogh is 1, Vasconcelos faced just 1 ball yet to get off the mark. Another mark maiden for Keith Barker, who still hasn't conceded a run. 4 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for naught. And Northamptonshire are 12 for 3. We have about 13 minutes to go until lunch, and for Northamptonshire, lunch cannot come soon enough.
That's for sure, yeah. Keith Barker a little bit down on the wickets this year. I mean, he's missed a couple of games anyway with injury, but hasn't taken more than 2 in an innings so far. By now he was, I wouldn't say running rampant, but it felt like it at times. So his season's just taking a bit of time to get going. But 12 for 3 is a handy position for Hampshire to have Northampton as Abbas comes in and bowls to Vasconcelos. That's a good leave because that ball is just shaping away as it arrives at the batter. This will be testing again with the ball angling into the left-hander and then bouncing and then just shaping away. Very, very difficult.
Yeah, Ricardo Vasconcelos, in contrast to Rob Keogh, started off struggling a bit, made a good 39 in his first innings of the season at Canterbury, but then has struggled a bit for runs until the last 2 games when he's made a 70 and a 60 and has, dare I say, it looked a little bit more like his old self.
Yeah, I'll give him some confidence when you get in sticky situations like this. He's forward, thick outside edge, gap at 3rd. Goes down towards the boundary. Mason Crane is running after it. He looks very enthusiastic here, Mason Crane, through the stumps down to get rid of Assad. First time we've seen him this year. Looks very enthusiastic. Looks as though he's loving to be out there. 14 for 3 then, Northamptonshire.
I don't know if this is symbolic in some way, but I'm pretty sure I can see Northamptonshire's chaplain walking round the ground just in front of the scoreboard there, David Chawner. I did spot him on the ground yesterday, so I'm pretty sure that's him.
Here's a pass again to Vasconcelos, plays that one into the ground.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
It is him, so...
Might have a bit of work to do.
Well, you said it.
Well,
14 for 3.
I suppose it's days like this where batters got too much time to... That's the trouble, you have too much time to think about things as well, and if your recent past isn't great, the team's is not great, and then you've got all day to think about it, or you probably should have, because somebody should be getting in here. That makes it worse. Here comes Abbas again and bowls, and Vasconcelos pushes forward to a straight ball, goes up to Barker at mid-on. Yeah, you're better off going off and playing squash. Well, you can't play squash here because there isn't a squash court, but you know what I mean, you're better off going off doing something.
You can knock a few balls around on the around the greens, or
there's plenty of. Well, I suppose you've got to be seen to be doing something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose you can't just go to the coach and say, do you know what, I'm going to have 18 holes of golf with the rest bat. That's tempting, and I'm sure there's a few who'd love to do that. That's
a throwback to the that's an Ingleby Mackenzie one, isn't it? Really,
that would be awesome. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. In fact, there's an article on the BBC Sport website at the moment, isn't it? BBC Cricket website. David Gow.
Oh yes.
Talking about one of the Ashes series, of course, where he went off in the Tiger Moth, and there was in the next field, and these people were flying Tiger Moth, so him and Johnny Morris decided to go over and get in one, and of course they made the fatal mistake of, I think, allowing the pilot to
buzz the ground, wasn't it? Yeah.
And of course that didn't go down particularly well, but it's quite an interesting. It's on the BBC Cricket website.
It is
at the
good.
moment.
I was reading it this morning. It's very good.
Here comes Abbas down the leg side, almost tucks that away to the keeper. Good diving stop from Ben Brown at the end of that over. We have just under 10 minutes to go until lunch. Northamptonshire 14 for 3.
And also, of course, in that 89 series at the start of it, when he walked out of the press conference to go and see anything goes at the was it Drury Lane or whatever, somewhere in the West End. So
it brings back a few things that happened around that time, doesn't it? That you kind of forget about.
Well, yes, and also, of course, in the 89 series, rumbling on in the background was another rebel tour, another unofficial tour to South Africa that was being. Recruitment was going on for, and that broke later in the season. I remember that very well. 4 slips in, Barker round the wicket to Keogh outside the off stump, and now Keith Barker, he just caught his ankle there, I think. Did notice earlier on they were hammering down, ground staff were out there just hammering down the footholds, and I think they're going to be called out again, because I think Keith Barker has maybe just turned his ankle. I don't think anything, hopefully nothing too serious, but he's pulled up almost immediately in his follow through there after Keogh had let that one go, and now he and the umpire and 1 or 2 of the Hampshire players are just having a little look, and the groundsman's coming out with his, I'm sure there must be a technical name for that particular implement.
I think it's going to cut the sides.
Yeah.
Or is it one of those that bangs things down? Bangs it.
It's a sort of thumper. You can probably hear it through our effects mic, really hammering down at where the bowler lands, the crease there, and it's just, I'd say it's the second time they've had to do that in the last 3/4 of an hour or so. There's obviously maybe just a little bit of an issue there.
Yeah, it's unusual actually. I must admit, it's not an issue you normally see here. I guess maybe
because it's so dry. That's what I was thinking. If that had maybe had something to do with it.
I mean, I don't know. I only see when you go out there each day, but they obviously water around the area and put in a mixture of sort of bit of concrete, bit of cement, and a bit of soil, and bang it down like that. But it's obviously not binding too well.
Here's Barker round the wicket again, bowling to Keogh, who's playing that up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Stays at 14 for 3. Northamptonshire having lost Azad without facing for 0, Whiteman for 0, and Gay for 9. Batting to come for Northamptonshire, Safe Zabe, James Sales, Tom Taylor, Jordan Buckingham, Alex Russell and Jack White. Might be an interesting tussle for 10 and 11 there, actually. Here's Barker, in bowls to Keogh, plays slightly across that one. Goes out to mid-wicket and there's no run. Keogh's had a problem in the past little technical thing where he's just head's come across a little bit, fallen over, and he worked incredibly hard, I know, in the last couple of seasons just to try and iron that one out. Had a really good year last year, bat and ball. Was Northamptonshire's Championship Player of the Year and also the Players' Player of the Year, which I know meant a lot to him. Facing this next ball from Keith Barker. He's in behind that one, plays it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Still, Keith Barker has not conceded a run. So he's bowled now 29 balls, 28 balls, 29 balls, without conceding a run. He picked up the wicket of Sam Whiteman. 14 for 3.
That's a good wicket to get, isn't he? Because, I mean, he sticks around a bit, doesn't he, Whiteman?
Certainly does. Here's Barker, and again bowls to Keogh. Runs that down towards backward point. Ricardo Vasconcelos was thinking about a single, and Keogh sent him back wisely.
Yeah, don't take one to Mason Craig.
Well, I guess you'd think that that particular lesson, you would hope, has been learned. That was the penultimate ball of the over, so it is now 29 balls without conceding a run. 1 ball to go. What could be his 5th consecutive maiden. Barker is in again, bowls to Keogh, and it is outside the off stump, left alone. 14 for 3. Barker 5 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for naught. 14 for 3 Northamptonshire, with Keogh and Vasconcelos just really having eyes for the lunch break in about 5 minutes' time.
So it's just Moa Bats that's conceding the runs off the bat at the moment. That's very unusual. It's normally
good.
Yes, yeah.
Have a word.
It's normally the other way around. He's conceded 12 off 4, which for Mohamed Abbas actually is fairly expensive. But he has picked up a wicket, which will make him feel a lot better. I saw him in the elevator last night, and he was incredibly unlucky last week. Only 1 wicket in the game against Kent. Here he is round the wicket to Vasconcelos. This might be the last over. Edge short of 3rd slip. Bounced well in front. I think there's Joe Weatherly there. He's got a painful blow just above the palm of the right hand, somewhere around the wrist area. That's always painful. But that definitely fell short. There's been one that did carry, but it wasn't particularly expensive. Gay dropped by Dawson, moving smartly to his right off Abbas. But Gay only added 1 more before he perished in the deep off the bowler we're watching now. Comes in again to Vasconcelos, and Vasconcelos leaves that one alone. That's good judgment. Don't want to be playing at those ones. There's only one thing you do if you play at those, and you just give the slips catching practice. So good leave.
I was just trying to remember if it wasn't the case when Jack White had taken 2 in 2. Thinking about championship hat-tricks for Northamptonshire. I did see the last one, which was Andrew Hall.
Ah, yes.
Back in 2010.
It's a while ago.
It was, yeah. Well, before that, 1980, Chippy Williams.
Ooh. The spinner. Oh, he's playing at that one. That's a good delivery. Just pitching and leaving the left-hander. Had to play at that one. What was that? Must have been a turning wicket, was it?
That was at the county ground against Gloucestershire in 1980. There's never been a Northamptonshire hat-trick against Hampshire.
Of course.
needless to say.
You didn't need to say that.
Of course, going down that list, dear old Tex Dilly, who's still with us, and I hope maybe still listening, who took 2 in a season in 1961 for Northamptonshire, Mike Dilly.
Okay. Abbas. Oh, my word, that's a good leave. That's very close to the off stump. That didn't probably move away as much as Vasconcelos thought, and Ben Brown's took in that well to his right.
In fact, 2 in 6 weeks.
Did he really?
2 championship hat-tricks in 6 weeks. I shall just go and update BBC Radio Northampton to the 1 o'clock, and you can talk us through to lunch, Kevin, if that's okay.
So 4 slips in there. There is not really a short leg. It's a little bit deeper than that. It's probably a little bit more from a defensive push. Although, as I speak, that fielder is being pushed a little deeper. That's Ian Holland. In fact, he's going out. Mo Abbas has decided that he might give Vasconcelos another bouncer. Having done the trick against Emilio Gay, he thinks he can do it again. Comes in and bowls, and that's a length ball. Vasconcelos pushes forward. It's out into the covers, fielded by Nick Gubbins. Yeah, it's a rarity. Not so much bouncers from Mohamed Abbas these days. There are actually a few more than there used to be. I've mentioned several times that he gets encouraged to bowl short balls from the rest of the Hampshire players, but it is a rarity for him to bounce a batter out. Emilio Gay found that to his cost. And then Bass is going to try it again, I think, in this over. Here he comes, bowls to Vasconcelos. That's a length ball. He didn't. It's double bluff. Oh, and he's thrown the ball back to Vasconcelos. And actually, already the fielders had moved for the end of the over. So Ben Brown was in absolutely no position to pick that ball up. And I don't know if the umpire had called over. In fact, he had. So Vasconcelos just stands there in the middle saying, why did you call over so early? So then in the end, that was a dot ball. And that was a maiden. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12 for Mahbub Abbas. And Northamptonshire just stuck a little bit on 14 for 3. Not surprising, losing those 3 wickets in the space of 10 runs. Here's Barker round the wicket to Keogh. That bounced. My word, that bounced outside off stump. Good leave, but he really did have to pull the hands and the bat away. Pretty smartish. As that ball also seemed to gather a little bit of pace off the wicket as it went through to Ben Brown. So we've had 7 wickets fall in this session this morning, keeping the game moving forward. Hampshire have 4 bonus points, Northamptonshire 3. As Barker comes in again, bowls to Keogh, push, strong push up to mid-on. 1 or 2 of the fielders in the slips got a bit excited about that. I think it may just have come back a fraction to Keogh as he played that, but it was pretty much out of the middle as the ball made its way up to John Turner, who I'm sure at some point this afternoon will get his first ball to bowl in Championship cricket. 2 debutants, Championship debutants in this game. Saw Alex Russell yesterday and Turner at some point. Outside the off stump, Keogh leaves alone. They're all getting excited behind the stumps now. They're desperate to get a wicket before lunch to really turn the screw on Northamptonshire, who's batting this year, I have to say, a bit like Hampshire's once or twice, but Northamptonshire's with the most recent poor performance, 72 all out in their second innings against Notts when they lost by an innings and 25 on home soil. Here's Barker, bowls, and Keogh easily leaves that one alone. That's quite wide, that one. I think Barker's asking that to come back a little too much. Still 2 balls to bowl until the lunch break. As the slip cordon gets reinforced, or does it? No, it's still 4. They're just all having a chat there as they move back into their positions. Mason Crane had joined them, but he's gone back to point. Here's Barker again then, and bowls, and Keogh whips that away through square leg. Lovely shot, 4 runs. It was slightly in the air, only by 2 or 3 feet, but it was nicely clipped away, and Keogh moves on to 5, and Northamptonshire 18 for 3, replying to that Hampshire total of 367 all out. 218 is the follow-on score. It's a little bit like yesterday afternoon here at the moment, where the clouds were high but sort of stormy looking, sort of thunder looking clouds, and starting to look that way again. As Barker comes in, way outside off stump, and Keogh leaves that one alone, and that will be a lunch here on day 2 at the Ageas Bowl, with Northamptonshire on 18 for 3. Vasconcelos is 2, Keogh is 5. The batter's out. Hassan Azad run out by a direct throw from Mason Crane. Didn't actually face a ball. That was in the first over. Sam Whiteman LBW to Keith Barker for no score. Emilio Gay caught in the deep square leg by Fletcher Middleton of Mahbub Abbas for 9. So Northamptonshire are 349 runs behind currently. Hampshire this morning 367 all out, added just 36 runs this morning for their last 4 wickets. In fact, their 4 wickets fell in the space of 12 runs in 33 balls. Liam Dawson finished, well, didn't add too many, only added 7 to his overnight total. He was 63. He was the first of the 4 wickets to fall. We'll be back with you in just under 40 minutes' time with more live commentary of the afternoon session. Back to the Ageas Bowl. The two umpires have made their way out onto the middle. That's Peter Hartley and James Middlebrook. The Hampshire players behind them. And we await the two batters from Northamptonshire. The situation at lunch on day 2 here is that Northants, replying to Hampshire's total of 367, are 18 for 3. 7 wickets fell in that morning session. Hampshire losing their last 4 wickets, having been 331 for 6 overnight. Added just 36 runs for those 4. In fact, those 4 wickets came in a 12-run period and also in a 33-ball period. Liam Dawson, 63. Only added 7 to his overnight total. The 3 wickets that did fall for Northants, well, disaster in the first over. Hassan Azad called through for a quick single by Emilio Gay. Saw a direct hit from Mason Crane, who virtually only had 1 stump to aim at. He went without scoring. Sam Whiteman, LBW to Keith Barker, no score. And Gay himself fell to a short ball from Mo Abbas. He deposited it straight down deep square legs throat. That was Fletcher Middleton. He was out for 9, so 18 for 3. Your commentary team this afternoon, as the clouds gather a little. A little later, you'll hear from Southern Vipers batter Emily Windsor. But right now, it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Northampton, it's Andrew Radd.
Yes, afternoon, everybody. I'm a funny feeling I saw the Northamptonshire head coach with 2 table tennis bats out on the roof of the pavilion trying to wave the rain in. There is some around of sort of heavy thundery showers, but not here, thankfully, at the moment. But Northamptonshire in a real pickle here, and still need another 200 to avoid the follow-on, which at the moment just seems a way off.
My app says a 60% chance of rain in the next 20 minutes or so. Here's Abbas round the wicket. Vasconcelos away, straight away after lunch. Turns that away into the onside. He moves on to 3. 19 for 3. So wherever it's raining, if you are somewhere where it's raining, close by, solentcricket@gmail.com, at Solent Sport on the tweets, or at Old Man Red. Just let us know where there's some rain and we'll try and track it. And hopefully we'll track it with a view to it just passing us down the side of the ground somewhere.
Just having a little look on the radar. I think Lyndhurst might be getting some at the moment.
Oh, lovely Lyndhurst.
Up towards Andover as well, there's a bit.
Still looks lovely, even the rain, Lyndhurst. Outside the off stump, and Rob Keogh leaves that one alone.
Yeah, there's generally a bit around. It sort of seems to be heavy, thundery showers. Hopefully won't last too long if we do get one. But I noticed they're off for rain at Bristol. They had some rain in London this morning, but they're off for rain, I think, for Bristol now. Gloucestershire against Durham. They're also off at New Road at Worcester. I noticed between Worcestershire and Leicestershire, which at least has brought a temporary halt to the clatter of wickets there.
Only a brief one, I'm sure. It's Keogh to face Abbas running away from us from this hotel inn. Keogh pushes that into square on the onside. Quickly in there. I think that's Mason Crane. He was at point before.
Important partnership.
It is Mason Crane.
Important partnership, this, Kevin, because these are probably the 2 most experienced Northamptonshire batters now, and they need these 2. They need the senior players in this sort of situation to stand up, and they need these 2 to put together a partnership.
Yeah, they do. Quite badly. 218 is the follow-on figure. As Abbas comes in. Definitely dark out there at the moment as Keogh pushes that up to Barker at mid-on.
There have been some quite amusing comments on social media over lunchtime from the Northamptonshire faithful, most of which unfortunately I can't share with you, it being a family programme and all. But some of it's mildly amusing. But it is, as I think, as we described it yesterday, the humour of the condemned cell.
I suppose it's always difficult, isn't it, when one side gets a decent total and the other one makes batting look very difficult. Here's Abbas again, then to Keogh. Keogh leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
I think the problem that certainly quite a few Northamptonshire supporters, those that take to social media, are trying to put across is the fact that there's a feeling of déjà vu about the whole thing at the moment. When once Hampshire, as you say, once Hampshire have got a score on the board, whatever the conditions, the feeling seemed to be that such is the lack of confidence in the Northamptonshire batting line that they're going to struggle, and indeed they have.
Well, so far, it's not a bad wicket out there.
It's not.
It's Mohammed Abbas. Oh, that's bounced. I'll just say that. That's bounced and nipped away from Keogh. Those balls are there. They've been there the whole game. But I suppose when things are going a little bit better for one side than the other, they seem to be able to safely negotiate those. But having said that, 2 of the 3 wickets that did fall before lunch were down to the batters, one way or another.
I had a bracing walk back from lunch around the ground. Just good way of just walking it down a little bit. But very nice lunch today.
Large burger.
Very yes. You probably could have done with it a little bit longer to finish it. But anyway, it is going to be Keith Barker to continue from the far end, from the pavilion end. As Kevin was saying, it is getting a bit gloomy out there now. I won't be at all surprised to see the lights come on at some point. Here's Barker to bowl to the left-handed Vasconcelos outside the off-stump. Vasconcelos leaves it alone, goes through into the gloves of Ben Brown. Keith Barker, whose figures were ruined in that last over, or his last over of the morning session, 5 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for naught, and then he conceded a boundary. So disgraceful bit of slipshod bowling there by Keith Barker, who's now 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 4. Vasconcelos said that these 2 senior players have had almost mirror images in terms of the seasons they've had so far. Here's Barker in again, bowling to Vasconcelos down the leg side. Now he's aiming, and he's given him out. LBW was aiming to turn that away down to fine leg. They were setting off for the single. There was an appeal for LBW. Umpire took his time, but Vasconcelos has to go. The question is, I suppose, was that going down leg side? What do you reckon, Kev? You've seen the replay.
Well, I have to say, from this angle up here, my first reaction was, wow, big decision. You look at it on the live picture feed, and he is walking across his stumps there a little bit, and he's not forward. Have a look, Andrew. Tell us what you think.
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's one of those that I wouldn't have been surprised to see given not out. Let's put it that way. But anyway, he's given it, and Vasconcelos has to go. LBW to Barker for 3. Second wicket for Keith Barker, and Northamptonshire 19 for 4. And just as we've been saying that these 2 senior players need to put together a partnership, one of them is gone, and Vasconcelos, who usually, I have to say, takes forever, and you've seen this, Kevin, to get off the field. He's one of the slowest walkers back I think I've ever seen. Headed back with a certain degree of alacrity there, I think.
Yeah, I should imagine he's not particularly happy with that.
No,
I should imagine at first thought, and as I say, my initial thought was, no, that can't be out, but the live picture feed does give you an argument as to why it could be out.
It just looked, the ump's in the best position of all, and he's given it, so that's sort of end of debate really. But it just looked, having, we do have obviously the benefit of the live feed and being shown over and over again, and I just wondered if it looked to swing fairly late and whether it was just done a bit too much. But anyway, the ump felt otherwise, so Vasconcelos has gone. The scoreboard is refusing to acknowledge this fact, and it's still showing 19 for 3 with Vasconcelos out there. Save Zabe anyway, he's coming to the crease. But the board is, not for the first time in this innings, or in this match rather, is frozen. But it is going to be Barker to bowl to Safe Zabe, who has replaced Ricardo Vasconcelos. So these, the last of the left-handers until we get down to Jack White, which, the way things are going, may not be too much longer into the future. It's a big good tussle between White and Russell for 10 and 11. Interesting to see who wins that one. Here's Barker over the wicket to the left-handed Safe Zabe down the leg side. Good take by Ben Brown away to his right. One thing you can say about that decision is that the ump took his time and had to think about it, because as I say, it hit him on the pad and they were just debating whether to set off for a run or not, and the appeal went up, and the umpire thought long and hard and then gave his decision. Here's Barker bowling to Safe Zabe, very full. Zabe driving it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Now, he wasn't around in the game a month ago.
No, he wasn't. He came back into the side at Taunton after having, it's an interesting one with Safe Zabe. I mean, he played that vital innings in the context of Northamptonshire's Division 1 campaign last year when he made 100 against Surrey at Northampton to help save the game and keep Hampshire in the championship hunt, we mustn't forget. Barker in again, bowling to Zabe, who drives out into the covers. Good tumbling stop at extra, cuts off any possibility of a single, and it stays at 19 for 4. And I think a few of us were sort of expecting really that he would then start the season, and I remember describing it I think at the time as potentially a career-defining innings, and then he wasn't picked for the early matches. Came into the side down at Taunton, made a couple of starts without really going on. Here's Barker in again, bowling to Zabe, who runs it down wide of third slip. It's going down towards the third man boundary. It's not going to get that far, but they come through for a single, so Safe Zabe is off the mark. The scoreboard has now disappeared entirely, but subject to audit, I reckon that's 20 for 4 at the end of the over.
It's getting slightly darker by the minute. I wouldn't be surprised if the lights come on shortly. Hampshire with that 1 wicket already from lunch. So 4 wickets down, Northamptonshire, and really struggling here. So Mohammed Abbas will continue.
So obviously they went with Josh Cobb in that position in the early part of the season, but then he obviously had a bit of a fitness issue. He's had a bit of a calf strain, and obviously and hadn't really made runs anyway in those first matches.
Such a waste, that guy.
Well, fantastic player.
He should be a top batter. Shouldn't be any problems there really in a way. As forward, and it's just bounces short of fourth slip. That's a good effort there. Not quite carrying. That was quite a definite push forward there by Zabe.
So Zabe at Taunton, when he came into the side, missed out in the first innings, bowled all over the place. Second innings made 33, played pretty well, and then just got a little bit caught up in the moment. Craig Overton was bouncing and running in and giving him the full works, and in the end he just helped one round the corner, caught it long leg.
The bass round the wicket then to the left-hander, comes in again. Good leave outside off stump.
Good catch actually by Jack Leach down in front of the James Hildreth stand at those who know the ground at Taunton, and I suppose if it had gone a couple of feet higher it would have gone into the crowd and we'd all said what a fantastic shot, but it wasn't a great look to get out when Northamptonshire were looking to try and save the game with the captain at the other end. And then in the game against Nottinghamshire made 35 and 26. The 26 really when the game, to be honest, had pretty much gone. He was caught at mid-off.
Averages 23 in his career from his 43 matches to date. Here's Abbas. Oh, he's trying to cut that one as well and misses. It's quite wide, that one, and kept a bit low. Talking
of being caught at mid-off, I did enjoy the little exchange this morning when Alan Lamb was on the phone, rang me about 1 or 2 bits and pieces.
As he is.
1 or 2 bits.
Name dropper, you.
Right, 1 or 2 bits and pieces, and when I told him who I was up here with, and reminiscing long distance about dismissals, and he said, "You said I had him caught at mid-off," and Lammy said it was deep mid-off.
That's quite funny. In amongst him, banging me all around the ground at Northampton, as that's a length ball which is pushed out towards extra cover.
Did that to a few, Kevin, to be honest.
Yeah.
What a player.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, it was good to watch. Always on the days where I used to watch a bit more England on the TV because it was a bit easier. I used to enjoy him striding out. There was always something that was going to happen. And always good value.
Well, and also, when the England selectors from time to time left him out, of course, then you were absolutely guaranteed that whoever Northamptonshire played next would feel the full force of his ire and get a big one.
Here's Abbas again, and that's a push drive by Zabe through the vacant mid-off area. They will probably pick up 2 or left to hurry. Just Nick Gubbins there, just over balanced a little bit as he was going to throw it to the bowler's end. That might have been interesting. But 2 more to the total takes, looks like the whole scoreboard shenanigans is stuck, even on the live picture feed. I think it's about 22-23, somewhere around there. There's obviously a problem around the ground here, but
struck by lightning, bring them off.
Yes. I have got my first Weather Watcher email, but it's not quite in an area that I thought it was going to come from. I'll come to that after this delivery as Abbas comes into Rob Keogh and bowls, and Keogh tucks that away on the leg side. A half shout for an LB. I think there might be an inside edge onto the pad, maybe not. The umpire is signalling leg byes. And that's probably about 22-23, somewhere around there. Donald Histed has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm on the Calmac ferry, the Lord of the Isles, travelling from Tiree in the Inner Hebrides to Oban And then he's going home to Glasgow. Looking forward to going to Southport next month. That's right, Hampshire there for a 4-day game. Keep up the good work, says Donald. It's not raining, but then again, it's 500 miles away. Yeah, it's not going to be much of a pointer to be around here, but it's nice to know that it's not raining up there, because my experience of the Western Islands, and I mean, I love Oban around there. I've been there once, only once, but it's lovely. I think most of the time it rained.
And that concludes the shipping forecast.
Thank you.
Here's Barker round the wicket, bowling outside the off stump, left alone by Rob Keogh. Goes through to Ben Brown. It is certainly getting a bit darker here. I was having a look at the, keeping an eye on the radar, and there's quite a big storm a bit to the north of here. And I'm not sure if it's coming this way or not, but well, I dare say Northamptonshire wouldn't be exactly heartbroken if a spot of rain took a little bit of time out of the match. Here's Barker. Round the wicket again, bowls edged and caught at third slip by Joe Weatherly. And the rout continues. Keith Barker, the architect of Northamptonshire's trials and tribulations here. It's his third wicket. Keogh just edging low. Good catch by Joe Weatherly at third slip. He goes. And Northamptonshire are 22 for 5. And as the old Cobblers manager used to say, it's déjà vu all over again.
Well, I have to say, I can't believe that here we are in the middle of May and I'm saying that's the first time Keith Barker's taken 3 wickets in an innings. But I am, and I've said it. So there.
Well, he's bowled beautifully. He took into his 6th over, last over before lunch, before he conceded a run. And he's picked up the wickets of Whiteman for 0, Vasconcelos for 3, and Keogh just a few moments ago for 5. The board has just started to function again. So, well, his figures now, what, 7 overs and 2 balls, 5 maidens, 3 for 5. Settle for that. Umps are having a little chat. I don't think there's any question of us coming off just yet, but it is certainly getting a little bit murky. They may just be considering putting the lights on, I suspect. I'm assuming it's going to be James Sales coming out next. It is indeed. 22 for 5, and well, Northamptonshire, it's just really hard to know where they go from here. They just need to find a bit of ticker from somewhere. They need a partnership just to try and give themselves a chance maybe of avoiding the follow-on. But at the moment, I say that 218, which is the initial target, is still a long way off. On that cheery note, Kevin, I better go and update BBC Radio Northampton and spread the good news around Northamptonshire, and I'll be back with you presently.
Yep. Good time to leave your team, Andrew? 5 down. I'm not quite looking for my records of lowest scores for Northamptonshire against Hampshire, but I'm starting to sort of move in that direction.
Had that at Northampton, didn't we? There was whatever it was, the lowest since 1926, wasn't it? That
was, yeah.
When they were bowled out for 50 by Jack Newman and Alec Kennedy.
I know Alex Smith next to me. I'll be looking at that in a moment. But there's still 5 wickets to go. There's still a long way to go. And we might yet get a break with the lights such as it is, although the lights are not on as yet. New batter is James Sales. And he's going to be facing Keith Barker from that pavilion end. Comes in round the wicket and bowls. Oh, it's a good Yorker. And he digs that one out just. Hits right at the bottom of the bat. The ball squirts up towards mid-on. Great delivery first ball from Keith Barker. James Sales almost saw that ball go under the bottom of his bat. Welcome back, Emily Windsor.
Thank you. It's all happening, isn't it? Hampshire very much on top. They're going to be very pleased in that dressing room, and Northants just need to find someone. Somebody.
As Barker's in again, round the wicket. Oh, bowled! Oh, Sales plays all around that one. The off stump is knocked back. And Northampton's innings goes from bad to worse. They are 22 for 6. And if you're watching on the live picture feed, oh, that hasn't done a lot. I don't know what Sales is doing there. It is not a very confident shot. And that, for me, was just a fairly straight delivery where he's just not moved and just played down the wrong line. Apart from that, he's played it pretty well.
Yeah, look, and I think this is a team, isn't it, where they've been struggling the previous innings, not got a big score, and look, someone needs to dig deep for Northants if they're going to have any chance, to be honest, in the championship across the summer. I think their batting has been a real struggle. Luckily for them, there's a bit of a break now for T20 cricket, so people can get some confidence maybe and rebuild. But someone needs to show a bit of fight here, don't they? In this remaining game, obviously Hampshire are in such a great position, but yeah, you can see the lack of confidence in this Northants team. 22 for 6. Wow.
Well, thank you, Alex. 50 is Northamptonshire's lowest total against Hampshire, and that was at Wantage Road, Northants' home ground, of course, back in 1926. So I'm sure that 11 of 1926 would be more than happy to see Northamptonshire of 2023 beat that. And I have to say, at the moment, the way they're playing, that 50 is, well, I wouldn't like to call that either way. That was a horribly tentative shot, wasn't it, to be fair? Very, very tentative.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just confidence, isn't it? I think we've all been there probably as individuals where, and Dawson spoke a little bit about it, didn't he, at Kent, when he'd been struggling for runs previously. But when a whole team's not scoring runs, that's a really tough place to be. There's no one at the moment that's holding their hand up for them. A few silly, losing Hassan Azad, run out to Crane without facing a delivery. That's again tentative, isn't it? They're just wanting to find some runs, get off strike, and you can very much see that with how they're playing at the moment.
Chance for 3 wickets in 4 balls here for Keith Barker as he's bowling to Tom Taylor. He stays round the wicket from that pavilion end and comes, and Taylor's forward. It's outside the off stump, and that goes harmlessly through to keeper Ben Brown.
A long way forward, wasn't he there? Just used his feet a little bit to try and negate some swing, some shape, but so far there's been no means demons in this pitch, is it? It's not a 22 for 6 wicket at all. I think that just highlights where Northants are with their batting at the moment.
There's Barker then. Last ball of this over. Comes in and he's walking down. He's a very definite forward movement, doesn't he, just before the bowler lets the ball go. And that is a double wicket maiden there for Keith Barker. And he has the tremendous figures of 4 for 5 from 8 overs in this crowd. And not surprisingly, they give him a warm round of applause. Terrific stuff from the big man.
Yeah, Keith Barker did say to Lauren Bell, apparently at lunch, that he was going to bowl a bit better.
Did he
after
really?
lunch, and I'm sure Lauren Bell in the gym will be ecstatic.
Well, she will.
With how she's come about.
She's almost on her phone as we speak, messaging him, ready for him to get back in the dressing room and pick that message up. You were right, Keith.
Mo Abbas then from the hotel end in and bowls. Half appeals, it racked him on the pad, but Zabe not in danger. We've only seen 2 bowlers, haven't we, Kev?
Yes, we have, yeah. This innings is only into its 15th over. I think when Northants were bowled out in the game at Northampton, when they were 63 all out following on, that innings only lasted 22.5 overs.
Wow. The crowd is silent and poised. Almost feel like every ball's going to be a wicket as that's in and guided down to third man. I think that will be a boundary. Mason Crane's quick and after it, but it makes it to the rope. Zabe will move to 6, 26 for 6. Yeah. Ever closer to that 50 mark.
Well, that's the most exciting thing at the moment, isn't it, really? I mean, there's nothing exciting for Northamptonshire, that's for sure, but just seeing if they can actually get past their lowest ever total.
How would you go about playing in this situation? That
It's horrible, isn't it?
Is trying to play more aggressively, is that going to help them out? There's Abbas in again, bowls, left alone outside the off stump. You've got 2 unbelievably experienced seamers running in at you, but being tentative, that's also not helping when you haven't got confidence.
I agree. And you can't go out and blaze it around, can you? Because that makes it look even worse if you get out. Coach is not happy.
Top score so far of the Northants top order is 9 by Milo Gate.
It's a mess.
Abbas in bowls, and that's in defence, but to backward a point, no means confident. Hampshire slip cord and all hands on heads, hats off. They know they're right in this game. 26 for 6 Northants.
They're probably working out what they're going to do on Sunday.
Or Saturday.
Well, at this rate, yeah. Certainly Saturday afternoon.
So there's a deficit of 341 runs. Hampshire scored 367 in their first innings. Northants 26 for 6 as Abbas in. Bowl, short ball pulled. Almost tried to duck under it, but here's a single. Zabe moves to 7. 27 for 6 a score.
Incredible stuff. And I mean, I know Northants haven't been batting well, but I suppose you could never see 27 for 6 coming. I guess if it was a wicket, a bit like last week when Warwickshire were bowling, and I'm not trying to be biased, but they did have the best of the bowling conditions. You could sort of understand, and Hampshire weren't far off these situations anyway. But this wicket, really?
Abbas into Taylor. That's pushed into the offside. Will be no run. That's the end of the over. 16 overs gone. 27 for 6.
I'm going to have a bit of a break, and we've got a special guest coming alongside Emily Windsor, Ty Chegwigan. Emily's going to explain a little bit more as we mic him up, and he's going to explain about a very special challenge that he's doing. Yeah,
so be delighted to be joined by Ty in the commentary box. He's Hampshire strength and conditioning coach. He's doing something very special this season as just get mics up as Keith Barker from the pavilion end will continue, and rightly so, with 4 wickets already to his name as he bowls. That's driven upish on the offside. Will be no run. Firstly, good afternoon, Ty. You must be very happy with the position your Hampshire team are in at this stage.
Yeah, been a pretty good couple of days, I guess. First day was a bit of a slow pitch, but did well, and can't have asked for a better start to today. Happy days.
So we're going to hear a little bit, Ty, if it's right. I won't do the explaining, you can do it because you'll do it way better than me. After this Keith Barker delivery about the challenge and for charity work that you're doing this summer as Barker in left arm over bowls, left alone outside the off stump. So tell us a little bit about it, Ty.
Yeah, so, well, I guess the challenge itself is for every run scored in Hampshire County Championship and 50 over games is to run 10 metres. So accumulating that over time, and kind of the loose challenge I've set is to do that at the end of every day. So in a 4-day game, I've got to run at the end of play. I've got to run the metres, 10 metres for every run scored.
So today you're cashing in, aren't you?
Yeah.
You have your feet up as Barker in bowls, and that's played back down the pitch. Should be no run.
Yeah, I've been looked after by the weather a little bit and our bowlers' performances at times. I had some nice quiet days sometimes, but yeah, the odd back-to-back kind of 3.5k day is, I guess, the most you'd expect to run on a Champo day. It's just backing that up is, I guess, where the challenge is. But credit to John Edwards, your S&C coach, who came up with the idea.
There's Keith Barker again at the top of his mark in to Zabe bowls, and that's in defence again. Will be no run.
Yeah, I was thinking of what physical challenge to do, one that's not going to absolutely destroy me through the summer, but one that's challenging enough to be worthy, I guess. And John came up with that idea, so credit to him. And yes, it's proved an appropriate challenge so far. So
the challenge, obviously, you're running 10 metres for every run scored. That's for Hampshire and the away team. So what's accumulated across the day, and obviously you're not just doing the challenge for the sake of running miles, I presume, Tyres. Barker in again to Zabe bowls, left alone outside the off stump. Good carry through to Ben Brown. Who are you doing the sort of challenge for, and what's the reasoning behind it?
Yeah, so the idea came from something I've experienced over the past 4 years. I lost my mum very sadly and very suddenly after a long battle with mental health issues and alcoholism, and I struggled with dealing with that.
There's Barker in again from the pavilion end to Zabe bowls, and in defence back to him this time. Will be no run. That's the end of the over. 27 for 6 Northants, 17 overs gone.
Yeah, so obviously, as anyone would, struggled dealing with the loss of a parent far earlier than should have been the case, and but also acknowledged that I struggled with almost being a part of her battle with mental health as well, and I saw how it affected her, and I saw probably a little bit too late how much that affected me as well, and happy to admit now that I definitely didn't deal with her passing as well as I should have, and I didn't address it and deal with it appropriately.
Mo Abbas to continue from the hotel end into Taylor Bowles, left alone outside the off stump, will be no run.
Yeah, and I guess it's completely normal to not deal with that sort of thing appropriately, because it's a complete shock to the system, something you never experience and hopefully don't experience for most people. But what I definitely realised about 6 to 10 months ago was I acknowledged that and started going about a process of dealing with the loss of my mum and dealing with how it's affected me. And I've taken some significant steps in the last 6 months to do that.
Abbas in, shuffling as the moves up the pitch, edged and taken. That's a fantastic glow catch by Fletcher Middleton at third slip. And that's another wicket for Hampshire. Northamptonshire now 27 for 7. And Taylor has to go without troubling the scorers. Northampton a world of bother here. Just a wicket to break through. a really powerful story though, Ty. And I guess the reasoning behind it and what you're doing is fantastic. And so are you raising money for charity for these long runs you're going to be doing, or short runs today?
Yeah. So the point behind it is twofold. Like fundraising for Mind, the charity Mind. So they assist in any mental health issue, and they've got a wide range of support networks, and will also guide you towards other support networks specific to your concerns and your issues. And in my 6 months, I've lent on a few organisations that have supported me, and it didn't feel right to just pick one that has supported me. It felt right to support one that probably supports those with the widest range possible. So that's why I went with Mind. And then I guess the second thing is I call it an awareness raiser as much as anything, because I think cricket's probably rife with it, as is any sport, but in the world particularly now, like there seems to be a lot of mental health struggle, and in sport it's a pretty challenging environment. And I think the more we can normalise it, and the more you can understand that seeking some support isn't a sign of weakness, nor is it a sign that you've done anything wrong. It's a lot of people seek support and get counselling or whatever it is, and it's absolutely helpful. I've found it an absolute lifeline in the last 6 months, and yeah, I've normalised it for myself, and it got me out of a pretty tough, dark place. So the more I can get people to see it as a normal thing, the better we're all going to be, and the better space that everyone's going to be in. It doesn't necessarily have to be following a traumatic event like I went through. Anything can cause like a mental health struggle, however little or how severe. Everyone would benefit from seeking support.
Jordan Buckingham then has come to the crease for Northamptonshire. Mo Abbas with the ball from the hotel end. He's got 2 wickets so far into the Australian bowls, and he's in defence, will be no run. So in terms of, obviously you've got Hampshire listeners, Northamptonshire listeners, I'm sure everyone out there has been around people or personally had their own mental health struggles. How can we go about supporting and donating to charity? Is there a link set up that I'm sure we can share as Solent Sport, and I will on Twitter?
Yeah, that'd be brilliant. I've got a Just Giving page set up, and I've had some pretty overwhelming support. It's quite impressive to see how many people rallied around it.
There's Abbas into Buckingham Bowls and played back down the pitch. Keith Barker does the fielding. We no run. And the Hampshire boys are getting behind you as well.
Yeah. So I guess a big part of my journey was that step of externalising and admitting, like, outwardly that I've struggled and I'm getting better, and this is the process I've gone through. And taking that step and sharing it with the Hampshire boys and the staff, they were incredibly supportive, and the support not just from donating, but also.
There's Mo Abbas at the top of his mark from the pavilion end, in again to Buckingham. That's a player miss outside the off stump. That skipped through off the surface to Ben Brown, another dot ball. Yeah,
the messages of support throughout Hampshire have been fantastic, and my family as well, that family and friends from where I grew up, it's been fantastic, and already raised more money than I expected to.
Are you allowed to give us the figure? How much you've raised so far?
It's around £1,200 at the minute.
That's absolutely amazing. So congratulations to you. As Mo Abbas at the top of mark into Buckingham again, left alone outside the off stump. So as well as the raising money, I guess the fans can support you, as that's a wicket maiden from Mo Abbas. 9 overs so far, 3 maidens, 19 runs and 2 wickets. When they see you at the end of play running round the ground, just a little clap, would that get you going?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I've seen a few people have definitely noticed me, and are kind of the regulars that hang around, and I'm always setting off.
They're probably thinking, what the hell is he doing?
Yeah, I've definitely had some funny looks. Like, why is he just go home at 7 o'clock? But,
and
yeah.
as running, obviously you picked running. I know you as an S&C coach, strength and conditioning coach. You spend a lot of time in the gym, don't you? The S&C coaches these days. Is running something that I guess you'd pride yourself as good at? Is it going to be a challenge as Barker in and bowls left alone outside the off stump?
No, definitely not. Definitely not been my forte, running. I haven't engaged in doing it properly for a long time, and yeah, it's definitely interrupted my gym routine, having to run 4 times a week. But yeah, I guess it's just a different physical challenge, and I'm used to that in the gym. But it's yeah, something different and something I've enjoyed, and my ankles and shins definitely let me know about it.
Have you got physio on tap? Have you managed to persuade?
I did have some treatment early doors, which was quite poor from me. But
Keith Barker in again to Zabe, bowls driven, lovely shot. There's no mid-off, and that's going to race away for 4. Slightly over-pitched by Keith Barker, and Zabe will move to 11 and become the Northants' top scorer. Score 31 for 7. I think it's absolutely brilliant what you're doing, and I think as well another thing about obviously you running, promoting activity around that mind, charity for mental health. We know that that's proven to improve, so all around a fantastic project, and hopefully we can get some listeners to donate as Barker in and bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Be a single out towards a deep point, and Zabe will move to 12, 32 for 7. I think it would be good as well, Ty, if we can catch up as we go through. I imagine the one-day stuff, they're going to be tough days, because these days you don't just get a little 200 plays 200, do we? It might be 350 versus 360. That's a lot of Ks, especially if the games come thick and fast.
yeah, and it's a late finish as well to run a 6K. And one game did spring to mind last year, Beckenham away, where we got about 380 and they got 300 without successfully chasing it.
Barker round the wicket to Buckingham, left alone outside the off stump. Again, no run.
But yeah, it's actually from a preparation for running side, it's been quite a good build up, because I do short runs regularly, and then it will build into longer runs less regularly as I go, and it'll prepare me for that. I guess that's not by design, that was complete luck. But
did you consider the T20 blast? That would have been a lot of Ks, Ty.
I did, but without a real perception of how hard this was going to be.
Barker coming in from the pavilion end as the lights are now on, and that's in, left alone outside the off stump. That's a tight leave. Buckingham yet to trouble the scorers, 32 for 7.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure how I was going to deal with the running and what the championship stuff would look like. I mean, there was a good chance I'd be running sort of 10 kilometres per championship game if you get a high score in a fair, but as I say, been saved by the weather and some good bowling at times. So
not only could you have done the T20 blast, you could have done the Sun Vipers runs as well, Ty. You could have racked up those runs as Barker in again, bowls. That's a full length delivery and half a pill. Bat on to pad. End of the over again, 32 for 7. That's 19 overs gone. Hampshire earlier posted 367, and Northants really struggling here, and Hampshire right on top. Just a little bit, Ty, while you're here as well, it'd be good to hear your perspective. I heard you in your typical S&C talk there, talk about building up your runs, and how are the Hampshire boys generally going physically? How are they going to prep to go quite quickly from championship cricket into more intense physically T20 cricket? Obviously two very different types of fitness. As Mo Abbas again at the top of his mark, just changing the field. A deep backward point in place to the left-handed Zabe. Full slip still there and waiting. James Vince, Joe Weatherly at first and second as that's in, left alone outside the off stump, just kept low, and a difficult take for Ben Brown.
Yeah, it's a good question. So what people probably don't realise is how early we start preparing for that. So championship cricket, you spend a lot of time on your feet. and there's a big fitness component to that and some strength component to that. And T20s, yeah, as you rightly say, is very different. You get quite a lot of high-speed running, a lot of sprinting, a lot of accelerations, and like turning between the wickets is probably a lot more prominent.
Abbas in, again, slightly overcast conditions bowls and left alone outside the off stump by Zabe. There'll be no run.
Yeah, we start preparing that weeks in advance. So we've been working away at people's, making sure they're keeping their sprinting workloads up and making sure that they're comfortable doing a lot of sprinting in a day and in a week that they'll be exposed to in T20s, so that we get a bit of license when the T20s start and they do a lot of sprinting. We don't really need to do it quite as much.
A bit of license, that sounds like a bit of a license to swing a bat as well, as Mo Abbas in, and that's pushed out towards that deep backward point. Mason Crane in there does the fielding. Zabe will move to 13, 33 for 7 Northants.
Yeah, so it's the prep's been going on. Obviously, Champo Cricket's been at the forefront, but chipping away, and certain players as well, obviously specialising in the white ball. So I've had Ross Whiteley and Chris Wood, in particular, who played a couple of second team T20s in prep, and their prep has been very specific to white ball cricket and what their demand is.
Abbas in from the hotel end bowls and has full on his pads, but played well by Buckingham. Not getting through his defence, making it tricky for these Hampshire bowlers, but they can afford to be patient at 33 for 7. And the department's changed a little bit for the listeners that don't know. It's called the Sports Science and Medical Team. Previously it was sort of Hampshire Vipers, and now it's sort of one big team, and it's you come as a force now.
Yeah, there's a few of us who've grown over the last few years since I started, and yeah, we've got a couple of shared members of staff, and I think that's only good for everyone's learning.
Abbas, right arm over in, and that's worked at Keith Barker at mid-on. Will be no run.
Yeah, we've got some experienced heads around our department now as well, and some people who are, I guess, slightly fresher into professional sport, and pulling on each other's experiences. And I guess women's sport and men's sport offers different challenges.
A lot more tears in the women's sport, I reckon.
Yeah, potentially. I won't comment. But yeah, it's very different challenges, and it's good to learn from each other, and you're only getting better as a team if that's the case.
Abbas past the umpire in and bowls, left alone outside the off stump. That's lifted and taken well by Ben Brown, high to his left. 33 for 7. That's 20 overs gone now. So just finally, Ty, if you could have one message to give to the listeners on the stream, what would that be around sort of the challenge you're doing and why you're doing it? One final message for us.
I guess the cliched, it's okay to not be okay, and seeking help is not a sign of weakness or a sign of giving up. It's a sign of moving forward, and to not feel like you should avoid seeking help. Help is good, and help gets you to a better place faster. Don't avoid seeking help in your struggles.
Keith Barker from the pavilion end as the cloud is starting to get darker upon us and the lights are on as he's in bowls, and that's a play and miss outside the off stump. Thank you very much, Ty. It's been great to have you on and being so honest about your story. And I think as Hampshire listeners, Northants listeners, if you want to donate, we'll make sure we get the link out on our Twitter pages. And also, if you see him around the ground, give him that little clap, that little pump up as he's doing his Ks. So
thanks a lot.
All the best, and hopefully it goes well and your body doesn't fall apart. We can't be having our strength and conditioning coaches going down. There's Barker into the left-handed Zabe bowls, and that's play a miss outside the off stump, a half appeal. That was Ty Chegwigan, the Hampshire strength and conditioning coach, very honest with his struggles with mental health and how he's overcome it, and giving a very powerful message to our listeners and around professional sport. And I think really great story for us to hear, and we definitely need to get behind him. It's brilliant. So we'll definitely get the link out for any donations. As Keith Barker left arm over into Zabe bowls, and that's played to mid-on for no run. 33 for 7 Northants.
I was walking out in town in Canterbury last week looking for some food, and he ran past me doing his stuff.
Did you give him the clap?
I can't remember, actually. I think I was just surprised, first of all. But, yeah.
What
So
sort
there's
of
proof that he's actually doing it.
What sort of pace was he going?
It was impressive.
Flying.
It was impressive. Well, he was going pretty well.
Would you have been able to keep up with him?
No. Not even my heyday.
There's Barker in from the pavilion end, bowls, and that's whipped off his pads up to mid-on. John Turner in there, quickly round. Will be no run yet to see John Turner on first-class debut. But this game very much in Hampshire's favour. Northamptonshire 33 for 7. The previous lowest total against Hampshire was 50 in 1926, which is still going.
And the lowest score ever here is 57, Hampshire last year.
Barker in, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Come through for a quick single. Zabe will move to 14. And the score 34 for 7.
I know you had a very interesting chat the last 20 minutes or so, but I don't know if you were giving weather updates.
I wasn't.
Right, OK, so very quickly, Ruth Allen at Solent Sports says it's raining in Romsey. That was about 15 minutes ago. Ollie Arnold at Solent Sports this afternoon, he says, just landed from Minneapolis. This was about 20 minutes ago. And driving down the M3. Looks like I'm driving towards some serious rain clouds. We can see them in the distance, but fortunately they've missed us.
Barker, left arm round, the wicket in to Buckingham, bowls, and in defence again. Up to mid-on this time, will be no run. It's always a worry when the groundsmen are by the covers, and for me here, training here at the Ageas Bowl a lot, when the rain's coming from almost to the right of the pavilion as you look at it, quite often it does hit us. And right now that's where the majority of the dark rain clouds are, but so far it's been avoiding us.
Fortunately, yeah, we're just in the right position, aren't we, at the moment. James has also emailed solentcricket@gmail.com, enjoying the commentary and at work in the catering department at the Royal Hampshire County Hospital, Winchester. Looking very dark, looking towards Eastleigh Way. Yeah, that's what we could see, that's just passing by, away to our right. So thank you for that. We can see the rain. It's now sort of about 2 o'clock as we look. That's definitely missed us. It's gone from sort of immediately to our right to a bit more to 2 o'clock. Change of bowling. Mo Abbas is having a rest, and you are waiting for John Turner.
Still waiting.
It's going to be Ian Howland, correct. As I did think it was John Turner initially when I looked up, but it's not. It's Ian Holland. Unless John Turner has lost a yard in pace. That's very much
and
Ian
height.
Holland. And a bit of height, and changed his numbers.
There wasn't a lot going for you there, was there?
That was actually a very poor call by me. But I was sort of like looking at the weather, and then out the corner of my eye I saw this new bowler coming on. I thought it had to be John Turner, but I was wrong.
Poor Ian Holland there. We've just done a complete disservice. We called him slow, small, and a different number.
But he's a very good bowler, as he's proving already. Although that's turned away square on the leg side. This could be 4 runs. 2 players are after it. Are they going to get it? One of them does. Yeah. Just picks up. That might be John Turner.
That is
just
John
done
Turner.
that excellent piece of fielding.
A very skillful bowler, isn't he, Ian Holland? He's neither of those slow or I can't remember what the other word was now that I called him. Short. Well, he's neither of those things. He's definitely taller than me, but he is a very skillful bowler and done a lot for Hampshire over the years. He'll want to get some wickets to his names today.
Here's Holland, length ball again. It's worked on the onside, this time in front of square by Zabe. And they'll take just a single. Good call in from Zabe. Definite no there. I think 1 or 2 of his batters earlier on in the innings might have done better with that sort of calling. 37 for 7. Paul Williams is in Portugal at Solent Sports. There's no chance of any rain here, but think we might have some next Monday. Ooh, lucky you. So we've had the rain forecast up in Oban, there in Portugal.
I feel like that might take a fair few hours, that sun from Portugal to reach us.
It will at the moment. There's no danger of any sun here for a while as Holland bowls. Oh, that's kicked off a length a little bit outside the off stump to Buckingham. He's faced 13 balls and yet to get off the mark. A little earlier, Steve, who's in the southwest stand, so that would be west of the ground, south. So that's basically the Shane Warne stand. Oh, Shane Warne stand. I was saying southwest. He said it's not raining there. Thank you, Steve. That's really helpful. Southwest. It is actually in the southwest. Here's Holland again. Buckingham picks up his first runs here. It's off a thick outside edge, running down to third, and that may just go all the way, and it does. Boundary to him. 41 for 7, closing in on their lowest ever score against Hampshire.
Yeah, I just feel these two have been patient, haven't they? Build a bit of a partnership. I think Hampshire way on top and wickets are falling regularly, but I just need someone to be a bit gutsy for Northampton. I'm not even saying that in terms of a result in the game at the moment. It looks very likely that it's going to end in one favour, but I think just moving forward and just even to the coaching staff, to the captain, to hold my hand up and say, look, everyone else has struggled, but I've holding my hand up here, and for obviously the Northampton fans and listeners.
That's for sure. Here's Holland again, length ball, and Buckingham plays that back to Ian Holland. That's the end of his first over in this innings. None for 7. 41 for 7, Northamptonshire, 326 runs behind. Kit is on the tweets at Sunnet Sport, and he says it's raining here in Bitton and looks like it's set in for a while now. I'm trying to work out where Bitton would be. Alex is just pointing again sort of over Telegraph Wood to our right. That is where the rain is. We can see that over the hill. So that is Bitton. It's a suburb of Southampton, for those of you that are not familiar with Southampton.
The question is that rain getting closer to us?
Is it not going this way?
It's definitely going to come this way, I feel.
Do you think so?
I feel like we're going to be getting wet in a moment with the opened balcony.
There'd have to be a lot of wind around, wouldn't there?
Keith Barker in bowls, and that's it, wrapped him on the hand. That's hurt. Bit of bounce, taking his glove off straight away. 41 for 7, Northamptonshire, and Zabe just looks in discomfort. Quite a bit of discomfort actually, as Buckingham and the umpire comes to check if he's okay.
It's one of those that jams the bat against the finger against the handle. Billy Stevens, silentcricket@gmail.com, says there's just been enough of a downpouring over Wallop. So I hope that doesn't come to you. However, it was very short and is now cleared up. Now over Wallop, that's Romsey, just past Womsey way, isn't it?
Over Wallop, what a name.
Over Wallop.
I've
Yeah,
never heard of that.
There's Nether Wallop, over Wallop.
Oh.
There might be another Wallop in there somewhere. So I'm guessing Romsey is just behind us to the right. So it's over our right shoulders in the distance. That'll be over Wallop, and that'll be a few miles.
The physio's just coming on for Zabe, and 2 of the Hampshire players, Joe Weatherly and Mason Crane, taking a run to the groundsman tunnel. I don't imagine that'll be for some biscuits. I imagine they might need a quick post-lunch.
Running for biscuits. Just because you haven't had one of your donuts you brought in yet, have you? Have you had one?
No. You both have.
I've had one, yeah.
You both tucked in.
Andrew's had one, yeah.
I'll be having one after this stint, I reckon. I might deserve one by then.
I think you've done very well. It was interesting talking to Ty. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, no, I think it's great. I think especially around a male professional sport environment, it's great for people to open up honestly about their feelings, their struggles.
Yeah.
And I know the Hampshire boys are very much supporting him in terms of donations, but also they let him know when they score a lot of runs, because that means he's got to run more.
And that's what it's all about. I'm sure he won't mind that too much. We're just waiting for running repairs, and while we do, Kit's back on the tweets at Sunnet Sport, says the rain is ironically good news for me, as I have tickets for day 3 tomorrow and would like to get some cricket in if possible. Eddie Lawrence at Sunnet Sport says it's raining on the Costa del Northern. That's Northern, that's not very far from the Saints football ground, so that would be literally directly in front of us. Roughly around there, over the hill again, over Telegraph Wood. So, and that does look where it's the blackest dust. There's no doubt about that. That's where we can see the darkest of the clouds. Alex O'Boyle has tweeted at Sunnet Sport. It's very wet here in Northamptonshire. That's helpful. But it's no rain. It's the tears of watching this batting display from all of us Steelbacks fans. Oh, that makes sense, doesn't it?
Tell you what, there's some people inappropriately dressed now to this weather, isn't there? There's a lot of people in shorts and t-shirts walking around the gantry. I'm in a t-shirt and a little cold. Hopefully this dark cloud, this dark weather can race over and we get some bright sunshine again. 41 for 7, Northamptonshire. I'll do a quick update shortly. Zabe, 17 not out.
think we're going to get a resumption shortly.
Yes, Hampshire very much in a commanding position. Earlier today they added 36 runs to their total, but the score now currently Northamptonshire 41 for 7. Zabe is 17 not out, Buckingham 4. Keith Barker, the pick of the bowlers, he's picked up 4 wickets so far, and Mo Abbas has joined him with 2. Hampshire very much in a commanding position, and they're on track for a defeat in this game. The deficit 326, Northamptonshire 41 for 7.
All right.
That's hard work. Breathe. 43 for 7, as that was guided to third man for a couple.
I think you're right. I think those clouds might be coming a bit closer. Yeah, anyway. That was all right, wasn't it?
I think so. Barker
You haven't done many.
from the pavilion end in, bowls, and that's upish to mid-wicket. Will be no run.
PCRL on the tweets at Solent Sports says it's raining hard and thunder in North Baddesley. Oh, gosh, that's not far from me. Coming your way. Again, that's to our right. That weather. Just slightly sort of half 2-ish as we look.
The clouds are just thickening, aren't they?
Yeah.
You can just almost see the rain coming from the dark grey clouds as we look ahead over the pavilion. It's pretty ominous behind there. As Barker, left arm over the wicket into Zabe, pushed into the onside. Will be no run, thankfully. He's looking okay with his finger after that nasty blow earlier in the over.
That was a wicked one, wasn't it? That's one of those sort of dry wicket type bounces off a length, isn't it?
And if there's anyone who knows how that feels, it's Keith Barker.
Yes, it is, yes. 2 fractures already this season to prove it.
Hampshire still have 3 slips in play. James Vince, Liam Dawson, Joe Weatherly all very tight in there. It's Barker, left arm over, bowls, and that's driven nicely down the ground, but John Turner does well, mid-on. Will be no run. He must be itching to get a bowl, Kev.
John Turner. Yeah, but it's nice. It just settled. I don't think he's nervous. I don't know. Probably not. But it's just nice to get in on the game, really, isn't it? Only lasted 1 ball with the bat.
Surely you'd be nervous. First ball in
Well, he would be,
championship
yeah, of course.
cricket. He's trying to get it down there.
That's true. Yeah.
Big moment, isn't it? Especially getting into a team like this where last year
Probably thought he wouldn't play.
There's Barker in, bowls. That's whipped off the pads. Great diving stop by Ian Holland at mid-wicket. That's what we'd call a +4 because that was racing to the boundary.
So what do you call it?
Yeah, we have a fielding chart. So if you miss, obviously if you miss field, if say it was going to be 2, it's -1. If it's going to be a 4 and you save a 4, it's -4. And you save a 4, it's +4.
Okay.
So however many runs you saved or lost, and then they present it to us in our post-match analysis. It used to be individualised, so it used to have your name and like your pluses or minuses.
Yeah.
But this year it's now not named, it's a team.
Okay.
Collective.
Right. Here's and what's the best it's been? Here's Ian Holland, bowls outside the off stump. Buckingham leaves alone.
There you go, I can put you under the pump now. What do you think the best it's been? You've watched us play.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I'm writing down each time you guys do a bit of good fielding or you do a bit of bad fielding. I think there's actually been 1 or 2 games where... now, I didn't do the Sunrisers game here. I reckon you guys would have been in the minus from that, from what I've heard.
I was in the commentary box, I probably agree.
Sure. That's why then. That's why they're in the but I bet it was pretty close to a minus. Was it? You
Yeah.
can be honest. Yeah, it was. There we are. So that's what always playing a missing outside the off stump, prodding forward. I would say the other games you've just about been in the plus, but not by very much.
I think our highest off the top of my head is around +11, I want to say.
Yeah. Last year that would have been better, wouldn't it?
You wait for the T20s. We had a really good fielding session yesterday.
Yeah. Good. Looking forward to that.
Good bit of carry from this end, isn't there?
There is,
seems
there's a
to
length,
be
isn't
more
there? Yeah, I agree. Taylor found some, didn't he?
carry.
They're right. It's just short of a length. It just kicks off a little bit. Kicks through. Bowls, Buckingham forward, up to mid-off. Couple more tweets here. Tom at Solent Sports says it's currently very sunny but humid in Edinburgh. Well, that is helpful. Says Tom, he's a Hampshire fan in exile. So anybody that's in Edinburgh, obviously enjoying some good weather. I think we can definitely see it raining now, away to our right in the distance. towards the New Forest and in those areas, Romsey and North Baddesley that was mentioned, and over that way, that definitely looks like there's some rain. Here comes Holland again, straight, and Buckingham in behind that one. Philip Galloway at Solent Sports says, I'm on the Hampshire-Berkshire border, so north of you, and it's raining here. No idea the direction it's going in, as it's just grey all around. Thank you very much, Philip.
John Turner's warming up in the distance,
Is
Kev.
he? Oh, is he? I was going to say, Keith Parker's got to have a rest, hasn't he? 12 overs, 4 for 13.
You want to keep going, though, won't you?
Well, for how long? They might be in the field again soon, as that's pushed out into the covers, fielded by Gubbins. There's got to be a balance, isn't it?
Bit of lunch in between, though. Stock up on your reserves.
Lawrence Winter has also emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, great commentary, thank you very much for that. In Western Southampton, near the M271, we have a very heavy, slow-moving shower, and hope you don't get it. It's all in that general area, isn't it, around there? Away to our right. Edge short, a third slip. And that's a really good stop there. I think that's Joe Weatherly, who just got his hands behind that, but just almost on a half volley when it reached him. 43 for 7. Northampton still 7 runs short of their lowest ever total against Hampshire. That was about almost 100 years ago. Holland 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7.
Here we are, Kev. John Turner. He's having a chat with his captain from the pavilion end. Big applause.
Even Joe Weatherly gave him a big applause from third slip.
Obviously, Joe Weatherly and John Turner would have been playing a bit of second team cricket together at the start of this summer.
Robin Caddy says, absolutely chucking it down in Shirley now, he says on the tweets at Solent Sport. So I think there's a fairly large area now where it's raining, and we can see that away to our right now, quite visibly in the distance.
3 slips in play then, bowls, and that's edged back to him. Rubino run, that's not a bad start.
It's a good start.
He can breathe now.
Now I'm thinking, I think his debut was 2 seasons ago in the 50 over competition, and it was against Essex, and he got Sir Alistair Cook out. It was, wasn't it? It was his first wicket in first team cricket. There you go, yeah. Thank you, Alex. He remembers it as well. That wasn't a bad start to your first team career, was it?
Not at all. Keith Barker, just having a chat with him at mid-on. Not a bad person to have. Right arm over then to the left-handed Zaid. Bowls, and that's cut away through the offside, slightly short. Crane comes round, they're going to want 2. Crane fires it in, and it goes to the bowler's end, and they get there comfortably in the end. Crane's already picked up a run out today. Won't be taken on his arm. Hassan Azad was gone without facing a delivery. 45 for 7 then. Just creeping up to that lowest ever score against Hampshire. There's John Turner in bowls, and that's on leg stump line, worked in to the square leg region. Will be signalled leg byes. 47 for 7 now, Northamptonshire. Deficit of 320. So a long way behind this game. The rain still just hovering in the distance. There's not much wind to move it along. The flags above the dressing rooms very much still. If it hovers over there all day, that would be perfect.
It's all right. We're just going to look at dark clouds in the distance. It's fine, isn't it?
Doesn't make a good picture though, does it? For your debut, John Turner running into bowl. That's left alone outside the off stump. Good carry to Ben Brown. Nip back slightly.
Good pace. That's about the length as well. He doesn't want to bowl it too short here. I think he can be a little bit tempted to bowl it just short of a length, and I think just a little further up here is ideal. That's just ideal. A little bit straighter, and he'll be perfect.
3 slips in play. 2 fielders out either side of the wicket behind square as Turner in bowls, and that's a player miss outside the off stump by Buckingham. Joe Weatherly's enjoying that at 3rd slip. He's still clapping him.
It's great, isn't it? Nice to see. They're obviously good mates.
Just watch the replay there. Just held its line. Skid through to Ben Brown. Again, just looks calm, doesn't he? walking back to the pavilion, and why wouldn't you be when your team's got the opposition 46 for 7? As he's in again, bowls, and he's tried to play at that again. Through the offside. Good over though from John Turner here, take that. First class championship game. There's 2 runs from it. Beat the bat twice.
Nice pace as well. It's good to see. I suppose even though Jordan Buckingham hasn't played too many first-class games, this is only his 10th. He does average 6 with a bat, so we perhaps shouldn't expect too much from him. You'll love this one, Emily. Paul Griffiths, who's emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, as lunch was approaching, it was chucking it down here in Highcliffe. That's definitely New Forest Way. We can see that in the distance. And it's very dull still, he says, and it still is. I have the feeling that if it comes to the cricket, bad light will come into play. I'm very pleased to hear Emily call the boundary position third man, as it always has been, instead of the new woke third.
That could get me sacked from the BBC though, couldn't it?
No, not at all. No, a lot of people say third man. It's Holland. That's played late by Zabe, and it's gone off a deflection from Weatherly at second slip. It was along the ground, down towards third. They'll pick up a single.
I look like it hurt.
Yeah, it does a bit. Yeah. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm probably guilty now of using the new woke third, and Emily's calling it as everybody would like it to be called. So there you go.
Breaking all the rules though.
No, you're not really. No, because I still hear a lot of people say batsman, and yet it's now officially batters, isn't it? I think the MCC put that out, didn't they, last year, or somebody put it out. Here's Holland bowls, short of a length. Buckingham plays that quite easily back to the bowler. Yeah, I'm sure there was an official, Lords, put out an official communique that said from now on it's batters. But I still hear lots, and it's going to take a little bit of time. It's like that. Where is it in Wales that's changed? Oh, the Brecon Beacons. Isn't it? It's now changed to the local Welsh name, and everybody's saying, well, everybody's going to call it Brecon Beacons for years to come. That's changed, isn't it? Even the locals were saying that. That's pushed out square on the offside. If you say it, called it by the Welsh name, we'll go, where?
Can I just say, the groundsmen have now literally rather than sitting.
Yeah.
Grounds people. Now sitting, they are now literally ready to ignite the hover cover.
Yeah, which probably is telling us something, isn't it? Maybe rain is imminent as Holland comes in, runs away from us. Holland gets one that just turns away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. John HD, silentcricket@gmail.com says, according to the Apple weather app, and of course many other weather apps are available, the rain heads south until 3 o'clock and then does an about turn and heads back north. Wow, that's pretty precise.
I feel like we need to get a weather qualification, Kev.
That sounds like he already has. Here's Holland. And outside the off stump. There's that one that just kicks a bit off the length. Just carries nicely through to Ben Brown.
Good delivery that from Ian Holland.
Yeah.
Hampshire won't mind that at all. It is getting gloomier overhead. It's getting closer to us.
Here's one for you to answer, Emily. Michael Heyman, silentcricket@gmail.com says, call us biased, but we're all perplexed. Also, he's speaking on behalf of a collective here, as Holland bowls, always playing a missing at that one, and that hasn't missed the outside edge very much and hasn't missed the stumps by very much. He was drawn into the drive. Beautiful delivery to finish off that over, 47 for 7. Call us biased, but we're all perplexed that Ian Holland, as good as bowler as he is, came onto bowl before John Turner as a specialist bowler. Do you have any ideas why this might be, as the extra yard of pace has seemed to be a benefit for Keith, so I thought John would be a better option. Been a great morning for the boys so far though, says John Turner's housemates. Oh, there you are.
Probably the end preference. If they're John Turner's housemates, you can ask the man himself, I'm sure, after today's play. But
right. I imagine, wait a few hours.
I imagine it will be preference of end. We tend to see Ian Holland from this end, and John Turner may have favoured that pavilion end as he bowls to the left-handed Zabe outside the off stump and appeal. I feel like the bat hit the floor. John Turner wasn't interested. 47 for 7. I'm sure John Turner's housemates are very much enjoying seeing him at the crease. They contacted us yesterday, didn't they? Say they were looking forward to him to bat. That didn't go too well.
No, I was going to say, I
didn't get much. Hopefully they didn't miss it.
Hope they didn't pop out to the shop and come back. And that was it.
Turner in again, bowls and in defence into the offside. They come through for a quick single. Zabe moves to 23, comfortably the highest top scorer for Northamptonshire so far. 48 for 7.
Yeah, in fact, they wouldn't have made it to the front door. We're just going to pop out. We'll be back to listen to him batting up, and they wouldn't have even found the key to get out, and he would have been gone.
Let's hope he can make up for it with many Hampshire wickets.
Of course.
As he's in again, tall, slim, fast bowler bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off. Keith Barker does well, diving stop. He ends up diving on the ball, and that's got to have hurt. But the Hampshire fans ignore that. Those that know Keith Barker, it's a long way down for him.
And he also dived just where there's all that bare patch on that used wicket. Out of all the play, I mean, how many acres? I don't know. What's an acre? I mean, there must be 2 or 3, 4 acres of field, probably more. I don't know what acres, but and he's found the one sort of 2 foot by 2 foot bald patch and dived into.
Got dirty whites now as Turner in, and that's a player miss outside the off stump. Ben Brown holds the ball up in his right hand. Of how far that's carried. Good pace. Good bounce by John Turner. Can settle in there, that's for sure.
That was an impressive delivery. Joe's just messaged me to say, tell Emily the weather is coming from over your right shoulder and looks brighter that way currently. So that's just over the hotel. We can't see that, so apparently that's where it's coming from, apparently, according to Joe on the ground.
Turner in, and that's pushed to a backward a point. Will be no 1 run, to Zabe. He will move to 24, and that's Northamptonshire's 50 up.
That's been hard. Very, very hard indeed in the 27th over.
Mainly credit to Zabe. Milo Gay with 9 is the next highest run scorer for Northamptonshire. Top order blown away really by Keith Barker and Abbas. 2 of the big quicks as that's in and bowled by John Turner. Played up to mid-on, will be no run. That's the end of the over. 27 overs gone then, 50 for 7 the score.
So fortunately we're rain-free here, but Liz Barker has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. She says, hi all, just had to fetch my washing in. It's raining in South Wonston, that's north of Winchester. And that's right behind us, that's directly behind us, a few miles up the motorway there.
It's getting colder, isn't it? It's giving those rain vibes are starting to come at us. The covers are on in the nursery ground. The pitches are already covered, and the groundsmen are poised on the main ground.
Yeah, they must have been expecting it, but as I say, we haven't. We've been teased a little bit, and we continue to be teased with the weather. Now there are 2 short mid wickets for Holland, bowling to Zabe, who's driving, misses. That ball's just straightening on him as he goes to drive that. He's nowhere near the pitch of the ball, and that was very wide by the time it arrived. This one's from Daniel, silentcricket@gmail.com. Enjoying the live stream whilst at work today. Very overcast where I am in Basingstoke. The rain is due by the looks of it. So yes, it's sort of encircling us, isn't it? Raining in Hedge End, says Leslie Patterson. That's just a bit to our left behind us.
Swarming us.
It is, it's everywhere but here. He drives, gets hold of that one, goes out quickly to deep backward point, and that'll be a single, and he moves on to 25, and it's 51 for 7 here. Spitting here slightly in Barcelona. Thank you, Richard. Looking forward to that. Passing overhead by about the end of the week.
I wonder what the score of the game on the gantry is. It's been very intense bat v ball for about 10 yards.
It's a good surface to play cricket in, isn't it, the moment? 2 lads there playing happily as Holland comes in. Buckingham edges, he's caught, second slip. I think that's carried. That is a very good catch, Liam Dawson. That was dying on him. He just got the fingertips underneath that. Half dived forward as he did to his right. And Buckingham goes for 5. And Northamptonshire are 51 for 8.
Yeah, good little partnership from these 2, but again, every single delivery it looked like something was going to happen from a Hampshire point of view. And these Northants batters just continuing to fall at regular intervals. They're now 8 down, just 51 to their total. It's going to be a very disappointed dressing room. I'll tell you what, the Hampshire dressing room will be a very pleased one as well, that's for sure. But someone needs to stick about with Zabe. He's played nicely for 25 or 50. But this Northants batting lineup, hard to comment really, isn't it?
Well, I suppose it's easy to say when you're falling like flies. It doesn't look very good. But let's be honest, it doesn't look particularly good. Good line and length there from Ian Holland. Gave himself a chance to find the edge, and well taken by Liam Dawson. That partnership of 21, the highest of the innings. And they actually batted together for nearly 45 minutes.
Yeah, as I said, it was just something where Hampshire had to stick and be patient, but Ian Holland deserved that wicket, bowled nicely. These conditions really suit him. Slightly overcast, nip the ball about.
I love this one from Pete. Pete is the author of the book that I read during the winter, which I said earlier, I quite enjoyed that. Pete says, to continue the weather theme, it's still lovely in Southsea. That's of course part of Portsmouth, if you don't know your Portsmouth area.
Of course it is.
Yeah, of course, you'd love that. Do you go to Southsea regularly on your holidays?
On my holidays, I don't need to go there on holiday, Kev. I can see it from my bedroom window.
Are you quite close to Southsea?
It'll be like a 10-15 minute drive.
Okay.
But I can see it.
Good. The true south, says Pete, of Southsea, as opposed to being up north in Winchester. Well.
He's on my side. I like this guy already.
Do you consider Winchester too far north? Here's Holland. He's round the wicket to Jack White, who's pushing forward there. Plays that back to the bowler there. Jack White averages 7. We've just seen Buckingham go, averages 6. On the face of it, not a lot of batting here. Is Winchester too far north for you?
I actually really like Winchester, you know. Great coffee shops.
Is it?
I feel like you can't say a bad word about Winchester.
No, it's quite nice. Just having a little push at that one, Jack White, as it goes through to Ben Brown.
Other than the SO postcode that probably it comes with.
Right. Does Winchester have an SO postcode?
Surely.
I didn't know. I thought it was too far away from that, but maybe it isn't. Alex is going to have a look for me. Alex, it's great when Alex is around. He looks up things for us. Saves me having to do that. Here comes Holland round the wicket, and he's pulling the bat away from that one. End of the over. Good one for Holland. 1 wicket, 1 run off it. 1 for 9 from 4. And Northants 51 for 8. So they've avoided their lowest ever total against Hampshire. We mentioned it earlier. I'll just repeat. It was back in 1926 that we were bowled out for 50 at their home ground of Wantage Road. So they've managed to avoid that. But there is still one record here that they may not match, and that is the lowest ever total here on this ground of 57. And unfortunately, that was Hampshire last year. Is it SO postcode, Winchester? It is SO 21. Thank you.
Thought it would be. That's the only bad word you can say about Winchester. It's John Turner round the wicket in advances. Whoa. That's not missed the stumps by much. Zabe there. I'll tell you what, if he got hold of that, the ball was going to Winchester.
Wow. Well, as Alex Russell doesn't have a championship average, we don't know, but I think the fact that Zabe has played a shot like that tells you everything we need to know about Jack White's batting.
Turner, right arm round the wicket, in bowl, short ball. They like that a lot. The Hampshire slip cordon. That's him saying, don't you run at me.
That's quite right. Alex O'Boyle on the tweets at Silent Sport. He tweeted earlier about the rain in Northampton. It was mainly because they were crying at the way that Northants were batting. He says, Jack White is the most number 11 batter I've ever seen. And he's promoted to 10. Doesn't bode well for Alex Russell, does it? Zabe has to go into T20 mode now. Well, he has.
Turner from that pavilion end searching for his first wicket bowls, and that's cut down to a third man, and it's out to the boundary, but Zabe says no. 51 for 8 the score. Looking at some other scores at the ground, Surrey trail by 63 runs, 7 wickets down. Kent could be the ones to beat Surrey, you never know. Sean Abbott on 27, Tom Laws yet to trouble the scorers as Turner in again, bowls, and that's played back down the pitch. Turner's quick to the ball. Again, no run. Middlesex trail by 295 runs against Somerset. They're 5 wickets down. So 109 for 5. And Notts trail by 151 runs. But just the 2 wickets down, Joe Clark and Matthew Montgomery at the crease. That's the scores in Division 1. I've seen Steve Smith's wicket. Have you seen it?
No.
John Turner in bowls, and he's guided that down to third man. That is T20 style. Gave himself room, and that's 4 runs to Zabe. That will give the Northants fans something to cheer about as they move into the T20 blast. 55 for 8.
I haven't seen it, but while you mentioned about Steelbacks fans, Jeffrey Code has tweeted at Sonnet Sport. He says, "I only recently got into cricket and decided to follow the Steelbacks this season. I'm currently considering this seemingly rash decision, but I'm loving the coverage, though. Thank you very much."
So Steve Smith was out LBW again and didn't look too out, I can't lie. As Turner in bowls, and that's lifted. Great take by Ben Brown. That's a fantastic delivery from John Turner. Good over from him. He's got a bit of pace about him. 55 for 8. So he was given out LBW for 89.
Wow.
And he sort of as well, he was given out LBW and it looked like it hit him outside the line. Didn't look like it was hitting the stumps too much either, but he also, as they were appealing, shuffled even further to the offside, and I feel like that's a great tactic. I feel like just really emphasise the umpire, look, I'm really far outside the off stump, it's hit me outside the line.
Wow. That's his last innings before the Ashes, I think, or something like that. Emily, take a break. I'll just do it for a few minutes, and then Andrew's going to come back in a minute. So thank you very much, and well done. Great hour from you. Enjoyed listening to your chat with Ty as well earlier as well. The old charity running. Here's Ian Holland round the wicket, bowling to Jack White, who's forward. He's going to get a run here. As that's off a thick outside edge, goes to backward a point. 56 for 8. It's interesting how one comment about something sort of gets a reaction. I suppose that's what we're here for. But Ade Smith has tweeted at Sonnet Sport. He says, "I'm sorry, but the Winchester is North folk are extremists." That's a little harsh. As far as I'm concerned, the north-south divide is the M4, says Ade, and he's in Basingstoke. Ade, it was tongue-in-cheek, but I'm sure you know that as well. Oh, there's a hit, and he's caught at extra cover. And there's Ian Holland's second wicket. Zabe, who's changed from a fairly defensive mode into attacking mode, perishes there, trying to slam Ian Holland through the covers. It didn't come out of the middle of the bat. And I think that's Nick Gubbins who's taken that one at extra cover. And Zabe goes for 29. And yeah, it was Nick Gubbins. Just have that confirmed. Good catch from him. And Northamptonshire now are 56 for 9. Well, I know they were bowled out for 72 second innings against Nottinghamshire. This is another, I'm afraid, poor performance from their batters here as well. And eventually, I can't believe that Hampshire won't enforce the follow-on. 218 is the follow-on. I know the trend isn't to do that these days, but I think we'd be surprised if they didn't, because we haven't even had quite 30 overs. They have batted better. You always look for positives, but they have batted better than their second innings against Hampshire a month ago up at Wantage Road, where they were all out for 63 in their second innings following on. And that didn't even last 23 overs. So, as I say, always look for a positive somewhere along the line. Alex Russell, the last man to the crease, playing his first championship game. As one of the tweeters said earlier, if Jack White is batting number 10, what hope is there for Alex Russell with his batting? I'm sure Andrew Radd has seen him bat before. I haven't. And well, is Jack White really batting number 10 because Alex Russell's even worse? I guess we'll find out as the rain continues to be around us, but not here. Thank you for all your tweets and emails about the rain. I actually do particularly enjoy it. Pete says the north-south divide is the M27 end. Wow. That's pushed out on the onside by Russell, his first ball in Championship cricket. Wow, that north-south divide is getting lower and lower. It used to be the M4, now it's the M27. I suppose somebody's going to say it's the Solent soon, between the Isle of Wight and the mainland England. There's your north-south divide. That's very south, isn't it, M27? Here comes Ian Holland again and bowls. Russell's forward. Well, I have to say, just looking at the 2 shots he's played so far, I think it's a bit harsh, him coming in number 11, Andrew. I don't know what you think. Yeah,
I haven't seen a great deal of Alex Russell batting. I mean, Jack White has his own method in that, as in probably other things as well. And he's got a very good eye. Yeah. Alex Russell just looks as though he's fairly compact and fairly orthodox.
Here's Holland, bowls. Russell leaves that one alone outside the stump. Now we're still in the lowest ever total here at the Ageas Bowl territory.
Yes, in fact, Northampton's lowest total in Southampton, and that obviously includes Northlands Road. And it wasn't Northlands Road, it was 60 back in 1908.
Ah, right. So actually, in this part of the wood.
Yeah. So a little way to go. Yeah. At least one of my correspondents who claimed that I'd gone home. At least I haven't.
He was trying to look away for a while. That's played back to Ian Holland. Still gloomy out there, but we're still playing, which is the main thing. And Ian Holland has now bowled 5 overs, 2 for 10, a wicket for him in that over.
Yeah, thanks very much to various people who've been in touch. I've been having a bit of ongoing correspondence at the back of the box with a couple of former players and even the editor of Wisden about how things are going for Northamptonshire, and the consensus is that it's not going particularly well. I think my favourite tweet, and there have been a lot, but thank you for all of them, but our friend William C. at Fourth Slipper said that to Old Man Rowd, words fail me. Well, BBC, acceptable words anyway. I have to say some of your fellow correspondents have not been quite as concerned about the language, but I wouldn't repeat them on air, but they're entitled to their views, and it's not good.
Well, it must be frustrating.
Yes, that's one word for it.
Yeah, it is.
Here's Turner from the far end, the pavilion end, and bowls to Jack White, the left-hander, who drives out into the covers, and there's no run. The rain that may or may not be on the way, depending on what our weather watchers are telling us, has certainly stayed away for long enough just to make batting conditions a little bit more tricky. But to be fair, I don't think Northamptonshire really can place a lot of blame on that. It's been a fairly hapless performance. Here's Turner in again, and he's bowled him. And there is Jack White's stumps splayed all over the place. Northamptonshire have been bowled out for 56, which is, I think I'm right in saying, Kevin, the lowest total, first-class total on this ground at the Ageas Bowl. And, well, one assumes that Northamptonshire will be invited to follow on. What would ever happen if a side said, no, I shan't? I'm not absolutely sure. But they've been bowled out for 56 at, where are we, 10 minutes past 3 on the second day, and they will, well, assuming they're invited to follow on, they will go in again facing a deficit of 311, and there are still, will they take off a couple for the interval, there's still 46 overs to go in the day. Now, as I say, whether with the weather we do get all those in, I'm not absolutely sure, but well, it is not completely beyond the realms of possibility that Northamptonshire could lose today, and the applause, and well-deserved applause, for the Hampshire bowlers and fielders as they leave the field, because they have done a clinical job. They've done absolutely what they had to. Keith Barker, outstanding, 12 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 13. Mohammed Abbas, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 20. Ian Holland, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10. And John Turner, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 3.2 overs rather, no maidens, 1 for 9. There were 4 extras, 4 leg byes, and Northamptonshire bowled out for 56 in 30 overs and 2 balls. And, well, in terms of lowest totals, at least it isn't Northamptonshire's lowest against Hampshire, which was 50 all out, courtesy of Jack Newman and Stuart Boys back in 1926. But I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying, and I'm just trying to look this up while I'm speaking to you, I'm pretty sure that is Northamptonshire's lowest total in Southampton. It is 60 all out back in 1908.
Wow.
Which even I don't remember.
Wow.
But it was, just looking at that Northamptonshire side, interestingly, in that match, they were all Northamptonshire born. There you go. There's a minor footnote of history, but they were bowled out, funnily enough, by Philip Mead, who we were talking about in context of his batting, but he took 7 wickets.
Did we have that conversation up at your place a month
I think we
ago
may
where
have
you
done.
said that after one of those games, it might have been that one, where they decided they'd open the team up
Well, it was after that season, definitely. Right. And Northamptonshire decided then to spread the net a little more widely.
Yeah. Let's take a break. We may or may not resume this game in less than 10 minutes because it is very gloomy out there, but rest assured, when we do start, we'll have more live commentary. in just over 30 overs. 4 wickets for Keith Barker, a couple for Abbas and for Holland, and a John Turner with his first championship wicket. They will follow on shortly, Northants, 311 runs behind. Ageas Bowl, where I'm happy to report that we will get some more play tonight on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Northamptonshire. There's been no play since just after 3 o'clock when Northamptonshire were bowled out for just 56. In that time, we had quite a lot of rain, we had a bit of tea, and Hampshire enforced to follow on. So Northamptonshire very shortly will bat again in their second innings, 311 runs behind, and we have 19 overs to do. And hopefully, all being well, we might get all of those in, certainly the majority of those in, and then who knows what might happen with that Northamptonshire batting. I'm Kevin James, and next to me is Mr. Andrew Radd from BBC Northampton.
I was going to say extra half hour might be if they don't bat a bit better than they did in the first innings. Afternoon again, everybody. Yeah, I'd have to say the first thing to say is full credit to the ground staff here, because we had quite a lot of rain in a short space of time. It wasn't prolonged, but it was heavy for half an hour, 3/4 of an hour, something like that, after they came off, and there was sort of a bit of standing water around. The ground staff done an absolutely superb job and got the ground fit for play. So the light is okay, so I think there's every chance we will get through. And it's just a question of whether Northamptonshire can make some sort of fist of this. I've spent a good part of the 2.5 hours that I've been off the field reading some of the comments from Northamptonshire supporters, and people care about their counties, and it's not easy to follow Northamptonshire at the moment. It's not easy to watch it, but we always hope for better things.
That's right, yeah, bowled out for 76 in their second innings against Nottinghamshire, and 56 here. So confidence, I should imagine, will be rock bottom. But this is when you're looking for players to stand up and show their mettle. Here's the first of those. It's Emilio Gay, who's facing Keith Barker. Short ball from Barker, bouncer to greet the young man who, it was like many of the Northamptonshire batters, didn't really get going. He made 9, but before he'd even made a run, tried to get off the mark in the first over to Keith Barker, called Azad through for a single. Azad was out from a direct throw from Mason Crane at point. So he has a bit to prove, Mr. Gay, because he was then out for 9, fell to a short delivery from Mo Abbas. The field was set deep on that leg side for exactly that shot, and he obliged as he's away, flicks that away on the leg side. There'll be 1, there'll be 2. As who's that there? That'll be Fletcher Middleton, of course. Yes. Who was the man that caught him in the first innings.
Yes, that was. It wasn't Emilio Gay's finest hour, was it? Really, finest 10 minutes, really. And he was dropped as well, of course, in that course of that 9 as well, dropped a second slip.
What a horrible innings in total. But a chance to redeem it. That's a good thing about pro sport, a good thing about pro cricket. You've always got another chance to prove people wrong. As Gay pushes forward through extra cover, there'll be runs here. This is running across a wet outfield. This would be interesting to see what it does with the ball as Nick Gubbins slides into that one. And of course, he's not a poor player overnight, but far from it. But it was not a great period at the crease for Emilio Gay this afternoon.
I'd be interested to get your take, Kevin, on a lot of the comments that have been reading this afternoon that focus very much on the coaches rather than the players, and I'd be interested to get your take on that.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I suppose these days coaches get blamed more than players way down the leg side. Good take from Ben Brown.
Well, yeah, and I'm just wondering. The reason I ask is I'm just wondering if it's a sort of modern thing, whether it's something that's come in from football. Because I can remember times, obviously, when Northamptonshire have gone through bad patches and have had some bad results, and it tends to be, then it was such and such he shouldn't be in the team, and this, that, and the other, and he shouldn't be in. Now it seems the knee jerk is always, well, it's down to the coaches.
Well, there's a few more of them, isn't there, really? As Gay pushes it back up the pitch. I mean, in my day, there was probably 1.
Yeah, fair point.
Now there's a batting coach, there's a bowling coach, there's a fielding coach, there's strength and conditioning coaches, there's all sorts. So, in each different department now, you can point the finger at any one person. So it's, that's changed. And, quite rightly, those guys take the responsibility. But you can only do so much. As a job like that, a lot of it is and it's often said, it is confidence. Everybody out there on that field can play. They wouldn't be there if they couldn't. There's plenty of others playing second team cricket that can't. That's pushed out towards extra cover, or the counties are trying to find out whether they can or can't, and nobody can make up their mind as yet. So, these guys that are out here are just about the best available players. Now, obviously within that, some people have better records than others. But I mean, Amelia Gay averages 27 in his career. He's only 23, so he's got time to.
And he had a really good, breakthrough year last year.
That's right.
Played particularly well second half of the year. And
so it promises much. He can play 33 Vasconcelos. That's not a bad. It's not a great average, but it's not bad. It's not like guys are walking to the crease, averaging sort of low 20s. Then you can probably sort of point a finger a little bit more. But, a lot of this is confidence. If you're playing within a side that is struggling to win games, at the moment struggling to even bat, to even get close to saving a game, let alone winning a game, it's just, as a collective, it's very, very difficult indeed. Everything sort of feeds, everybody feeds off everybody else. When people are playing well, when you've got good players in the dressing room playing well, you feed off that. When everybody's playing poorly, unfortunately it's catching.
Mohamed Abbas starting round the wicket to Hassan Azad, who lets that first ball go through to Ben Brown, and it appeared to swing back late and was taken by Brown around the line of leg stump or even just outside. It's just, as I say, it's funny, isn't it? When Northamptonshire beat Middlesex, second game of the season, then it was the players getting the plaudits, and fair enough, it was a very good win. But then when they start losing games, then it's not the players anymore, it's the coaches. Here's Abbas with 3 slips in place and a forward short leg, and Azad playing that out into the covers, and there's no run. Did enjoy one of the comments that I had from a Northamptonshire supporter who said he was getting very excited when the follow-on was imposed at the prospect of actually seeing Hassan Azad face a ball. Which he didn't in the first innings. Well, he's faced a couple there, solidly enough.
Well, this has to be one of his most solid innings from now on.
Well, he's got the chance to bat for as long as he likes. 2 days would be handy. Here's Abbas, and again bowling to Azad, who's coming across his stumps, plays it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 3 slips, backward point, big gap through the covers, obviously inviting the drive. Extra cover rather than a mid-off. Then a mid-wicket, forward short leg under the lid, and a long leg down in front of the Colin Ingleby-Mackenzie stand.
Sorry, very quickly, a quick note to Paul Williams, who's listening in Portugal. Yes, we are on the BBC Sport website, Paul. I've just listened myself on my phone. So it is on there.
Here's Abbas in again. Bowls to Azad, who takes a couple of steps down the pitch to try and presumably negate any movement, and plays it back down the pitch for Abbas to field off his own bowling. Mohamed Abbas, for once, slightly overshadowed in the first innings here. Picked up 2 for 20, but Keith Barker, the man of the moment, took in, 5 maidens in a row at the start, including a wicket. Didn't concede a run until his 6th over and finished with 4 for 13 from 12. Here's Abbas in again, bowling wide outside the off stump, and Azad doesn't need to have anything to do with that, and doesn't. I suppose you just look at baby steps, isn't it, in these sort of situations, and Northamptonshire could get through to the close, 1 wicket perhaps at most.
Yeah.
Then they'll say, okay, we've got something to work on. We'll come back tomorrow and chunk it up as Alan Lamb always used to do. Say half an hour or 10 overs or whatever, and just see if we can get something out of this. Abbas bowls again to Azad, who leaves that outside the off stump through to Ben Brown. So a couple of overs safely negotiated. That was a maiden to start off for Mohamed Abbas, and Northamptonshire 4 for no wicket in their second innings, trailing by a mere 307.
Yeah, I mean, the trouble with 70 not out and 50 not out in consecutive innings means that something pretty special would have to happen in this innings for there not to be a lot of chats, and the players will be aware of that. There'll be chats among themselves, of course, but higher than them as well, and they'll be aware of that, and that just creates a feeling of unease, and that sort of all in the mix doesn't really help. Here's Barker from the pavilion end, bowls to Gay, who just works that to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I suppose from one point of view, the fact that the blast starts next week, it takes a little bit of pressure off some of the players here. who obviously then won't be involved really. We're playing seconds presumably, and won't be involved in first team cricket again until the back end of June, when the county championship resumes. Of course, there must be a number of different players involved, certainly as far as Northamptonshire are concerned.
Barker. Oh, is he edged? It's put down. Dawson puts him down at second slip. That's the second drop catch today, Liam Dawson.
Same batter as well.
Yeah, moving to his right, that's right. He dropped him in the first innings on 8. It was a similar sort of catch as well, just going in front of Vince. Not a long way, but he's got 2 hands to that comfortably, and Dawson just bangs the ground in frustration. That's 1 out of 3 he's taken today. It's unusual for him. That's a poor rate. 2 out of 3 is normally bad for him. But, another life for Emilio Gay. Who knows what that might bring? Just works that away to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
So people can always tell when we're off for rain and we have sort of nothing better to do. And I did put out on social media the tweet about the Northamptonshire side that was bowled out for 60 in 1908, which was until today Northamptonshire's lowest score in Hampshire. All 11 of those players born in Northamptonshire, which drew a caustic comment from our colleague Mr. Emerson.
Oh gosh. Lovely drive, Emilio Gay, and great stop at extra cover by Nick Gubbins. Save 4.
Yep, our Durham counterpart, who will certainly be on air with me next week for the T20, said it's obviously then it was a local team for local people, which I quite enjoyed.
That's not bad from somebody up in Durham.
Well, I also put up a picture of the captain of that side, Tim Manning, and one of our regular listeners and correspondents said, is he available still? Well, no.
There's Barker with 3 slips and 2 shortish mid-wickets and down the leg side. Taken by Ben Brown.
The thing is, Northamptonshire are now setting all manner of unwanted records. We seem to spend disproportionate amounts of time, I do at the moment, going through records of a rather negative kind. It's the lowest total since, lowest total against. Yeah, it's
lowest partnerships. Well, I don't think there is one of those.
It's a sort of lurid fascination, I suppose, that these things tend to hold for.
Barker again then, and bowls, and Gay pulls that around on the leg side through mid-wicket along the ground. Chase for Fletcher Middleton. Again, that ball's going to get damp along the outfield here, and they're going to pick up 3. It's good running. And it'll complete the over there from Keith Barker. So we have had 3 overs on the resumption of play. Northamptonshire 7 without loss, and Emilio Gay in that over. Dropped at second slip by Liam Dawson.
A pleasant evening now, actually. There's a little bit of rather watery sunshine reflecting off the cars parked in the car park down to our right. The floodlights are still on, of course, but I think the light is going to hold, and certainly been scrutinising the radar quite closely, and we were able to see that rain coming in. I think we've now had all that. I don't think there's any more rain in the Southampton area in the next, certainly next hour or so, so I think we should be safe to get through. 16 overs to go in the day, so it's probably going to be another hour or so.
Here we are, late one.
Yep, a bit of overtime, and it's Mohammed Abbas starting his second over, running in from the hotel end from which we are commentating. That's outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. Goes through to Ben Brown. A few spectators, and we were saying actually off air, having praised the ground staff for their efforts, it is quite wonderful in a way that there are still spectators around the ground who took cover. Fortunately, there's plenty of cover at the Ageas Bowl here. We're just able to get out of the rain, but they're still here. They've stuck at it in, well, the hope and expectation that they're going to get some cricket. There's Abbas in again, bowling, and hits Emilio Gay on the pad, runs down into the gully, and they've stuck at it. And there's a few, certainly in the top tier of the pavilion in front of us, a few scattered around the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, a few in the Shane Warne stand, not too many down in the seats in front of us, but full credit to them. Determined not to miss a ball.
It's a much quieter atmosphere now, isn't it?
Yes, it was. Well, it was very noisy out in the field earlier, and why wouldn't it be? Here's Abbas in again. Bowl's very full, driven by Gay nicely. Runs for him here. It's the big gap through the covers, inviting the drive. and it's gone out towards the scoreboard to our right, one of the two main scoreboards on the ground, and they come through for a couple of runs. 9 to Gay, and Northamptonshire 9 for no wicket. If you're just joining us, just checking what's happening before the close of play, well, you got a bit of Brucey bonus because you've got about 15 overs to go, but Hampshire bowled out for 367, losing their last 4 wickets for 12. Here's Abbas in and bowling to Emilio Gay, who's forward, pushing it up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And then Northamptonshire, after losing Hassan Azad in the first over, run out without facing, were bowled out for 56, with only Saif Zaib, who made 29 in double figures. 4 wickets for Keith Barker, 2 for Mohammed Abbas, 2 for Ian Holland, and 1 for John Turner. The follow-on was enforced. Then we had a long break for rain, about 2.5 hours, but we're back on now. 15 overs to go after this one. Abbas in bowling to Gay, who's pushing forward, goes past the outside edge. Ben Brown for once doesn't take cleanly.
Good job we didn't edge that one as well.
I was going to say that spilled out of the gloves. Emilio Gay, we were saying, has had not his happiest day, but has another chance to really stamp his authority on his return to Northamptonshire. He's returned to the Northamptonshire side, obviously missed the start of the season after a knee operation. Came back in the previous game against Nottinghamshire. This is his 2nd game of the season. Abbas is in and bowls to him, and he just works that plane slightly across his front pad. It goes up to Barker at mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, 9 for no wicket. All those runs to Emilio Gay. Northamptonshire still 302 behind. We've got 15 overs to go in the day, and it is, as my old nan used to say, the nicest part of the day.
Yeah, it's certainly quiet. There wasn't a big crowd in earlier, but it just felt a little bit more of an atmosphere than it does now. But still a lot of time to bat here, and a lot of runs to make up as well. It's set fair tomorrow. Good chance this game is going to be over tomorrow with a day to spare, which is probably about the norm these days at the Ageas. 3 days is about right. Very rare, unless there's been quite a bit of rain for the game to go deep into day 4 or even into day 4. Here's Barker. He's bowling to Azad. Comes in and bowls. Azad gets right to the pad. That looks very close. He's gone. Stuck on the crease. And that ball may just have nipped back a little bit at Azad, and that's a pair for Azad, the left-hander. Just watching that on the replay now, he's right in front. It probably hit him on the knee, but he's not the tallest.
No, I don't think there's too much to worry about there, was there? As you say, he just didn't go anywhere, did he? It's like feet were in glue. And confident appeal. Keith Barker fancied it, didn't he? And umpire sends Hassan Azad on his way. Well, it was Rob Keogh who bagged him in the previous match. Hassan Azad bags him here. Run out in the first innings. LBW to Barker in the second. I just wonder at what point Northamptonshire might be thinking about night watchman territory. The captain's coming out now, Sam Whiteman. Jordan Buckingham did the job actually pretty well down at Taunton. Although, as I mentioned on the first day, seemed not entirely sure what the task involved, but did a terrific job and batted a long time on the Sunday morning. He used up 66 balls before he was out for 17. But just going to have another look at this one. They're fortunately going to show it again on the replay, and it's dead.
It's just gone nowhere, played all around it, all over the place, really. I suppose cynics would say that Jordan Buckingham might still bat tonight in his normal place. That's being really naughty.
That's harsh.
That's being really naughty.
Harsh words, Kevin.
Of course it is, I know. But, I didn't want to say that. But I thought, you know what, I bet there's some people listening and watching
and will.
thinking.
No, absolutely right. No, it's,
so I've said it for them.
As I say, it's the humour of the condemned cell, isn't it, at the moment? But
it's horrible, isn't it? It's a horrible place Northamptonshire are in at the moment. It wasn't in a great place in the game between these two before. You could feel the tension with the batting in that game, but this is as bad, isn't it?
And Taunton was, I suppose, we were all quite buoyed by what happened at Taunton with a really strong rearguard action, batted all through the last day to save the game, and Sam Whiteman 130 in 7 hours. Tom Taylor played really well, but unfortunately it proved a bit of a false dawn.
Here's Barker then to the left-hander, Sam Whiteman. He got him in the first innings as well. A similar delivery to Azad as that's pushed out towards extra cover. Now, Whiteman averages 36 with the bat, which is steady. Let's be honest, that's steady.
Yeah, it took him a little while to make an impact. He finished off the game against Middlesex, which was the match Northamptonshire won, made 60 not out. Other than that, and then obviously the 6 3/4 hours, 130 not out at Taunton, which was a wonderful effort.
Yeah. So there's some runs behind him as edged down to the ground, and it's gone very quickly through the hands of James Vince. They will pick up 2. He's taken most of the pace off that, but that was a wicked edge that went along the ground and just bounced up at James Vince. I think he did well to actually take a lot of the pace off that.
Yeah, this is 12th innings of the season for Northamptonshire. Obviously batted twice in all of the games. He's got 130 not out, 60 not out, and otherwise hasn't got to 30. 1, 12, 13, 60 not out, 26, 6, 15, 130 not out, 8, 8 and 0.
Pretty comprehensive that. Here's outside the off stump Barker. That's a good leave as well. But as you know, if you've got 100 behind you at this stage of the season, you know that's okay. You know, you won't feel. I don't think you'll feel particularly out of nick, but I'm sure you'd. So this season, so his career average is 36. So this season,
going into this match, he was averaging 34.87.
So he's pretty much doing what he says on the tin.
Yeah.
Isn't he? So having got 0 in the first innings, probably some runs here for him. As Barker comes in, it's just the situation that Northampton find themselves in. Outside the off stump, just swinging fractionally away from Whiteman.
Yeah, I mean that innings at Taunton, he went in actually when Hassan Azad had to retire hurt. So he went in the 5th over and was still there after 104 overs on the Sunday afternoon. So he batted very nearly 100 overs.
Well, that is a long time. Here's Barker. Whiteman drives into the covers. Lovely shot. Just a touch drive that, and that's going for 4. That's right out of the sweet spot on the bat. And he moves on to 6. And the Northamptonshire total into 15 for 1. Still 296 runs behind.
That could be the best shot by a Northamptonshire batter today, I think. That was absolutely sweet as a nut. It was a lovely, lovely stroke. Bring you up to date with what's happening elsewhere, because 1 or 2 games I suspect will be over tomorrow, not least at Lords, where Middlesex are following on against Somerset. They're 46 for 1 in their second innings, so still 182 behind, bowled out earlier for 175. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 322 for 4 against Essex, so building a bit of a lead there, 24 ahead. Here's Mohammed Abbas, 3 slips in, bowling to Emilio Gay, plays that out into the covers, and there's no run. And at the Oval, Surrey, who were just tottering a little bit against Kent, managed to get a pretty solid first innings lead of 84, tail wagged in a big way. And Kent are 65 for 1 in their second innings, so still 19 behind. And Zach Crawley is 25 not out, but Ben Compton's had a poor match. He was out for 1 in the second innings. Here's Abbas in again outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay, goes through to Ben Brown.
Is that 4 and 1 he's got Compton in that game?
Yeah,
wow,
that's right. Unusual for him. In Division 2, at Bristol, well, they have had some rain. Durham all out for 445, Gloucestershire 212 for 5 in reply. At Hove, Sussex piled up 481 all out for a huge first innings lead against Glamorgan, who were 93 for 1 in their second innings, still 265 behind. Abbas round the wicket, bowling to Gay, who again comes onto the front foot, plays it out into the covers. And there's no run, fielded there by Nick Gubbins. And at New Road, well, they're off for bad light. They've had rain there as well. Worcestershire, who've been left to score 271 by Leicestershire, are 26 for 2. Of course, we had 22 wickets fell yesterday. Leicestershire all out for 180 today in their second innings, so the target 271, Worcestershire 26 for 2, but they're off for bad light. It's not confirmation that's close of play yet, but they are off. Here's Abbas in again, bowling to Emilio Gay outside the off stump, left alone. good carry, as you would imagine with a new ball. Slaps into the gloves of Ben Brown. 15 for 1 then. The arrears have dipped under 300, so it's just these little targets that you need to set yourself in your mind. Floodlights, as we say, still on. They will remain on now, of course. But the forecast for tomorrow, I think, is very good, isn't it?
Yeah, so I understand.
So,
yeah.
So that isn't going to come to Hampshire's rescue. Here's Ageas in bowling again to Emilio Gay. Pushes out into the covers, thinks about a single. And Sam Whiteman, not surprisingly and very sensibly, is having none of it. And sends him back. All part of the Northamptonshire master plan, of course. The bus, at the risk of sounding like Henry Blofeld, the bus goes behind the pavilion here, large blue bus, double-decker. Is that taking spectators home, I wonder, Kevin? Or?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen a
No,
blue bus go up there before. There was obviously a reason. I know not.
It's not the fish and chip bus, anyway.
No.
Ageas is in, bowling to Gay, beaten outside the off stump by a beauty to finish the over. End of it, 15 for 1. Northamptonshire. Gay is 9, Whiteman is 6. There are 13 overs to be bowled. The man out, Hassan Azad, LBW to Keith Barker for naught.
Accurate stuff again from Ageas. A maiden over for him. And, it's just about Hampshire just whittling away. Might see a lot more of Liam Dawson and Mason Crane tomorrow, I think. I can't believe that Northants are going to fold again so easily. I mean, I don't know. Of course I don't know, but you know, they are a professional batting lineup, so you would think that's not going to happen again, surely. As Whiteman just gets turned around a fraction there from Barker as he prods out and pushes it out square on the offside. I mean, there really will be serious questions asked if that happens 3 times in a row. Twice in a row is bad enough. They really have got to put in a decent shift with the bat second time around. And of course, when you find yourself this far ahead, behind in the game, batting always feels doubly difficult. Sometimes you walk to the crease and runs are easy to come by and the bowling feels easy and you think, well, this game's all right. This will feel very difficult at the moment. Oh, that's almost clipped leg stump. He's come across his stumps there a little bit, Whiteman. He'll have to be careful. He was LBW in the first innings to Barker. I've just seen Azad just shuffle across his stumps and get LBW. Doesn't really coming across too far. Almost bowled there. Don't think it was that close to leg stump, but there was.
I think so.
So be careful. But as I say, it's these situations play on your mind as a batter, and for every one of these Northamptonshire batters, this will feel very difficult for the rest of this game. But this is where you want people to stand up. Leaves alone outside the off stump and goes through to Ben Brown. As a coach, as an official of Northamptonshire, this is where you want to see batters stand up and be counted. And right, you know, who is going to really knuckle down, and I want to see some fight. That's what you want. You want to see some fight. You know, Northamptonshire are probably going to lose this. They probably might lose it by a quite considerable sum. But if somebody comes out of this with an 80 or a 90 or 100,
right. Absolutely,
you know,
right.
There's something there, and you can look at that player and you say, do you know what? He's probably got what it takes, and that's what you want. Here's Barker, bowls, and Whiteman steers that away behind square on the leg side. Should only be a single. No, 2 it'll be. Ageas wasn't exactly racing towards picking that up. 17 for 1.
And it's absolutely right what you say. My mind goes back to this time last season when Northamptonshire played Surrey down at the Oval, and you know, Surrey's bowling attack very, very strong. Won in the championship last year, and they were knocking lumps out of Northamptonshire, who were clearly going to lose the game by a distance. But on the third day, come back to that in a sec.
Barker to Whiteman, leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
On the third day, Emilio Gay goes in, and he got hit 3 times in more or less the same place on the right elbow and peppered around the body. But he dug in, he got 50. Northamptonshire lost. But I remember talking to John Sadler after that. I said, I think Emilio's come of age there today, and he then went on obviously and played really well the rest of the season. Got that terrific 100 against Surrey back at Northampton, back end of the season.
Barker again. That's a good leave, because that's just straightening up on him as it goes past. End of the over, 17 for 1.
And it's exactly as you say. And you thought, that's an innings of somebody that's got a bit of heart, bit of courage, bit of ticker, as they say.
Yeah.
and was prepared to, to take one for the team, or take a few for the team. And you just felt that in his development as a professional batter, that was quite a big step forward. Yeah. So you need somebody, and it might be Emilio Gay. You need somebody to do something similar here. Quite agree.
Well, in the game here last year, when Northampton under the cosh, when Hampshire got 400 in the first innings, he got 74 in the second innings. Battled really hard.
Played well, didn't he? Abbasian again bowls to Emilio Gay, who is playing forward at that, and again it just shapes away from the left-hander, and Mohammed Abbas with both hands up to his chin couldn't believe that he didn't find the edge.
I mean, this is high-class stuff, isn't it? He's round the wicket, he's got to play, and then as the ball pitches, it starts to straighten on him. Now, this is hard work. He might need a bit of luck here as well, Emilio Gay. He's already been dropped of Barker, but sometimes you need a little bit of luck in these situations, but you also need to battle hard. And we've seen it, he is the player that can do that.
Abbas is in, bowling to him again. Short, ducks underneath, it goes to Brown. 3 slips in, but also, as we saw in the first innings for Emilio Gay, the 2 fielders in there at short mid-wicket catching, which suggests, as I was saying I think I was on with Emily this morning, that Hampshire have done their homework on the way that Emilio Gay did get out a couple of times last year. So that will have been logged away.
Good to see he's ducked under that bouncer as well after being bounced out in the first innings by Abbas. That was a little higher, that one.
Here is Abbas again, running away from us. Bowling to Emilio Gay, short again, and he's pulled that. Is it going to split the 2 fielders? No, it's not. It's going to be pulled in about, 10 yards in from the rope down there at long leg, and in fact they only get a single in the end. Gay goes to 10. And Northamptonshire to 18 for 1. Didn't get quite as much on that as I thought he did.
Yeah, it's just a little leg side-ish, wasn't it, really, the ball? Kept it down well.
It's interesting, we're talking about the analysts and how all the homework and the sort of material that's available now. And it's a far cry from, was it Emmett Robinson, the old Yorkshire pro, who said, buy yourself a book and write down what you learn every day, because you will learn something every day if you play county cricket, and carry the little book around with you. Here's Abbas. 3 slips in the gully now for Whiteman, who drives out into the covers, and that's a sensational piece of fielding in there at extra cover to cut off any possibility of a run. He probably saved 4, to be honest, although the outfield obviously just slowed up a little bit after the rain. But a lovely stop at extra cover.
Nick Gubbins.
Nick Gubbins again. I mean, he's the only fielder in front of square on the offside. And Sam Whiteman slightly unluckily picked him out, but it was a wonderful bit of fielding. I say certainly saved 3 runs, possibly even 4. Is Abbasian again bowling to Whiteman, beats him outside the off stump, appeal for a catch behind, not a very confident appeal, and they get about as far as hows and don't complete the sentence. So Whiteman survives, has a little prowl off to square leg, a la Ted Dexter. What do you reckon? You've seen it?
Well, it's difficult to tell if it's thin edge, but this is just high class.
It is, isn't it?
From Abbas. You can see both Gay and Whiteman, both left-handers, looking to play the ball because they have to, because of the angle, and they're not sure when it's pitching whether it's going to straighten, come in with the arm. High-class stuff, this.
Still 3 slips in a gully, waiting for the edge as Abbas is in, bowls to Whiteman. No edge there, plays it solidly out into the covers where Gubbins comes in from extra to field. Another over safely negotiated by this Northamptonshire pair. 18 for 1. Gay is 10, Whiteman is 8, and there are 11 overs to go in the day. I did inherit from a wonderful old local cricketer in Northamptonshire a little notebook that he made of all the players he played against in the 50s, and some pros when pros were playing in the Northamptonshire League, in the County League as it was then, and it's great, all the little notes, as tires easily, or this sort of thing, or too fond of the cut, sort of stuff. Wonderful. Yes. And a school exercise book.
There's Barker to Gay. Down the leg side. Diving Ben Brown can't stop that one. That should be 4 buys. No, it's 4 leg buys. It's just flicked the pad on the way through. Northamptonshire move on to, I think that'll be 22 for 1. If the scoreboard moves in a minute. I think it is 22 for 1. I'm pretty confident it is.
I think it is, yeah.
Hasn't moved yet.
There we go.
There we are. 289 the difference. Yeah, I mean, that must be it's quite interesting, isn't it? Really, when you see.
Did you have a little book when you
No, I
started?
didn't. No. Because well, I mean, it's quite interesting because you play against the same players quite a lot, and you get to know. I mean, all these guys know each other. They know what they can do and what they can't do. Here's Barker. As that's pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I think what I tried not to do is when I was bowling was try and not look at scores the game before or two, because I didn't want to know which batters were in form and which weren't, because I think sometimes that can influence, the way you bowled. If you thought somebody was in form, I don't know, maybe it took a fraction of an edge off you. I don't know. That's just my little theory, but generally, you knew who did what, who liked to hook, who didn't. Not that I could bowl bouncers like that, but on the back foot there, Gate, he'll pick up a single into the gap in the covers, moves on to 11, 23 for 1. But yeah, of course, now with the analysts and that, I mean, they have so much data now; it's almost too much, I think. But that whatever theories there are to certain players, that will be backed up now with sort of graphs and whatever it is that they produce from their briefcase.
The dreaded Manhattans.
Yeah, that's right. So, there'll be a lot of that. Which is fair enough, and I think that's quite an important part of the game. I think sometimes it can be guilty of probably over-analysing things, but sometimes it is a simple game. Barker bowls, and it's outside the off stump. At the end of the day, when you're bowling, it's got to be a good line of length. But and if you're batting, you've got to bowl pretty straight.
But it goes back to this point we were talking about half an hour ago when we came back on about how much, if things are going badly, you put the blame on the coaches, and you talk about all the analysis and you can have all the information in the world, but when you get a bit of cricket like in the first over of the first innings with that single and the direct hit, you can't legislate for that.
Here's Barker. Whiteman drives but finds Gubbins at extra cover. That's right. I mean, I don't know what analysis there is that if you push the ball out to point and Mason Crane is fielding, what the odds are that he throws at one stump and hits it. I mean, there probably is no sort of analysis for that. Maybe that's why it happened. Maybe they walk back at the end of the innings and say, well, I don't know, you didn't produce any stats on the probability of Mason Crane hitting one stump from point, so that's why he was run out.
It's very odd. Or indeed going for the run in the first place.
Well, there you are. Barker again, left arm over to Whiteman. Oh, it gets an edge, it's into the gap. It was along the ground, it's going for 4. Fletcher Middleton at wideish or fineish gully there, diving to his right, went too quickly. 4 runs to that end over for Keith Barker. Whiteman moves on to 8. It's 23 for 1, and Northamptonshire following on are 284 runs behind.
Not like the glory days of player, I suspect he might have been a little bit before your time, Jim Yardley.
Yes.
Yeah, who left-hander, started with Worcestershire and came to Northamptonshire in the 70s as much as anything else, because Ken Turner, then Secretary of Northamptonshire, reckoned that Northamptonshire needed a really good slipper, and he was a great slip fielder. And he made some very handy runs as well, but he did tend to squirt an awful lot through the gully region, and almost routinely, as soon as he came in a county match, he would have at least 2 gullies and sometimes more. Ageas starting another over, 3 slips in for Emilio Gay, who gets another short ball, so they're trying him out with that, having got him out with the first innings. And it's pulled away down to deep backward square, but quite safely all along the floor, and Gay picks up another single. He goes to 12, and Northamptonshire to 28 for 1. And even when Jim was playing in club cricket for Overston Park and scored an awful lot of runs, as you might imagine, in league cricket, you still had captains almost, because they'd seen it at the county ground or they'd seen it on the telly. They put 2 gullies in. There's never any chance of actually catching it there. Ageas is in, bowls to Whiteman, who covers up, pushes it out of the onside, and there's no run to be had there. Afternoon to Glenn Banks, who's messaged me, and funnily enough, thinking about Glenn, it's a strange coincidence. He's just saying he's enjoying the commentary, but bemoaning Northamptonshire current plight. I think Glenn probably played at Overston alongside Jim Yardley, I strongly suspect, back in the 80s. Prolific run scorer after he obviously retired from county cricket. Here's Ageas in again, bowling to Whiteman, who nudges that away down to long leg for a single. Whiteman to 13, and Northamptonshire to 29 for 1. So still a long way behind, with an awful lot of cricket left in this match, but I think as we were saying earlier, from Northampton's point of view, in this precarious position, it's just take one step at a time, get through a session, get through an hour, get through a spell, and see what happens. Ageas in again, bowling to Gay outside the off stump. Gay leaves it alone, goes through to Ben Brown. Lost the sunshine, but the light is perfectly okay. I think we should get through okay. 9 to go after this one.
Hardly a soul in the ground.
Well, no, that's right. Sadly,
it's like watching a second team game.
Well, yeah, we were saying that's the case, isn't it? People, there've been lots of theories down the years about people staying to the end and all the rest of it. Here's Ageas again straying onto leg stump, and Gay works it down to deep backward square for another single. Just rotating the strike nicely. 13 to Gay, 30 for 1. And I mean, you probably remember one or two counties, Northamptonshire was one of them. Probably sort of late 80s, early 90s, experimented with starting a bit later and finishing a bit later in the middle of the season in Championship cricket, and everybody hated it. It was to get. I remember the argument was, get people to be able to come in after work and watch a bit of cricket. Here's Ageas in to finish the over. Here's bowling to Whiteman, pushes it up to mid-on. Barker Fields, end of the over, 30 for 1. At the end of it, Gay is 13, Whiteman is 13. Northamptonshire still trail by 281. And it was, people will flock into the ground when they finished work, and they'll come and have a beer and all the rest of it. So I think we sort of played until 7:30, 8 o'clock, something like that. And everybody hated it. Yeah. Players hated it. Journalists hated it. Catering staff hated it. The umpires certainly hated it. And the number of people that flocked into the ground after work, you count on the fingers of one hand. I just, we were having this conversation, weren't we, about the idea of making up time, which is the present regulations. People, if they're going to go for a day at the cricket, they will often factor in, I'm going to be home by 7 o'clock to have my dinner or whatever, and if the game's still going on, unless there's a result on the line or something, then people are going to go home. I've got a message for you, which I'll share with you in a second.
Okay. John Turner has taken over from Keith Barker, 5 overs, 1 for 20. Here he is, round the wicket then. To Amelia, it's Amelia Gay. Scoreboard stuck again. It's pushed out on the offside.
From Graham Lawman, who says, best wishes to Kevin James. We were both at Edmonton Cricket Club many years ago. Yeah, okay. Graham is now involved with the Northamptonshire League. Okay. And see him around about. So he says he's umpiring at ONs tomorrow. Maybe tempted to trigger a few.
Oh, gosh. Here's Turner, right arm round the wicket. He's wrapped on the pad there. Amelia Gay, and he's gone. LBW, another batter that's come across his stumps. Trying to flick that away on the leg side. Just watching that again on the replay. In Turner round the wicket, and Gay, well. I think he's definitely come across, and he's definitely playing across it. Andrew Rad.
Yeah, I think it's one of those that I suspect the batter is going to be a little disappointed. But from round the wicket, yeah, I don't know. He was a long way across, yeah, absolutely. But it hit him, what, on the line of, do you reckon, middle and leg? I mean, for me, and there may be just enough. The first one, there's absolutely no doubt about that was dead as you like. That one, I just think there's enough doubt that maybe on another day it might have gone the other way, but it didn't. And say the ump's in a better position than we are, and he's given it out. And the scoreboard, whether in protest or not, I don't know, but the scoreboard has now gone completely blank.
30 for 2.
It is 30 for 2.
Yeah, it is. Listen, you can maybe argue whether that was out or not out. I mean, he's coming across his stumps a bit like Azad and a bit like Whiteman did in the first innings, but this then becomes a bit of a problem when you're out of form as a batter. You're so intent on working where your off stump is, that you tend to sort of just lean across a fraction. you know, when you're batting well, when things are going really well, your feet move well, you stay still to the last possible moment, then move into the shot, whether you're moving forward or whether you're moving back, and everything feels great and in sync, and batting's good. When you're struggling, and you know, and it feels like hard work, you're forever battling, not just yourself, but you're battling that line of off stump. Should I play it? Do I need to play that? I don't really want to be nicking off because I don't really want to be doing that, because that's, you know, another method, a regular method of dismissal, which isn't going to get me runs. So you try and look into sort of either leave the ball, but leave the ball knowing that it's way outside off stump. So you tend to start to come across, and once your body weight starts moving towards sort of point, and it's not a big movement, of course it is, it's not that obvious, but once some of your body and your head sort of starts taking your body that way, it then starts making your front foot movements across the ball rather than forward to the ball if you're coming forward.
Yeah.
And then you start playing across your front pad, and then you've got serious problems as Turner comes in outside the off stump, and Rob Keogh leaves that one alone. Good pace through to Ben Brown.
And I say, to be fair to Emilio Gay, as we mentioned, I think in the first day, he's come back into the Northamptonshire side. The coaches were very, very adamant they didn't want to rush him back after his knee op. No. But he played in the previous match against Nottinghamshire without having played any cricket at all, as far as I'm aware. So, you know, not competitive cricket, not second team cricket.
There's Turner bowls. Keogh pushes forward. That's hit the deck and hit the back quite hard there from Turner as it goes up to wider mid on. And
I suppose again it points to what is another factor in all of this. You know, if we're discussing Northamptonshire's trials and tribulations, in some circumstances, and you can think of other times when things have not been going too well, and the punters will be saying, well, we've got such and such in the second team, get him in, give him a go, see what he does.
Sun shines out, goes forward, keeps a little low, plays it well though.
Absolutely beautiful now, isn't it? Sun out fully. But you look around the Northamptonshire squad, and obviously it's a relatively small squad compared to some of the other counties, and you know, apart from one or two very, you know, talented and promising academy players, there are not really a lot of players that you say, well, yeah, okay, he's hammering on the, you know,
that's the trouble,
even tapping on the door.
It's a short delivery. Again, it's good pace through to Ben Brown. Been quite impressive, John Turner, on pitch which isn't
very
particularly quick. That's pacey. End of the over, John Turner has picked up his second championship wicket, one in each innings now, and Northamptonshire following on 30 for 2. Well, that's the other thing, and this is where, you know, this is now where coaches and players really do start to earn their money, because you have to find, I always say the phrase, you have to find a way, and the coaches have to find a way, the players have to find a way, and this is where it all gets a little too much, and you know, Northamptonshire probably feel like they're going backwards here. And you have to have chats, and you have to work things out, and if and then that's the problem, because sometimes, you know, the game is simple that you don't need to have all that, but unfortunately Northamptonshire find themselves in a situation where they do need to do all that.
Yeah, absolutely right. Here's Ageas in again, starting a fresh over, and that one's nipped through Sam Whiteman. It's beaten the inside edge. It's taken by Ben Brown. There was a confident appeal, I'm assuming, for a catch behind. It seemed to go beat the inside edge. It did. Well, it was a question of whether it took anything. I didn't think it did. Again,
it didn't look behind.
No, but it was an absolute jaffer again. And it, well, as I say, if it took anything, it might just have flicked his shirt or flicked the pad as it went through. But it went through between bat and body, beat the inside edge. Appeal for a catch behind, but not out. Stays at 30 for 2. Here's Ageas running in again, bowls to Whiteman, turns it into the onside. Might have thought about a single, but they saw the towering figure of Keith Barker closing in on that one from mid-on, stuck down a left arm and cut off any possibility of a run. Stays at 30 for 2, Whiteman on 13. Northamptonshire having lost Azad for 0, a pair in a day.
Yeah.
And Emilio Gay up for 13.
You know, if I was the batting coach at Northampton at the moment, I'd be pulling my hair out thinking, I'll tell you what I would do, I'd have all these guys playing whatever game came up next, whether it's club cricket, second team cricket, whatever.
That's outside the off stump from Ageas, left alone by Whiteman.
Whatever the next game is after this, stick them in it, and it, you know, even if it's a club game and they go and get 100, it doesn't matter. You know, it's about just feeling right at the crease. You know, what, as I say, all these guys can play.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a matter of getting back into what they know. And at the moment, they're so far out of their comfort zone, it's frightening. And that's when you have problems.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as I say, some of them will be out of the limelight for a bit anyway because of the blast. Here's Abbas in bowling and left alone by Whiteman outside the off stump, goes through to Ben Brown. So I suppose that in itself will help one or two of them. But as I say, this is where I'm not really making excuses for Emilio Gay, although regular listeners will know I'm a big fan of his. But you know, he has come back into it cold, and you know, I'm sure in an ideal world he would have had a couple of games for the seconds, maybe found, as you say, found a club game somewhere, and just felt bat on ball and just muscle memory again. Get it going, get your feet moving. Here's Abbas in again, and that's very, very tight to off stump. Left alone by Sam Whiteman. I suspect that didn't miss the off stump by a great deal. Just watching on the replay. Ooh, no, it didn't. It was tight because he was bowling round the wicket and it was angling in towards off stump. It was good judgment in the end. They say left-handers are good at knowing where their off stump is, but that was tight. Lovely sunshine this evening to finish the day. But a testing session for Northamptonshire. Abbas is in bowling to Whiteman, who's very solidly forward, head over the ball, and it's fielded by Abbas off his own bowling. He rolls the ball back to Ben Brown. A maiden for Mohammed Abbas. 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 6. And Northamptonshire are 30 for 2. We have 7 overs left.
I forgot to mention that was a wicket maiden for John Turner in the previous over. Ralph Brooker, who's emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. I don't know. You might know the answer to this, Andrew. He says, is there a special name for that kind of pair, which was, he's referring to Hassan Azad, who didn't face a ball in the first innings and was out for naught in the second. Obviously, king pair is you're out first ball in each innings, but he's actually only faced 1 ball over the 2 innings. Is there a name for that?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, I don't know. I don't know that one. Here's Turner then. Right arm over, bowls. Keogh leaves that one alone.
Well, he faced 7 balls in the second innings. So he's faced 7 balls over the 2 innings. I was saying with Emily when I was on this morning that when I was at school, I do remember when you were run out without facing, it was called a plastic chicken at our school anyway, because you had your golden duck and all the rest of it. So if you run out without actually facing, it was a plastic chicken.
Here's Turner again from that pavilion end and bowls to Keogh. Keogh's right on the pad. Has he got an inside edge onto that? I think he might have done. Looks as though he got a bit hurried there.
Again, it's this thing we were talking earlier in the first innings, weren't we, about Rob Keogh's just had this ongoing issue. He's just slightly falling across it, and he's worked incredibly hard to sort of rectify that technical fault. And so he had a good year last year, but again, he's one who just needs a bit of luck, needs some time in the middle.
Here comes Turner again, tempted Yorker, dug out by Keogh, pick up a quick single as it goes out into the covers, and he's off the mark. 31 for 2, 280 behind. But no, I don't know if
a pair in a day is fairly unusual. I would have thought, especially for an opening batter. But again, it's I could almost spend the entire evening going through trying to find records, and when was the last time Northamptonshire lost, I mean, assuming they do lose this one, 4 of their first 6 championship matches of the season and all this sort of stuff.
Oh, it's not worth looking at, is it, really? No. Round a wicket to Whiteman, who just prods it out on the onside. It's not the sort of thing you
don't worry, Kev, I wasn't going to. But we've had a reply back from Glenn Banks. I did mention about, I thought he might have played with Jim Yardley at Overston. He said yes, he did, and he remembers dropping Ray Swan, the great Ray Swan, father of Graham and Alec, one of the great titans of Northamptonshire League cricket, whilst playing for Overston.
Turner into Whiteman. Whiteman's forward to a length ball. Again, he goes out on the leg side.
Ray would have been playing for ONs then, Old Northamptonians in the County League. He said he dropped him when he was on about 10. He got an awful lot more, and Jim Yardley promptly dropped Glenn for the next match. But he said still loved him. I think everybody did. A hugely popular figure around. Died sadly a few years ago out in Canada, but Yeah, much loved cricketer in the local scene.
Yeah. Whiteman on 13, facing Turner around the wicket, and Turner again bowls a length ball, which Whiteman pushes out on the offside. Good stuff this from John Turner. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1. 31 for 2, Northants following on.
He did come out with what's reputed to be one of the better lines back to an Australian fast bowler, giving him a bit of lip. I have told this before, but it always makes me laugh when he's batting against Rodney Hogg at Northampton in '81, the Aussies match, and Jim was playing and missing and squirting the odd one through the gully and the rest of it. And Rodney Hogg said to him, "Do you play for the first team regular, mate?" And he said, "If I said I didn't, would you bowl a bit slower?" Which I always thought was quite a good retort. 31 for 2. We have a change of bowling at this hotel end, and it's going to be Ian Holland coming into the attack. Holland in the first innings picking up the wickets, I should say, of Buckingham and Saif Zaib down the order. Finished with 2 for 10 from 5.
That's twice in the bowling changes that 4 players have all had a discussion. 3 along with James Vince. I don't quite know what deep discussions there's been, and requires quite so many players. When John Turner took over for Keith Barker, they were all at the top end, and they've all just been at this near end now.
Well, perhaps they're missing Zoom meetings or something and feel the need to commune. 31 for 2. 6 overs to go. Ian Holland into the attack. 2 slips, bowling to the right-handed Rob Keogh outside the off stump. Keogh shoulders arms and lets it go through to Ben Brown. I think a couple of the matches now, with the clock ticking around towards 20 to 7, there's a few now that have finished for the day. They have finished for the day at Worcester. I mentioned they were off for bad light and then rain. So Worcestershire 26 for 2. This is in Division 2, of course. Worcestershire 26 for 2, needing another 245 to win against Leicestershire, but that'll go into tomorrow. They've also finished for the day at Trent Bridge, as Holland is in, bowling to Keogh. Plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 326 for 5 at the close against Essex, so 28 runs ahead, 5 wickets in hand. Also close of play at the Oval, where Surrey have taken a grip on their match against Kent. Kent 80 for 4 in their second innings at the close, so they're still 4 runs behind and 4 wickets down. At the Oval, looking very good indeed for Surrey. But Zach Crawley is 31 not out. Here's Holland in again, bowls to Keogh. Plays that crisply up to mid-on where Mohammed Abbas fields. And there's no run. Elsewhere in Division 1 at Lords, Middlesex making a better fight of it second time round against Somerset. 81 for 1 following on. Still 148 runs behind. Still playing there. Also still playing at Bristol, where they've had some rain today. Gloucestershire 244 for 9 against Durham, so follow on looking the cards there. Keogh is forward, plays that up to Barker at mid-off. The next ball from Holland, and there's no run. Durham are all out for 445, so Gloucestershire are still 200 odd behind with 1 wicket standing. So that looks very much like a follow-on. They've also just finished for the day at Hove, where Glamorgan are 118 for 1 in their second innings against Sussex, but still 240 behind.
Ouch.
Holland running in again, bowls to Keogh, who goes onto the back foot, punches it just behind square on the offside, goes down to backward point, and there's no run. Keogh just a single to his name, made 5 in the first innings after bagging a pair in the previous game against Nottinghamshire. Not too many spectators around the ground, hence the fact that you can actually hear the bird song, which is rather nice, above the usual hum of the crowd. Here's Holland in again, and very full. Keogh, I think, looking to play on the offside, and it goes off a thick inside edge down to backward square, and they come through for a couple of runs, not entirely where Rob Keogh was intending, but he'll take them. He goes to 3. And that's the end of Ian Holland's first over. Those were the only runs off it. 33 for 2 at the end of the over. Whiteman is 13, Keogh is 3. And we have 5 overs to go in the day.
Best part of the afternoon as well, and we're going to pack up in 5 overs time.
No,
Extra overs tomorrow, though, Andrew.
Oh, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, we look forward to that. 10 past 1 lunch.
Late for lunch, late for tea. Well, if we get to tea. If we get to lunch.
Wow, this partnership looks steady. Let's put on 3. Here's that's not sound. That didn't mean to sound as bad as it actually sounded. I just thought that they've been steady. That's pushed out into the covers, and there's no run. Keogh's 13 for 3 and 30 balls for 13. Whiteman.
I may need to fish into my bag and get my cap out. So it's.
Oh yes, we haven't had that yet this game, where the sun starts shining in. Although normally it does it earlier in the day. But oh yes, it will get very warm here on any particular day where there's no clouds. From about late afternoon onwards, it gets hot. There's a nice drive through extra cover. Don't run for that one, and he hasn't. Through extra cover, beautiful shot, over pitched from Turner, and Northamptonshire move on to 37 for 2 following on.
Yeah, there's a few grounds around that you always do tend to need a cap. Canterbury is one. Early doors at Canterbury. It does get gets very, very sunny there. Taunton in the evening is another one where you tend to need some sort of headgear.
Yeah, that sun shines from deep mid-wicket, doesn't it? It wouldn't do if we were in the proper place. If Anthony Gibbs is listening. Oh, is he out down the leg side? No, let's just flick the pad. Good take from Ben Brown, though. Every now and then, I know the commentators do listen, and I do come out with 1 or 2 things because I then get a message. Just when I think they probably aren't listening.
Coded, special BBC coded message.
Yeah, they say, we were listening, we heard that. I don't mind, actually. It's true, that's why. Here's Turner again round the wicket from that pavilion end. Whiteman gets one, it bounces a bit, just wraps him on the glove. Was that painful? He's not showing it if it is. Hits the deck, does he? Does Mr. Turner? Good prospect.
Oh, this is lovely. Richard Lum, thank you so much for getting in touch with us. Richard does come out with some. He was the one who, when I put the Ingleby Mackenzie tweet up this morning and said, have Northamptonshire supporters forgiven Colin Ingleby Mackenzie yet for that declaration in 1965? And Richard came back with the reply, no. There was a tweet which I did actually pick up this afternoon. I'll come on to it in a second.
Turner again to Whiteman. Full. Work to mid-wicket. Good stop.
Middleton Stony Cricket Club, which is just in the over the Northamptonshire border with Oxfordshire. Does he go down on the A43?
Nice pub near there.
Yeah, I've played at Middleton Stony for the Northants amateurs against the Gentlemen of Oxfordshire a few years ago. But they've just put up a tweet today and said the worst thing in the cricket season is when your opponents cancel and you can't find any new opposition. Is there anyone who'll play us on Sunday? Which is
tight. Well,
I hope they do find somebody, but.
Turner, Whiteman forward.
Richard says, listening to your commentary with Kevin suggesting that Northamptonshire CC, the players, should get whatever fixture they can to regain some confidence. At this rate, this might be an attractive offer.
There you are. There's the fixture, Sunday.
Northamptonshire, I'm sure they'll have nice teas at Middleton Stony, and Middleton Stony versus Northamptonshire. There's a thought. It is, as I say, it's a lovely ground. I seem to remember, if there's anybody from Middleton Stony listening, you can tell me if I'm wrong. I seem to remember there's a road that sort of runs round the ground. It's a beautiful spot. You wouldn't know you were so close to a very major. It's not that far from the M40 down there, but it's a lovely spot. 37 for 2, 4 to go. Ian Holland at the end of his mark. Late evening sunshine. And he's in bowling to Keogh outside the off stump, and Keogh leaves alone. I've fished into the bag and pulled out my Oundletown cap, which is never too far away. It's very handy to have it in the bag, I must admit. I was trying to think there's another ground as well I've been to that this year that a cap was necessary. It'll come to me. Here's Holland. In again, bowls to Keogh, drives nicely, but straight to extra cover, and there's no run. Certainly when we were operating at Northampton at the other end of the ground, at the indoor centre end, then you needed it there because there's big glass windows. But where we are now, at the
no sun gets
David
there.
Capel, no sun has permeated the back of the Ken Turner stand since it was built in 1958. Here's Holland. running in again, bowling very full, and Keogh is playing out to mid-wicket. And there's no run, fielded there by Liam Dawson. Dropped Emilio Gay early on, but as in the first innings, when he also dropped him, it didn't prove costly.
He's had 4 knocks, hasn't he?
Yes, absolutely.
With a combined total of 22.
And also sold Hassan Azad down the river in the first innings.
Good measure.
Here's Holland in again, bowls to Keogh, plays that nicely off the front foot, crisply. Good foot movement, just feel his feet might be starting to move now as he grows a little bit of confidence, goes out into the covers, and there's no run. Just lost the sun for the moment, having put my cap on, but so we've got absolutely no problems with the light. Very pleasant evening. Those that have stayed with it are being rewarded some interesting cricket and a bit of sunshine as well. Very full again goes Holland, and once again Keogh is playing it out to mid-wicket where Dawson fields, and there's no run.
Dawson's out of the slips, which is quite interesting. I think he's just looking at somebody and say, I was going to throw that. Why weren't you at the stumps? I don't know, but it's interesting he's out. He's dropped 2 out of 3 catches today, which, as I say, for Liam, I've seen him drop loads, but I've also seen him take an awful lot. That's not a very high percentage for him, that's for sure.
Holland running away from us, bowling to Keogh, who's making initially as though he's going to leave that alone. In the end, it runs off the face of the bat. It's going to go down to third man, and he's going to pick up 4 runs. It went well. It was perfectly safe. It went well wide of second slip. But he thought Keogh was just preparing to pull the bat out of the road. In the end, he just left it there, and it ran down to third man for 4. So Keogh goes to 7, Northamptonshire to 41 for 2 at the end of the over. Still 270 behind, so they're not going to lose by, assuming they do lose, by quite the same margin as they did in the first match between these two sides when they lost by an innings and 270, which was Hampshire's biggest ever championship victory. But 270 behind, 41 for 2, and we've got 3 overs to go in the day.
Yeah, certainly extremes, isn't it, with the records besides these games between these two at the moment. Lowest ever score on this ground, 56. Fortunately, that's taken away an unwanted record for Hampshire. That's a nice shot of his legs there from Sam Whiteman. There's going to be 4 through mid-wicket. Very over-pitched delivery there from John Turner, 41 for 2.
Well, somebody, I can't remember which of our correspondents it is, and I apologise because I haven't got it to hand, but did ask the question whether the last time Northamptonshire had lost by an innings in 3 successive matches against the same county, which could well be, we don't know yet, but it could well be the case here. The short answer is I don't know, but I suspect, go back to the days when Yorkshire used to give Northamptonshire a couple of drubbings a season, I suspect that probably would have included that.
And most other counties as well.
Oh,
Mapped
yes.
on the pad there. It's actually 45 for 2, apologies. Yes, an innings and 4-run win by Hampshire here in September. Earlier in the season, of course, an innings and 270. And, well, looking odds on again, isn't it? 266 runs behind at the moment. That's even before Hampshire bat for a second time. And we're not even quite halfway through the game. Man goes out at deep square leg. Is Turner going to bounce Whiteman? Let's see what he does. Oh, length ball, my word, that's a good leave and a good piece of bowling as well.
Who have you got earmarked for the grilling tonight, Kev?
We'll have a chat with Mr. Turner.
Oh, good, yeah.
First championship game.
Yep.
You spoke to Alex Russell
I
first
did.
championship game yesterday. We're doing the same. We're following you.
Well, where Northamptonshire lead, others follow. I mean, it's always the way. I think.
Who are you?
Well, I think it's probably going to be a coach day.
Have to
You
be,
know,
isn't it?
I think it's probably got to be.
Yep. Here's Turner again, flicked away behind square for a single. Whiteman moves on to 22, and it's 46 for 2 now, with just over 2 overs left in the day.
The problem then is to try and think of questions to ask that are not the questions that I asked during the previous game and the one before that and the one before that.
Tough one. I shall look forward to listening to that later or in the morning.
I'm not sure anybody else will, but I appreciate your support.
Well, I think there will be. I think there will be a lot of,
of course there will.
Northamptonshire supporters that want to sort of hear the thoughts. I mean, I'd be surprised if anybody goes overboard, because you can't. I mean, you've got to stay level-headed, whatever.
Well, especially with the match still on.
Yeah, but you've got to try and stay level-headed. There's no point as Keogh pushes forward to Turner. Ball rolls up towards mid-on. You have to stay level, whether things are going absolutely brilliantly well or things are going pretty badly as they are at the moment, because you just need some clear thinking, and you need some to sort of rant and rave and this and that is not going to help anything.
No, leave that to some of the supporters, I think.
Yeah, well, yes, and they're entitled to.
Of course they are. Yes.
It's Turner again, it's a good length ball, but Keogh's well behind that. Again, pushes that up to mid-on, end of the over. 12 balls to do, 46 for 2 Northamptonshire following on.
It always used to be the almost the catchphrase of the West Stand in years gone by, and we always used to joke about it, that it was get some youngsters in. They'd shout out if Northamptonshire were having a bad day, and so they would, and then if they didn't do so well, it would get the old ones back. So the idea of supporters sort of slightly changing their tune is not new, but as you say, it is the prerogative of supporters of any sporting team to have strong opinions, and if they're not always consistent, well, that's just one of those things that goes with the territory. 46 for 2. 2 overs to go. Sunshine now has returned, so shadows being cast by the players. Very sharp and very pronounced now. Here's Whiteman facing his next ball from Holland around the wicket, and he clips that away behind square. Runs for him here, goes out towards the boundary. Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, and they come through for a couple. Takes Sam Whiteman up to 24, and Northamptonshire to 48 for 2.
Tell he plays a lot of cricket in Australia, can't you? It's just the way he plays, the way he bats, just very still, minimum of movement, just deflects the ball.
I must admit, I hugely enjoyed his innings at Taunton, not just because it was in the context of the match, it was just good to watch. He was it was a craftsman-like innings and workman-like, and just all the. I think John Sadler summed it up quite well. He said it was it was a sort of a triumph for the top 2 inches. He just really used his head and combating a very good Somerset attack. On leg stump, clipped down to fine leg for a single by Whiteman. So he gets off strike, 25 to him, and Northamptonshire to 49 for 2. And you have to say also, Kevin, it was a serious statement in your first match as sort of acting captain as well.
Yeah.
Northamptonshire's 90th captain in first-class cricket, which when you consider that Northamptonshire have only had, Alex Russell was the 542nd first-class player. 90 of them, when you think 90 of them are actually captain the side in a first-class match, quite a high proportion, but a lot of them obviously have only done the odd game. Back over the wicket goes Holland to Keogh, and that one and we've seen that a little bit in this match so far, that one just kept a little bit low. Fortunately, he was wide of the stumps. So not a great problem. I just saw Liam Dawson having a little whirl of his arm, so might we have the final over of spin just to give them something else to think about?
Yeah, it's job done as far as today's concerned. Doesn't matter if there's another wicket, it doesn't go down to 2 in that little session. They'd settle for that.
Here's Holland in again, bowling to Keogh, who's just nudging that down behind square on the leg side. And they're able to come through for a single, and it brings the 50 up for Northamptonshire, greeted with rapturous applause around the crowd. 50 up.
I think I can probably count the crowd actually. They're outdoors. There'll be a few indoors, but hang on, let me very quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Listen, there's a few more. I think there's probably about 50 or 60. Yeah. Well, maybe a few more than that actually.
Good on them for staying with it anyway. 50 coming up in the 18th over. Penultimate over of the day. That single takes Keogh to 8. Here's Holland in again. Bowls are wide outside the off stump. Whiteman doesn't need to think about playing that and doesn't. Close of play at Bristol. Gloucestershire 255 for 9 in Division 2 match against Durham, so 190 behind with 1 wicket remaining. And guess what? We're the only match still playing.
Well, we did have a bit of time off this afternoon, didn't we? I think they'd had time off at Bristol as well this afternoon, didn't they?
Yeah. Close at Lords, Middlesex 81 for 1 against Somerset. The second innings still 148 behind. Here's Holland in outside the off stump, again left alone by Whiteman. Goes through to Ben Brown. So Ian Holland has had the last of his bowling for the day. 3 overs for 10. Northamptonshire 50 for 2. We've got an over to go. And who's going to bowl it? Strongly suspect, with helmets coming onto the park, it is going to be Liam Dawson.
Yeah.
Or even Dawson rather than Crane, do you think?
Who is that? Yeah, Liam Dawson. Yeah, well, I mean, the senior spinner, you'd expect him to bowl the 1 over. So, yes, let's see if there's a little bit there for him. He might have preferred the left-hander with a bit of rough there, but it's going to be Keogh to face the first delivery.
Bit more applause for Liam Dawson.
It's not bad from about 50 people. Pretty half decent. It's a long day, isn't it? 7 o'clock. We'll finish just after 7 o'clock this evening. Well, as I say, we did lose quite a bit of time.
Basically, well, in actual playing time, thick end of 2 hours, wasn't it? Just over 2 hours.
That's fair enough, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
The weather's held, which is the main thing.
Lovely,
yeah, we're going to be all right the last 2 days. Last day, anyway. If it goes into day, I don't think there's too many people thinking this will go into Sunday, but you never know. Don't think the wicket's got any worse than as the day's gone on.
Whiteman's double 100, you know, all things are possible.
Well, he's proved he can play already this season. So there is a slip and there is a gully and a short leg for Rob Keogh. And where there was a deep mid-wicket, there is now a mid-on. Extra cover, deep cover as well, so plenty of insurance on the offside should Keogh hit a stunning shot through that area. Here's Dawson in round the wicket, left arm. Keogh prods forward very watchfully back to the bowler. 5 balls left on day 2. Hampshire have 6 points, Northamptonshire have 3 so far in this game. There will be another point on offer for Hampshire. Oh, and of course, we're in the second innings. What am I talking about? That's pushed out on the onside. I'm losing my marbles already. It's been a long day.
Well, if Northamptonshire finish up with anything other than 3 points in this game, then that'll be something fairly remarkable as well.
Yes.
Be an awful lot of effort for another 5 points.
No batting point, unfortunately. You remain on one single solitary batting point for the season. Keogh's forward, prods that out into the covers. Gubbins picks it up, and we have 3 balls left.
And they achieved that 8 wickets down at Taunton.
Okay. As I say, Taunton's not a bad place to get back in form as a batter. I think if you were going there, then you would say that would give you a bit of a chance. There's a few other wickets that would test you a little more than that one. Another length ball which pushed out on the onside. Dawson's pushed the cover fielder back. I think he just wants Keogh to take a single and have a couple at Whiteman and see if he can pitch something out of the rough. But time is running out because there are only 2 balls left in the day's play. All very well, be it Keogh. Keogh just works it on the onside. He wants a single, but they could have taken one actually. In the end, they both decide it's probably not worth doing that. So Keogh is going to face all 6 balls of this over, and will probably be a maiden as the field comes back in somewhat. So here we go then, last ball of day 2. Dawson from the pavilion end comes in and bowls, and Keogh prods forward out on the onside, and that is the conclusion with the 19 overs. We got the full 19 overs in when we had a resumption at 5:45, and Northamptonshire close on 50 for 2 in their second innings, and it's going to be a very, very long haul for the visitors tomorrow, but there's still a lot of pride to play for tomorrow. They trail by 261. Day 2 very much belonged to Hampshire.
Certainly did, but as you say, I hope anyway there's a lot of pride to play for tomorrow, and Sam Whiteman, as you say, we know that he's capable of batting for a very long time. He's going to have to bat for a very, very long time if Northamptonshire are going to stand any chance of getting out of this with anything other than a fairly heavy defeat. But where there's life, there's hope. But what a terrific day for I mean, apart from the fact you did actually say, I think, when we were on air at the time, when those last 4 wickets fell quickly, you said in a sense it's moving. It means the game moves forward, and it got Northamptonshire in that little bit early. They had that awkward session before lunch, and lost those 3 quick wickets before lunch, and then folded thereafter. Followed on, obviously after the rain break, and lost a couple early on, but at least Whiteman and Keogh have taken it through to the close to give Northamptonshire some hope, at least, of escaping. Well, if not defeat, then at least maybe the scale of defeat that looked likely when they were routed for 56 in the first innings. But as you say, Kevin, emphatically Hampshire's day.
That's for sure. Thanks for listening. Thank you to Emily Windsor. She's on her way, I believe, up to Birmingham to play in a couple of T20 matches against the Central Sparks for the Southern Vipers in the warm-up ahead of their Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign, which gets underway next week. We've got Melissa Story with us tomorrow, another TMS commentator. We're in great company here, Mr. Andrew Red, and we shall rise to the challenge.
Well, we'll try.
As always.
We'll try.
We'll be back just before 11 tomorrow morning.